Topstep, opening call. I've been waiting all morning for this.
Yes, have you been waiting all morning for this? Welcome back here to Topstep TV, and glad to have you back with us here. Lots going on here. We got a couple days left in the week, and we've got some great people going to be joining us here. So yes, you're at the right place at the right time. And remember, hey, be a part of Topstep TV here in the chat. Participate, be part of the team. And let's get ready for a great day. And let's say hello to everybody's friend, the trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, the market guru, back from vacation, Johnny the Hogue Hoagland. Good morning, John. How are you today?
I'm great, Eddie. It's great to be back with you and great to be back with everybody. I hope everybody had a peaceful and happy Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you're celebrating. We're hoping it was blessed and had lots of family and fun and food and stuff around, we had a very peaceful, just a family and boyfriend, girlfriend, and some good food and some good laughs, and it was a really, really nice time. I hope everybody had a good time. Again, it's great to be with everybody. I see top of the chat here, Man Caves Trades, Walter, Crawdad's Fish Market, Flippin' Ticks. That was hard to say. Slippers, rock solid results. I love that name. Leaders only. Rick Quas, Bill Phillips, Toby Kelly, Nick Nichols, my good friend, 61 Nate. Hey, Eddie, I see you in there. And Counting Pennies, that's a good chat name. It's great to see everybody.
Fantastic. Well, this is opening call. He's Chico, and I'm the man. And let's get busy here. But that show, it was a good show back in the day. But anyway, got a lot of news here, lots going on here. U.S. stock futures falling as trading resumed. Yes, it resumed here after that Christmas holiday. I'd like to say also happy Boxing Day to all of you. And with investors still focusing on the path of interest rates and, of course, President-elect Donald Trump's proposed policies, U.S. equities rallied in the last three sessions, bouncing back from the declines driven by the hawkish tone from our good friends at the Federal Reserve. Equity bulls are pinning their hopes on what's known as the Santa Claus rally, in which stocks do rise in the five final trading sessions of the year. And the first two of the new driven by optimism about the strength of the U.S. economy and, of course, that development we call in the artificial intelligence. S&P is set for the largest jump relative to the rest of the world since 1997, many moons ago. That's with Trump's inaugural slated for January 20th. Investors are awaiting insights on the proposed policies. If you are a gold trader, you check this out here. Gold higher in the pre-market trade. It was due to the weaker dollar as markets return to the trading after this Christmas holiday. So keep an eye open. Also, Bitcoin dipped today, snapping 2 days of gains as investors responded to a TradingView glitch. Stayed cautious amid the pressures following the U.S. Fed's hawkish stance. Bitcoin did fall 2.6%, down to 95,884. It did fall, if fell below the 100 mark. That was last week after Fed officials signaled a slower pace for future cuts. And I did mention Boxing Day. It's celebrated after Christmas, occurring the second day, December 26th. Boxing Day was once a day donated, where you donated gifts to the needy, but I tell you now it's evolved into becoming a part of the Christmas festivities, with many people choosing to shop for deals on Boxing Day. So Boxing Day here, best thing to do is go over to your neighbor's house, knock on the door. When they answer the door, punch them in the face and say, Happy Boxing Day. So, Johnny, what do you got?
Well, I mean, if you are going to be out shopping today, maybe get a little bit into that old-time Boxing Day and pick something up for somebody that might need something. Always a good idea, and it makes you feel good about yourself as well. Always thinking about context, risk management, and patience here on the opening call. As far as economic numbers this morning at 7:30, the jobless claims numbers came out. They were looking at rising in the initial jobless claims from 220,000 to 223,000. It came out a little bit lower than expected at 219,000. Continuing jobless claims, however, were higher. We were looking for 1.88 million. It came out 1.91 million. At 10 o'clock, and there's a little kind of discrepancy on different schedules as to when the EIA petroleum status report is due out. I have it here coming out at 10 o'clock today, with natural gas coming out tomorrow. Now, again, that is a little bit in question, depending on what schedule you are looking at. At 10:30 today, however, we do have 4 and 8-week bill auctions, and at 1 p.m. Central today, a 7-year note auction. So no earnings today, of course, this week. I mean, earnings season is pretty much long past, so we'll wait for the next earnings season, which will be upon us before we even know it. Markets are likely to remain illiquid, a little bit thin throughout the rest of the holidays today. You can see in the daily charts how much volume has just crumbled over the past few days. We'll see a little bit better volume today, tomorrow, and then, of course, next week with the new year coming, a lot of folks taking time off. Just remember, markets are going to be a little bit thin. If you're going to be, using stops, and of course, you should. There's probably a little bit more of a likelihood of a little bit worse slippage because of the illiquidity. And it's the end of the year. A lot of participants have taken the time off. The funds, the banks, they're all pretty much closing their books for the year. And everybody's looking forward to 2025. Man, I cannot believe it's going to be 2025 already. I remember 1982 like it was yesterday. As far as the VIX is concerned this morning, it's up about 7% this morning, 15.29. The dollar index up at 108.21, and the yield on the 10-year holding above that 4.5 level at 4.64% the last I checked this morning. Eddie, that's what we've got as far as economic numbers and everything else for us today. Dude, what's going on with crude?
Dude, where's the crude? Well, not too much here today. I do see that we did hit some highs. We're back above the 70 level. 70.73 was the high here. It was sort of a hit and run, ding-dong ditch, tagged it real quick, and then we pulled back down again here. Looking at around 70.60, got a bottom on my ETH at 69.49. So, crude traders, that's where it is here. They continued the uptrend in the Asian trade today. That was after, obviously, the Christmas holiday. And talking about a new stimulus measure in China and a drop in U.S. crude inventories, we did see the Brent trading 0.5% higher, and WTI also trading at 0.5% higher. Volumes, now remember, volumes are expected to be thin for the remainder of this holiday-shortened week. So be careful. Remember, use those stops because markets can slip big time. And I think that's what I've got here. Let's go to our Topstep tip of the week. What do we have here? There it is. Analyze your performances. Talking about that. Even though these shortened, these weeks here, holiday weeks, still, remember, stay on top of the game. Analyze your performance stats in trading is very crucial to identifying strengths, weaknesses, and of course, areas that you need to improve. All right. Identify emotional triggers. That's one of the biggest things I think is a factor in seeing success versus failure, leading to impulsive decisions where the instances of revenge trading or over trading do exist. John, what do you got here for our analyze your performance stats? Johnny, you're mute. Turn your volume on.
$5 already, just back into it, and I'm already down $5. Well, that's all right. That's all right.
That's
Sorry
okay. It's a wake up. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. As far as performance stats are concerned, I mean, the Topstep X platform provides a lot of great performance stats. The Topstep dashboard provides a lot of good performance stats, and you really want to keep an eye on those. And as Eddie mentioned, sometimes watching those performance stats over time, you're going to be able to recognize some of those triggers that may put you into revenge trading, things like that. And of course, you always want to be paying attention to your reward over risk ratio, win percentages, and the times that you're in trades. I think a lot of folks kind of overlook the amount of time they're in winning trades versus losing trades. You don't want to be in losing trades for a long time. You want to be in those winning trades for a long time. Great tip of the week. Be looking at those performance stats. If you don't understand them, just watch them over time. And as they change over time, you'll begin to understand what they're doing for your performance. Great tip of the week this week.
Yeah. All right. Let's not wait any longer. I know, Johnny, welcome back here. JD did a great cover on the charts, but let's get your charts up and at them. What do you got for our traders today, John?
Yeah, and I want to give a great big shout out to JD for taking care of the charts and taking care of all of you on the opening call. I know he does such a great job of it, and I really appreciate him, and I know we all do. So again, thank you very much, JD. All right, so looking at the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. Last Friday, we finally had that big test down to 5% off the all-time high. A lot of folks ask me, well, why do you put that 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 25% off the all-time high when the market starts breaking? And here is an excellent reason why. I'm not the only person looking at them. When the S&Ps traded down to that 5% off the all-time high, that's where those buyers came back into the marketplace. We see 3 straight days to the upside. And we're getting a little bit of a pushback here. We're not that far. We're about 2 weeks after the all-time high in the S&Ps, 1 week off the all-time high in the NASDAQ. We've tested lower. These pullbacks like this tend to be healthy for continuation to the upside when there is no new bad news. And I don't see any new bad news. That excess on the daily chart down to that 5% in the S&Ps looking like the market just got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't sell it anymore. Buyers came in and took over. We also closed the election night gap, and this was the election night gap in the March contract. So we've taken care of that. We've taken care of getting down to 5% off the all-time high, and the market has been rallying ever since. Now, Tuesday, a shortened trading day. Volume, of course, was going to be very, very small that day. We added 2,200 in open interest on this continuation move to the upside off that recent low. Well, buyers obviously came back into the market and continue to try and maintain control. And we all know without any bad news, the market has that tendency just to continue to grind to the upside. Remember, again, it is a holiday week this week, next week. Volumes are likely to be low. Liquidity is likely to going to be a little bit more likely to slip past your stops. Fills might not be as good. All of those things we have to remember during the holidays as fewer participants are active in the markets. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart. Well, all right. So Monday into Tuesday, Wednesday was Christmas, of course, no trading. We had a pretty decent up move on Tuesday. Of course, the volume was very low. I'm happy that we added open interest on that. Looking at the overnight inventory, it is a little bit to the short side. The market opened last night right around settlement, which settlement to be exact is 6,098. Markets come off a little bit, kind of using Friday's initial balance high as a support level in the overnight. Now, when we're thinking about holiday trading and we're thinking that a lot of the institutional traders are taking time off, who is in control in these markets? And it's going to be short time frame controlled traders that are really going to be moving markets, or at least trying to move markets, and they're going to be looking a lot closer at shorter time frame levels. And the initial balance high from Tuesday showing a degree of support in the overnight session. We'll see if that continues during the regular trading hour session. Since we put in that low, we've put in higher lows. Now we've put in another higher high. Looking for this market with no bad news to continue its upside grind. Of course, as we all know, ACH, anything can happen. The profile yesterday, Tuesday in the S&Ps was a bit of a P-shaped profile that would indicate short covering, which is not supported by the increase in open interest. So we saw probably more buyers coming in and accumulating newer longs. Again, probably shorter time frame longs. So we get more expensive. We may see more of a pullback. Again, just going to try and be very patient. We're opening right in the middle of the range from Tuesday, inside range, inside value. Try and stay patient. Of course, the last thing we want to do here in the holidays is get all biffed up one day and then have to spend the rest of the holidays trying to scrape that money back. Just be patient. Use your A setups only, and let's make some profits here for the end of the year. Maybe we'll see a continuation of a Santa Claus rally, if that's going to be in the cards here. Now, here is, I did not want gold. I wanted the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. So again, after that pullback last week, it's hard to remember that we just put in the all-time high last week as well. It seems like we're a long way from it, but are we really? Not necessarily. So looking at the NASDAQ, that Friday excess low below the 5% off the all-time high. Look at the excess on that daily bar. What happens when we see that kind of excess on a daily bar? Excess is usually the way that an auction will die. The auction to the downside, showing signs of dying on Friday after pulling down below that 5% off the all-time high and then closing back above it. We're seeing 2 days after that move to the upside, a little bit of a pullback here this morning. Look at what we did on Tuesday. We had a pretty good up day on Tuesday. The market rallied 275 and a quarter points, and we added 7,400 in open interest in the NASDAQ on Tuesday on very low volume. That just says to me, buyers just came back in. Are they shorter time frame buyers with great probability? Yes, they are. But the buyers really came back in on Tuesday. I'm going to be watching to see when that final bulletin comes out to see if we really added 7,400 contracts to the upside on the NASDAQ. That would be a relatively healthy downside auction. And really, this little pullback here this morning could just be offering better trade locations for potential longs. Take a look at the 30 now. The range from Monday to Tuesday left a small session gap down below. So there is a little bit of weaker structure down below the S&P, or down below here in the NASDAQ that does not exist necessarily in the S&Ps. Overnight inventory, a little bit to the short side. We've done a lot here in this consolidation area to kind of reconcile some of those overnight shorter time frame weaker hands shorts. The IB high showing maybe a degree of potential support, but more looking like the value low from Tuesday, bringing more support here for the NASDAQ. And I'm going to put that value low right around 21,905. Probably, I would say that the value area low is from Tuesday's very low volume session. So we'll see what the market does. But again, because we're opening in range and in value, the market is showing that it is currently trading in balance, and two-sided trade is likely. Try and remain patient again and look for those A setups. Maybe it's going to take the first hour just sitting on the sidelines, keeping an eye out for a good setup before you're going to find one. But I assure you, as we often say here, if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. The trades that find us tend to be the better opportunity. So be patient today. Again, the NASDAQ opening in range, in value, very little change in the perception of value. We'll see what these short time frame traders have in store for us today. The profile again in the NASDAQ was a P-shaped, indicating short covering, not supported by that big increase in open interest. This was more new buyers coming in than anything to do with short covering. Short covering. Take a look at crude oil now. Boy, oh boy, you leave for a couple of days and you come back, and what has changed in crude oil? Nothing. Nothing has changed in crude oil. We're still in a medium time frame area of balance. Balance to breakout rules apply. We're really in a shorter time frame control here, so some of those shorter time frame levels are more likely to be respected. And again, as I remind everybody often, the problem with that is there are going to be a lot of shorter time frame levels to depend on. What did we do on Tuesday? Very low volume, of course. It's a holiday. What are we doing? But again, we have a large increase in open interest, 12,000 contracts overall in all of the contracts of crude oil. That's a pretty good jump on such low volume. What does that mean? Well, shorter time frame control. We put in a low here. We have excess low on the daily chart. That probably was enough, excuse me, to incite some shorter time frame buyers. As we know, the shorter time frame buyers, the retail traders, love to preempt or get a little ahead of themselves when they're looking for any kind of breakout away from balance. And we know that most breakouts are going to fail. Most breakouts are not going to be successful. So, in the longer time frame, if we get up near the high of the weekly kickoff high, 7140, you're looking for a failure up there and a move to rotate back to the downside. How many rotations have we seen since we've been in this area of balance? If we call this a low and that a high, so we go low to high to low, 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 low to high. When is this thing going to break out? When is that going to happen? It seems like we're going to need some sort of impetus for that to happen, something to change in the world regarding crude oil, I think is what it's going to take to change this. Still opportunity. Try and stay patient. Again, take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we did leave a session gap from Monday to Tuesday. That's a little bit of weakness in structure. Overnight inventory is long. Did we close the gap? It looks like we came close to closing the gap, but I don't believe that we did. When we open with a gap and we fail to close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We didn't see that from Monday to Tuesday. The market couldn't close the gap. Tried to push higher, didn't settle to that bad either. Now we're seeing another gap to the upside. And again, this will present weaker structure if the market does turn direction. We've got a nice, tasty little naked point of control just above here at 70.81. Last week's high, 71.02, and weekly kickoff high, 71.40. Above that, before we start really thinking in a longer time frame about, okay, this is the upper extreme of the area of balance. What are we going to do? The profile, a little bit of a P-shaped profile, perhaps maybe a little bit, but again, the market pushed higher, value moved higher on higher open interest and putrid volume, but that's because, of course, of the holiday. Let's take a quick look through gold, and then we'll get down to business here. So, medium time frame and short time frame balance is established. We've got, highs, we've got lows, weekly kickoff high and low are inside of those levels. Last week's high and low have not been penetrated. We're right in the middle of it. So medium time frame balance, yes. Shorter time frame balance, right in here, yes, we have it. Dead volume. Look at the volume on Tuesday. We're going to see higher volume probably here on today and Friday, but probably not great. What are we looking at here? We lost about 1,300 in open interest yesterday on very low volume. No great shakes there. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so we've already traded to a naked point of control here from what was this last Thursday, Monday, Tuesday. We've opened with a gap. Again, overnight inventory was a little bit long. We've opened with a gap. We tried to close the gap pretty early this morning, but we were unable to close the session gap. That session gap would close if price reaches 26.35.80. We were unable to do so. So we're still, I think, looking for opportunities to the long side, unless we find some reacceptance inside range and value from Tuesday's session. And so we might be looking for continuation of the upside profile, normal variation, neutral, a little bit of a kind of almost a late spike to the upside, but not a true late spike on Tuesday. That's what we're looking at, folks. Remember to take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. I have missed all of you. Let's have a great session today.
There you go. Hey, coming up here, Fast Markets, big board. We got ranked traders, number 25 live funded trader Jerome, and ranked 141 express funded account trader Mohammed. Jerome and Mohammed, they're going to be with us telling us what they're looking for in today's markets and walk us through their strategies. So stick around, Fast Market coming up.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Let's get those presents you're returning into the gates and say good morning to our good friend who is driving the session. JD, good morning, partner. What's up?
What is up, guys? Good morning. Welcome to the Topstep Holiday Hangover. All right. Markets are open. It's 8:30 Central Time. There we go. Good morning, Hogue. Great job with the fast markets. Jerome, number 25 on the big board. Mohammed, fan favorite. What's up, guys? Hope everybody had a nice couple days off. Hope everybody got some rest. How are we feeling this morning? What are we looking at?
Well, markets open in range and in value as far as the equities are concerned. That's going to put me on my heels and trying to just remain very patient, wait for an opportunity to come to me. S&P's holding the IB high from Tuesday as support. Right now, NASDAQ holding the IB high from Tuesday as support. More like the value low from Tuesday has been supportive in the NASDAQ. But inside range, inside value, I'm going to try and stay patient today. And we'll see what Jerome and Mohammed have for us, a little shorter time frame traders. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got. I've got the keys to the house account. So if there's something we want to do, something we want to take, we're ready to go.
Hey,
Sounds
real
good.
quick, NASDAQ, 74% long in tilt. That's the biggest I've seen here this morning.
It just
Excellent.
came off.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Jerome, Mohammed, what are you guys looking at this morning? Any trades on so far? Did you trade on Tuesday by any chance? I didn't even look at the markets on Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah, I did some trading on Tuesday. It was maybe shallow trading, but Market is so slow. It's all about process over profit. Yeah, I know trading during the holiday is hard, but when the trade represents itself, you're gonna take it with caution. You're gonna trade it. You're gonna pick an A plus trade. That's it. If you want to trade, make sure that you take a trade that an A plus trade. So on Tuesday, if you want to go through Tuesday, but I think we have opportunity now in Q. The market is bearish today. I'm talking about today, and it was so controlled by sellers, and then buyers until now they are unable to take control after putting that low at 21,897 in NQ. So the market is ranging here. I am long, looking for a breakout of this area. If not, I will be exiting at point of entry. Trading micro, I advise people to go slower time frame, not very fast time frame. For example, I used to trade using 1000 tick chart. Today I'm trading the 2000 tick chart. So to avoid fake signals, which comes in low volume territory, usually more. Like today, holidays, if you want to trade higher time frame to avoid that fake signals. So the 2000 is resonating. Yep.
That 2000 tick chart gives you a lot fewer kind of fake setups, and you eliminate some of that noise from the shorter time frame, doesn't it?
Exactly, because if you trade the 1000, compare it with the 100 and 1000. If you trade the 100, you will find 100 trades in 30 minutes. But in 1000, you might find only 7 or 8. In 2000, you find 1. Okay, that's the one that you need in the low volume. Because if you go in the 100, it will be a lot of fake trade. Control has been switching from buyer to seller, and you find yourself at the end of the story in the middle of a range, buying the high, selling the low. So in low volume, try to pick the A plus setup and go slower time frame. And if you don't like the MQ, it will be difficult to trade the micro. But you will find yourself out of the game quickly.
And like Mohammed said, we are still in holiday markets here. We have the New Year's holiday coming up next week. So another short week on tap. And I'm anticipating pretty low participation in the markets for the rest of the year. Jerome, how's it going, man? What are you looking at this morning?
Good morning, everybody. So yes, I'm going in the sense of Mohammed. I was bearish. It's been a funny week, and I'm saying funny to keep my mental attitude positive, right? Because Monday and Tuesday I was in profit. Monday didn't get filled on an order, and then collapsed all my plan. Tuesday, fat finger a trade, and again got collapsed. And today I got a bad entry, got stopped around the 100-ish. I was short, and then the market ran down. So that's life, that's trading, but all good. So indeed, I'm bearish. I have. If I share my screen this way, do we see it?
Through your camera there, Jerome. So you would want to do it through video, and not through the green room. Yeah,
The NASDAQ
the normal way that you share.
Testing overnight session VWAP, right?
But I don't have the link, I think.
I got you. I'll
But
send it to you.
in any case, but thank you. So
Use the previous links. Today they did
but
the
the
links
password
for the screen.
that's why I tried it,
Password.
but it's not working. Perhaps I put it wrong. I don't know. Anyway,
It's on the way.
I have the big level. Thank you very much. At 21,920, and the market reached 890-ish. Run back up to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute time frame, which is around 973. Then did another move down to 910, 909, 7. And then we have another leg up, breaking the sort of area. And I believe if we break and can close above like 22,000, of course, but above especially 993 even, so 993, we can have a move up before perhaps, but I don't know. We don't know, right? Going back down. But we have low volume. We are in the last days of the year, the quarter, the month. It's the Christmas rally or not. So a lot of things happening. Anything can happen. Even more this week, right? So be careful. And yeah, let's see what happens today.
Yep, we're getting a little movement in equities right now. Go ahead, Mo. What's up?
I see buyers are finally confirming the control. As we can see, it was all bearish. Then we have intersection over this area, but buyers struggled to take the control. Now we are seeing them taking the control. The smoothing EMA is getting out of the averages. So that was an entry long exactly here with a 1-to-1. So if I'm not long, I would like to take that long from the close of this candle around 21,981 with a stop at 59. Target will be 20,006. So this is where I will take some profit also here.
So are you, I'm sorry, Mo, are you long right now? Did you get in this trade?
Yeah, I already long before that trade. I was long anticipating the breakout of this range. Why I anticipated the breakdown? After I saw the excess here. That I think was a news candle, or it was, I'm not sure, it was a 330 new candle. That excess gave me the impression that the buyers would like to break out this high. I call it a trap. I call it a trap of the sellers. So that what get me on anticipating the breakout after of these highs to take this high. And now the market is I'm keep trailing. I should trail this to 82 now. 82.
There was the jobless claims number right there at 7:30 that left that little excess tail down there.
Yeah, jobless claim on Monday. Oh! I thought it's Monday today.
It's synthetic Monday.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Staying away from the market for 2 days. It's just like
I'm a little disoriented myself. I've been off for a few days, and it's always, I always got to remain patient and just stay cool for the first hour or so whenever I come back from some time off. Get myself reacclimated to what's going on.
Yeah. So now I'm out. Maybe I'll wait for, let's see here. Do we have resistance in this short time frame? We had this one, got been cleared. We have this one, got been cleared. Mm-hmm. We have that one.
Which we did not.
Which means as long as the buyers has control, they're still looking at it. So whenever I see resistance and buyers keep controlling and give signals, that means they are looking for uncleared resistance. So let's see, do we have a signal in here?
Real quick here, we just saw the RTY, the Russell, tag a new bottom and bounce all the way back up here. So we got a big dip here in the Russell.
Thank you, Eddie. Getting any movement in any other is anybody looking at any other markets other than NQ this morning? Do we have any
Bitcoin is dumping.
Bitcoin's dumping?
I mean, not at the minute, but has been.
There was an issue with TradingView on that. a false chart.
Yeah, I saw
with
that.
Bitcoin. Yeah.
Really?
I was like, what happened?
see that.
There were a lot of zeros added, and it was like exponential minus 13. So the price was the same, basically, but visually it was a glitch. So damn.
Huh.
Right. Everybody Rick James and freaked out.
I didn't catch that article this morning. You read something about it, Eddie?
Yeah, it's something very minor regarding that. I'll pull that up here, and if you want me to, I can send it to you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to take a look at that.
Let's see if we have a trap below this try in here. The buyers tried. I didn't take this one. It wasn't so nice signal. It was the first try after strong dump from the target. And now if we see a trap in here and strong green candle, that could give us a signal. No trap. I don't like to take a trade without seeing trap. Something like running some stops for the buyers first. No signal yet. This green signal is not convincing for me. Has a long wick equal to the body. Let's be patient.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Remember,
Let's see
A
if
plus,
market
only
wants
A
to
plus.
go above 22,000. Because if we reject and the market is like, okay, we don't want 22,000 on the Nasdaq and we can't reclaim 6,100 on the S&P anymore either, it can be a red day, or perhaps selling
The
off
signal
for this reason.
Signal is coming. Signal is preparing itself. We see that trap. Strong red candle with a strong green candle is a rejection for this one. You call it market mistake. I learned it as a market mistake. There's a market never be mistake, but if the market dumped to the support and strongly rejected, it's this setup called market mistake. So it's like a market. Oh, what you are doing down here? Let's go up again. So, but so far nothing. So far it's not mistake. Sellers are.
We used to call them aberrations. You get a bad fill. It was a market aberration.
Yeah.
No one's fault but the market, right?
Here we go. This candle.
Oh, you ready? Oh, yeah, your finger on the trigger?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The stop will be below this pivot, whatever it is, if we get a signal.
Just looking at the other markets, JD.
Mm-hmm.
Gold is sitting right at VWAP. Not seeing a lot in crude oil at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just taking a peek myself. I didn't see
Crude
much
oil,
happening either.
Very small range. It's sitting right in the middle of it. I'm not seeing a lot there. But we're ready if we're going to be doing something here in the NASDAQ with Mo.
Yeah, let's wait. Still, buyers are not showing their teeth.
Now we got the longs here on the tilt sort of cooling off a bit here, S&P and NASDAQ. Just a wee bit.
A wee bit.
Yeah, top of the morning to you.
I like long on gold. What do you think about
You
it?
do.
Let me check gold.
I'm in gold. Let me take a look.
We are actually at the
Gold.
high of the opening range, which is at 26.26. I'm on XAU. It's not GC, but on GC it would be 2642.8. We just reclaimed and closed well above 200 EMA, and on the 30-minute time frame, we just bounced around the 200 EMA, which is around 26.38, and instantly aggressively pushed back up. And everything is looking bullish. So, of course, ACH, it can dump. But on a technical analysis approach, I would say it's bullish. The
We
structure
opened
is
with a gap.
bullish.
We were unable to close the gap, but I see the 1 minute 720 opening range as the high of the day, which is a little bit of a warning shot for longs. But
This
I like
is-
what you're seeing there, Jerome.
In gold, this is almost similar to the range that I saw in NQ, where I see an axis below, little one, but it is a trap. by definition, it is a trap. So that could anticipate a breakout to the upside. But so far, buyers are not having control. So I would wait for the gold. Maybe it's better to wait for the breakout and go for the retest.
Sound analysis.
MQ, yeah, nothing in MQ. Yeah, our patient paid.
Yes. Pretty quiet so far this morning. We don't want to get caught up in our own little fast markets here.
Everybody's still in their holiday hangover mode.
Exactly. Yeah.
Eating too much, drinking too much, going on a diet.
Some of
next
them,
week.
some of them, they still think it's Monday.
Yeah.
It
You
feels like
guys,
it to me.
do you guys do New Year's resolutions? Will you pick something to change in the new year? Is that something you guys are into?
The time is now, JD. It's now.
Get started now. Get started
Resolute
now.
now, everybody.
Resolute now.
Exactly. Why wait for the new year? Why wait?
Good point. Good point. What if it's something you really, really enjoy doing that you're giving up? And you just want to do it for a few more days. Don't do it. Just give it up now. Quit now.
Moderate. Jerome, nice call in the gold here.
Let me check.
Yeah, look at that.
Took a nice little,
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
little
Yeah.
profit there. Nice. Let's see how far we can run here
Let's see if
with
we have a follow
buyers and gold. I mean, gold right now, basically 60, 40, 60 on the longs and tilt.
What I like is this 4-hour candle. So it can either flip back down and retrace this whole pole back to the 26.15-ish, or it can have enough juice and break above the previous high, which is around 26.31. It's XAU. Because between XAU and GC, there's a gap. So for example, the 4-hour candle on XAU ends in 3 hours, but on GC, it ends in 10 minutes. So there's like a 3-hour gap. And so if I trade gold, when I analyze gold, I like to take XAU, considering the big players are trading based on this chart, even if GC is 99.5% of time almost the same movements, but it's like NQ and MNQ, right? It's two different assets, even though they move almost the same. Sometimes they don't hit price the same way. So I like this push. Like Mohammed said, I would love, to consider long a pullback on the high of the opening range, which would be on GC at 2642.8. That would be a good area to consider a long position, I think, if we want to go long on GC. But let's see.
Yes. My problem with GC that till now I'm not sure which time frame is the most suitable. If you go to 100, I see price movement, but the 100 gives a lot of control switch between buyers and sellers, so I don't like this price action. The 500 looks better, but it's still in a range. So I like the 500. I never tried. Yeah, I never tried it. I don't see a breakout just yet.
Yeah, we are right in the smack dab in the middle of the gold range right now, right in the middle of the initial balance. So this would be considered sort of fiddling in the middle, wouldn't it, Hogue?
Wow. Yep. NQ just dumped 30 points, 40 points.
Yes. So
decent move in NASDAQ right there, yeah. Just to remind folks, click like. Oh, go ahead. Trades first. What's up?
Mohammed, a couple of folks asking if you wouldn't mind reiterating why you moved from the 1,000 tick to the 2,000 tick today. Would you mind reiterating that for them?
Of course. On a low volume market, sometimes you find moves without real volume. Yes, this is a volume tick chart, but remember, this is tick chart. Every candle is a tick, and you don't know whether this tick has 1,000 contract or one contract. So maybe those all ones makes that move. So this is not a real market maker movement. So and this will make your life more difficult. If you go to the, let's go to 1,000 tick chart today. If you go to 1,000 tick chart, look how long this market stayed doing nothing. Trap low, trap high, trap low, trap high. And this movement again, sellers was on control, the signal wrong signal, and this is the only buy signal that was correct, this one, and then you have nothing. You will see the ranges more often if you go to 1,000. So to avoid those ranges and to see the real range, go to higher time frame. Now, do you see any range in here? Yes, only this area. There is no range, and this is what I like, because when we trading this strategy using 21 EMA or any sort of EMA, you usually look for trends. You don't trade ranges. If you trade ranges using EMA, moving averages, you will be screwed. But we
got markets on the move right now. We're making new lows on the NASDAQ as we speak.
Yep. The NASDAQ is in Jerome mode.
Yeah.
Jerome.
I was in a Jerome trade, but the market got me out of it. So I'm like just watching the trade.
Yeah, timing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The testing value.
I love that
as
well.
Or Tuesday, I should say, in the NASDAQ right now. Looking at the overnight low, just took that out.
Yeah, I see the buy.
It just bounced on the high of the opening range of Tuesday, which was at 875.
Jerome, what do you use as an opening range? Is it a time frame?
15 minutes. It's a 15-minute opening range.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
All right, guys, a little bit of housekeeping here. Don't forget to click like, click subscribe. Thanks for joining us. If you like what you see, give us a like, give us that thumbs up. Mohammed's going to ask you later for some more thumbs up. I guarantee you that. Also, don't forget to submit your content. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Get that content in. Just tag us. We will come find you, and we will post it on Topstep TV. All right, folks. Back to the markets. We are getting some movement in equities right now. Just put in a new initial balance low, new low for the regular trading hour session. Bouncing just a little bit at the moment. Tilt's pretty flat. We got 59% short in the 52% short in the ES, 53% long in the NQ. Crude oil 56% long, gold 62% long. Sort of relatively flat across the board, but we are starting to see some movement now. Nice bounce off that low in the NQ.
Yeah, setting up for a short. I like this bounce, waiting to test 912 and waiting for strong red candle to go short.
Mo, thank you again for reiterating that for the folks in the chat that were asking about that.
Yeah, excellent clarification. Thank you, Mo. What else are we looking at?
Okay, we're testing 912. I will prepare 10 micros. If we see a strong red candle, that will be our signal, strategy signal. It's not a signal or call for trade. You have to make sure that you read the disclaimer.
Speaking of disclaimers, we'll get to that in a minute. Don't worry about it now. There it is. Hey, you. Still bouncing. Chopping higher.
Don't
Nice
cry to
V-bottom.
me. Don't cry to me if you copy my trade and lose. That's my disclaimer.
Don't cry to Mo.
Nothing, no signal. Setup. Let's call it setup, because some people confuse when they say signal. They think it's a signal YouTube channel. It's not a signal YouTube channel. So let's call it a setup. Yeah. Nothing.
Nice. Big bounce.
Yeah, real big bounce. Heading right back to VWAP, it looks like. Is George in the chat
Wow.
today? All roads George.
Did I say 42.8 for GC and it tagged 43 even and just bounced back up?
Let's see it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the trading market.
Right back to the 1 minute opening range, the 720 to 721 open in gold.
Let's see if we can break the previous highs.
We have negative delta in gold. Interesting. Negative
0.5.
500 in gold, and we're at the highs.
What was our
Okay.
IB high in gold?
I see a level that we might take between. This is a supply area between 2197, let's say 980, and 988. This is a supply area. If the market failed or rejected from it, I think we will see a strong move down. So I would like to set a trade with a stop at 22,000.
Stop at 22,000. All right.
40
Muhammad
points.
Muhammad is working on a short trade. Hogue has the house account. House account is ready to go. For any of you that don't know what the house account is, it's a live trading account. We will take trades based on the actions and suggestion, or not suggestions, but the analysis of our guests. So Jerome, Muhammad, Hogue, myself, we're all going to be looking at the markets, putting trades on for the Topstep house account. There's the explanation for the house account right there on your screen.
Yeah, so I will place
Gold.
my order at 984.
Gold
In the
once
middle
again strong
between-
here. Buyers coming in here strong.
984. All right. Mo.
Stop will be 22,000, 1.5.
All right. We are
Oh,
in
1.5.
there with you, 984.
Working on an offer, Hogue?
Yes.
What do you think, Jerome? This is a Jerome trade.
On the NASDAQ, short on NASDAQ, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Short NASDAQ, 21,984. That's the price.
21,984. I love it. It's exactly this level, like
We got
this
VWAP.
way. It's a zone where we had 4 5-minute candles sort of closing and opening right there with wicks and
Yeah.
And earlier today, this morning, we had a sort of little accumulation around this area and this area as well. So around 983 exactly. So
yeah,
it's a risky short. Why? Because if we reclaim the 200 EMA on the 5-minute time frame, which is around 973, usually it's more likely to have a sort of 20 points push up, 15, 20 points push up, and then we can have a big move down. But that's only if the buyers take a huge control back. But regardless, we'll have, that's 8
Yeah,
points.
our
So yeah,
stop,
whatever
stop will
happens,
be
the
around
entry is
that.
great.
Yeah, the good thing about this, if we are wrong, we will know this quickly.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we're still about
Stop
20 points
would be
away from
above-
our entry price.
Yeah.
Real quick, we're going to bring in Eddie to talk about the eco calendar for the rest of the day. It's real light. This will be real quick. Eddie,
Yep.
what's going on?
Real like
with
10
eco
o'clock
calendar?
here. We're looking at money supply, very minor. 10:30 here, 4-week, 8-week bill auction. A little in the afternoon, 12 o'clock, 7-year note auction. And then we've got later in the day the Fed balance sheet. That's what I've got. Back to you, JD.
Perfect. Thank you, Eddie. All right. It's about 30 points away from our entry price right now. Pulling off just a little bit, but we are working 21,984s in the NQ. Our price that shall not be named. What do you call it again, Hog?
The CYA.
CYA. Up at
Cover up butt.
1.5, right?
Yes.
Jotting all this stuff down.
Yes. And I've got a 3-lot on that because we have confluence between Mo and Jerome. We get filled on that. We're gonna invoke the Jerome chant.
Yes, we will. We will for sure.
The question is, if we don't revisit the area,
Right.
should
We
we
still like it.
consider
Yeah.
entering
Order filled.
around here? Like,
Yeah.
let's say it's going to flush, but it's not going to fill us around 84. So are we looking for perhaps entering between 956 and 972? Or we are okay missing it? I mean, I'm okay, but
Yeah.
just...
So the setup is saying if we have a touch to the moving average, I will go long. I see some people why more is not going long because I don't have the setup. If I see a touch to the moving average and strong green candle, I will take that long. I will forget about that short. But because I don't have a setup, the market just grinding higher, grinding higher, grinding higher, grinding higher, then I will wait for it to sell it. Because at some point, it will touch the moving average. This is the probability. So I will take advantage of the market going back to touch the moving average.
And we're getting that pop right now.
Back to VWAP. All roads.
So where would be the risk placed?
22,001.
No change in the risk. Stops at the same price.
That's
Yep.
Great area. Yeah, perfect.
Just kissed that VWAP. Pulled right off of it.
GC almost breaking out of its previous high.
Yep.
It's been a
Just
nice
took out the opening range and the IB high. Good call there, Jerome.
Very nice.
Very nice.
2.2 to consider the long. Like at 42.8, I would have like really considered the long, but it tagged 43, so it happens.
We might get
Let's
filled
see.
here, guys.
Yeah, we got that 80, that 79, which is the minimum of this area. So what I did, it is an area. So that was the low and that was the high. You have two options. Either you sell 5 here and 5 there, or you take 10 in the middle. It will be the same. So
The question is,
Like
do we
this?
have wood buyers today? That's the most important question.
we have wood traders today. Don't worry about it. All buy and sell are not real, I believe. I mean, not real. They are real, but they are not strong market making movement.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, guys,
72% long here. We are seeing some
for
buyers
all,
here. In
for
the
all
ES.
the viewers, thank you for being here today. And I'm calling it, and later Mohammed will do the second call. But please hit the like button and the subscribe button if you're not subscribed. It's the end of the year. This year has been fabulous. It's been great, and we really hope it's been a great year for all of you as well. and we're looking forward 2025. So let's hit the like button and let's have a good trading day today.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
let's do it.
Well said, Mo.
Order filled.
Gold.
Yeah, I
Gold
think
hit a new high here.
I will cancel
26.49.
my short. John, let's cancel our sell. Because we are
Canceled.
touching
Alright,
the moving
so-
average. Yeah, we are touching the moving average, building a strong signal to the long side. Yeah, that 80 was the area. So as I said, that was the first area, and this is the second area. Either you sell 5 here and 5 here. I choose to sell 10 in the middle. The market didn't touch that middle. It almost went to the target from 80 to 52. Wow.
We might be tagging another high here in gold. You know, I noticed that on the ladder, we had some big
Order
offers that
filled.
just sort of got walked on, stepped over, and still running north here
Order filled.
in our gold. New high here in the gold.
Let's see gold.
Yep. I'm watching
The
the level
500.
above to see if we can have a short opportunity, if not another long entry.
It
Yeah, so
almost seems
in
like-
gold,
I was going to say, it almost seems like somebody's coming
Order
in with
filled.
large market orders and just sort of
Order filled.
taking these offers to bed.
perfect. So
Another new
we
high.
have this range. If a strong buyer is coming, at some point they need to test this so we can go long if we visit 645 again. So this is a breakout. Nice. Buyers are showing themselves. Now this is market maker movement. Now it's a professional movement to buy here, and then Tilt will buy up there. So I would like to see a pullback for this.
To reference the IB high in gold is 26.4740. We hold above that.
And we are at a big level.
New level.
If we close above, on XAU, it's 2633.200-ish. If we close above, it's very bullish, and there's a chance we keep the bullish structure and push another extra 6 points, and then the other big resistance would be around 2639 for XAU.
926 is a buy, John, if you would like to join this. 926 is a long with a stop.
Wow,
it's
what
a demand
push
area
on the Nasdaq.
with a stop at 899. 899.
Right. So
that's
Mo,
come on.
almost, huh?
Almost, yeah.
Almost. Couple of
I'm
things.
still waiting. Go ahead.
Hey, that's coming over the wire here. We might want to watch Microsoft because they're in open talks here with OpenAI about changing their partnership terms. So this could put a little wrench in the gears here right now for Microsoft. So heads up, just a heads up. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
A couple of things, Mo, about the. Thanks, Eddie. A couple of things, Mo, about the Nasdaq is we went up to overnight session VWAP, and that really kind of capped off that move to the upside.
Mhm.
And now we're below the session VWAP as well on the 3-minute chart. The session VWAP I have coming in at 21,955.75. I'm leery about longs here. And I've been wrong. Been wrong before. But you like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it because this is where the buyers took control. So you can see at actually 26.75 to be precise. So that was intersection. Buyers took it high. Smoothing line was
You're
out.
talking gold.
Market is. No, I'm talking about NQ.
Nasdaq?
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, MNQ. So here, the buyers took control. Smoothing line get out, making higher highs.
Uh-huh.
Now this coming back to this should be a demand area. This should be a demand area. Targeting only 960, so it is only about 32
right.
point.
Where's your entry?
It's 26, 26.75. Let's go. Yeah, let's say 25.
All right, we're gonna join you with a one lot. Oh man, it's just right almost to it. Son of
Trying to corner this NQ here and there, but it's not coming. So now what?
It's crazy. We don't get filled on both sides, like on the short and on the long.
They're just chasing a cat.
Yeah. Gold is holding so far. Of course,
Yep.
anything can happen, but we are
Except
holding
think
above
that-
this line
that
on
could
GC around 2649.8 and XAU as well. So this is a very nice bullish move. How much points was that? How many points? Almost 8 points. Yeah.
Still valid the long, John.
Oh yeah, we're still waiting.
Still valid. Stop will be
Making
below 900. Yeah, 899.
Got it.
Hogue, one more time. What's our entry price on this long? What's the bid you're working?
926.75, exactly the same level as Mo.
Got it. All right. Well, we got a little break and we're waiting for this trade. What do you say we take a look at some live funded P&Ls from Monday? Ready for this?
Yeah.
Was expecting you see a Friday.
I'm still confused about what day it is, too. It's definitely holiday hangover day. All right. Here are the numbers from Monday. Number one on the big board, number one in your hearts, Dakota. Big day trading the NASDAQ and the Nikkei. Took $10,468 out of the NASDAQ and just about $2,300 out of the Nikkei on Monday. Nice job to Dakota. Renato, Andrew, and Danielle all trade in the NASDAQ. $10,633 for Renato, $8,900 for Andrew, $8,000 for Danielle, and Tran. Tran was trading the NQ also. Took $6,300 out of the NQ. Nice numbers on it was a pretty wild session on Monday, wasn't it? Kind of choppy.
I wish it said Danielle. Oh, wish that was our Danielle.
She's trading.
She have a
girl.
live account?
Go. Hey, Russell making a nice run north.
Still waiting on this trade. Working at 926 and the orders bid.
70% long in gold.
I don't know. You can't hold gold down, I tell you that.
No, right? It's very
Really
heavy
giving you a
metal, but
chance.
wow.
Not really giving you a chance to get in either.
I've been watching
yet, at
gold
least.
here. It'll pull back here. And then, like I said, I think there's somebody coming in with a big market order to sort of take out some of these offers. Sellers pulling back, and all of a sudden it'll take a nice little jump with a nice big buy.
They want to trigger the FOMO button.
Say that again, Mo?
They would like to trigger the FOMO button. Everybody was looking to that gold, want to go long. The market didn't give them a chance. So now it keeps, pushing them to chase this trade. So I will not.
No,
Yeah, it looks
no.
nice, but where is your stop if buy it here?
If you didn't catch a profit already, I'd be a little
Exactly.
hesitant.
Even the pullback now, I start to be hesitant about it. It's You have to make sure that you got the signal before just buying the pullback. You don't know where this will stop. It could stop at 646. It could stop at 642. If it's me, I will buy it at 642 in the demand area here, and my stop will be below that pivot. So that will be my battle zone.
Well, we sort of
It's kind of setting a bearish structure as well. So freaky market today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just be careful. Be careful. Make sure you got your stops in. Put an order in. Make sure you got that insurance play.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Before putting your stop, make sure that you pick the correct trade.
Yeah.
I mean,
Very good
don't
point.
just jump into it because you feel it's right. You think it's going higher. Make sure that is an A setup strategy, stop loss well known before you enter the trade.
Still working that bid in the NASDAQ here, Mo.
Getting
Yep,
close.
yep. I like it even more now.
Ah,
Really?
excellent.
Yep. Yeah, because those buyers, whenever if anybody bought it here or here or here or here or here, all of them, their stop is here. All of them. So
Mhm.
I want their stop. I will buy it, and hopefully the market will take it to our target.
Russell back in the overnight levels. Very close to a new high here in the Russell.
Wow.
Excellent. Doesn't want to give us a fill this morning. Getting closer.
It's coming.
Come on,
it's coming.
boys. You can do
It's heavy. It's very heavy. Buyers are losing faith now. Losing faith.
There would.
Yeah, wooden buyer. Wooden
What a
buyer.
buyer.
Pinocchio trade, right?
Wooden buyers today.
We got plastic buyers. Here we go. So
Line's really
basically
starting to dry
now,
up here.
yeah, basically now the trades turn into a range trade. So we will buy the low of that range. Hopefully we go to the high of that range. If we are wrong, our stop is waiting there. So that's what makes me like this trade even more. Because now there is another reason to buy the low.
Won't let us in, Mo.
Doesn't want us to
Just
get in on either
be-
side.
Be patient. Let's be patient. I can prepare a sell up to 966 if you're interested. So 966 is our Saudi Arabia key. Phone
There you
call
go.
key 966. Yeah, 00966. So I will
really?
sell there. Yeah, it's 966. So we can sell it here with a stop at
Mine's
80.
708. I'd rather sell it there.
Yeah.
The phone area code.
Phone area code 966. Entry is Saudi phone area code. Stop UAE phone area code. So now the market will never know what we're talking about.
Well,
Come on, market.
Yeah, it looks like consolidating until we have a move, but so far
Yes.
we're having 26 points range.
Yeah. I'm happy we are not stuck in a trade within this range. You know, imagine that you are either a buyer or a seller here. You will not like this, what is happening here. So it's good that our entry will be at extreme and our entry up there at extreme.
I can see gold having a strong push as well. Sellers barely tried to make price move down, and buyers stepping in. So
What do you think about the sell at 966? 966.
Where's the stop on that, Mo?
80.
Order filled.
83.
it's a risky one, but I like the entry.
Stop at 83.
66, you said?
Yes, 966. Stop at 83. Less than 20 points. We are
We're in.
I am.
Order
Short
filled.
one. 966. You said the stop is where, Mo?
83.25.
83.
And buy half of the position, take a profit
Right, take the view
at
app.
45.5.
View app
So you are in
972, right back to it. All roads.
One. Oh, the momentum is so strong.
Yeah, we're having a strong momentum right here, right now.
Yeah.
But there's a strong seller around the 81 level. So if he's still there, he can save us.
Since 84 was our original entry price, would you consider adding into this trade around 84? Or
No, I don't like it anymore now because it was a high. This one should be a trap high. If we are visiting it again, it's not a trap anymore.
But we're still in
It's
it,
a higher
right?
high. Yeah, we're still in it.
Yep.
Still in it. You are one.
Jerome. Jerome.
Let's go.
Jerome.
Jerome, I don't know how,
That
if
can be
you
a
know,
last.
that really works. It worked for us last week.
Well, it didn't work for me when I needed it, but I'm glad it worked for you.
We need to find another name that you can use. Hogue.
Exactly.
Hogue.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hog is.
It's very funny though.
Jerome.
And then Jerome Powell flushed us like 1,000 points.
Yeah,
last year.
the big Jerome?
The OG.
Yeah, we are out. We are out. We are out.
Wow. Yep, we're out.
Order
House
filled.
count is stopped. What's our P&L looking like there, Hogue?
Minus 353.
That's okay. We can take
A
that.
shaving nick.
Yeah, we tried.
Yeah, nice morning for Tig. Good job, Tig. Tig's got to go to work, up $1,000 in the combine. Great job.
Jab, jab, jab.
That's a good day.
Yeah.
Way to go, Tig.
I'm going to add that. It's one way to go to work happy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, everybody's flat, no positions on. Looks like had a nice little. Well, gold's starting to consolidate a little bit. If we were going to get in on the long side in gold,
Looking to go long in NQ now. Yeah, the signal is there. Nice signal. Entry should be 78.75.
You're right there.
78.75.
we're right there right now.
Stop at 68. Stop at 68.
Oh, did you happen to take that
We didn't
trade?
get in as good, but we're long one.
Okay.
Stop at 68. 968.
82 and a quarter is where we're long. 68.
68 stop. 68 CYA. House count long from 21,982 and a quarter. What's our target on this trade? Mo, what are you looking for? New highs?
If you have one
Yeah, I
contract,
30,000.
22,000.
30,000.
22,000.
I mean, we could aim a break of the high of the opening range and then put a stop profit at the high of the opening range or at 22,000.
Yeah.
And then
just
either the market
trail the stop
will
Hawk.
break above. Yeah, exactly. I advise to trail the
Yeah,
stop.
trail the
So the
stop.
high of the opening
Yeah.
range is 2208. 08. So once we reach 22,000, let's trail the stop. And so it's either we reject at the high of the opening range and then we'll have the same profit as the initial target, or we'll have a break
Yeah.
of the opening range. Perhaps we will be able to catch a few extra points. But that's how I would play it. But the entry is great because we invalidated the short idea and then buyers are stepping in and taking back control, right?
Yep. And also, if you have more than one contract, it's a good idea to take some profit at 992. So this is why I take 5 out of 10 at 992, just to mitigate the risk. So making 13, risking 10. Now, hope just keep the stop as it is for now.
Yes. Yep,
For me,
that's where it is.
For me, I will have to trail my stop at 978. If I have a chance to get in again, I will do it.
So you would add where you're at right now?
No, don't
Bit of
add
a
right
dump
now. Yeah. If we see a strong green candle, we might add.
You're flat now, you said?
Yeah, I'm flat. I took some profit up there and exit at point of entry. Waiting for
Okay.
a green candle, I will jump in again.
Yeah, we're still holding that long with the stop still at 968.
Yes.
Come on, let's bounce. Come on, for the house count.
Well, we had Russell just snap to a new high here.
Nice.
84.80 and a big pullback
Let's
here.
go. Come on, let's break it.
I tell you, once again here, I think we got some retail in trying to clear some books. Just the way these markets are moving.
Mm-hmm. End of the year, like Jerome said earlier, end of the year, end of the quarter.
50 on the bid here, following price up here in the NASDAQ. 985 is
NASDAQ,
currently where that
73%.
bid is.
73% long here, Hogue.
Yeah, we're still
CYA
long.
at 68. CYA at 68, correct? Missed
Yes,
us
sir.
by
Yes.
just a couple tickies, just missed us.
Yep.
Good stop placement.
Yeah, that's the stop. That was the stop. I failed to get in again. The market never failed me. That was a nice close above the moving averages. I placed my order here, but the market never went to it. I'm just waiting. I will buy another 10 with the same stop.
All right, we can expect some volume here, I think.
987, there's 50 on the bid. There is a bid following price up here now.
Wow. Yeah.
Hey, Mo, question here in chat. You use the 500 tick and then you use the 1,000 tick.
Order filled.
Wow. Yeah, this is 500.
Can you explain
that-
the reasoning between the two, when you use the
No,
500,
that-
when you use 1,000?
No, the 500, I should never use it. I don't know why it's 500.
All right.
It should be 2,000. Yeah, thank you. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. But let's continue this trade using the 500 because we took it out of 500.
Right. Seems to be working.
But thank you.
Do we put stop at break even or not?
Not yet.
Because we failed pushing back up twice.
Let's see if we have a pivot here. So we put our stop at 83. Let's see how strong this will close. Yes, let's put it at 83 now, Hogue.
83.
83, just below, just above our entry price. Basically paying commission.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, we don't want to see the buyers fails here at the high.
Yeah, and if we have a huge sell-off, I believe it's gonna continue. So
yeah, they should keep the momentum of higher highs. If we start seeing lower lows,
moving.
Gold new high.
Gold's still moving. We missed our entry in gold again, huh?
It holds the line. It holds the line. I have at 49.7. As long as it closes above, I was bullish, and it didn't tagged it.
Bullish it is.
Still pushing. So
good call, Mo.
Nice structure.
Or good,
very nice structure.
Good call, Jerome.
Yeah, it would have been better if we were in it, but yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, I got in it. I jumped on that.
Wow, yeah, I feel
well, I'm happy. That's perfect.
So one of us did, yeah.
Love that. Are you still in it?
Nice job, Eddie. Nice job.
No, I'm out, and I locked myself out for the day.
Wow.
Congratulations. That's
up 11.
Eddie is locked out.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Very
Early
nice.
too. You know, I'm not going to risk it on a day like this. A lot of us are showing.
Did anybody catch the long? Sorry.
Hogue, again, stop 88 now. Stop 88. Either it's
Right.
Either they go or we're out.
They don't.
Yeah. I don't want to see lower low. I don't want to see buyers fails here. They can fail down, they can fail in the middle of a range, but they should not fail at the top. Yes, 88. Just
good job, Ronnie.
We are challenging the market.
For a small profit there.
Fine.
That's a very tight stop.
Yes, it is. But it's
make it 83 because if it goes 88, it will go to 83. Most probably.
I don't know, because the low of this candle is 85. So if we settle a new support around 85 and 91, might not go below 85. So of course, anything can happen, right? But
if
we had a lot of contracts, it would make sense. But with one lot, we can keep 88 and perhaps re-enter or reconsider.
This is the point. Yes, I would like to re-enter in the correct time frame. We enter this trade at 500 tick chart, which I'm not convinced with. Whenever I use it, it's not working. I would like to not lose in a trade that I know it was wrong. Not wrong. I don't use to it. Yeah.
But why? Here's a good question and a very good point. Why wouldn't you like this? Is it because of the frustration that's going to get generated, or for any other reason?
First of all, the 500 in my back testing was horrible. Was almost 60% winning ratio, and 60% is not good enough in a back test.
Filled.
Because in back testing, if you get 75%, in reality that could turn into 60%. So it is 60% winning ratio in the 500. That's one. Number two, we said at the beginning of today's session, we should go higher time frame, not lower time frame. Not today. Even if I want to use the 500, not today. So I think we're out of this trade.
Yes, we are.
Fine. Let's get ready to go long if we see a strong green candle in the 1000 tick chart now.
That was basically a scratch.
Sorry, 2000 tick chart, not 1000.
Order filled.
It was a $112 profit
Order
on that
filled.
one lot trade. Currently down 241 in the house.
There you go.
Let's focus on the process. Focus on the process, not the profit. We did the right thing at the time.
Agreed, Hope. Mo.
time.
JD, what was
Order
your
filled.
best Christmas present?
That's a good question. What was my best Christmas present? My wife got me a foot massager. That was pretty interesting gift.
Oh, those are great. Oh yeah,
I haven't actually used it yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
you're gonna love it. Just don't overuse it.
There you
Just
go.
a little tip. You'll bruise your feet. You won't be able to walk.
Now
We have the run now. Yeah, fine. The market wants us to regret exiting. No, even in the 500, I
No
don't
regret.
see an entry. Yeah, I don't see an entry even in the 500. No regrets.
Yeah, it's gonna break 08 and can have a 20-30 points move up really fast.
Yeah. See the gold.
So Hogue, are we
500.
scouting out? Are we scouting out a failed upside auction here, possibly?
Well, 08 is the IB high, so if we can't hold above that, there is the possibility of a potential failed upside auction. Not there yet, though, JD. Good thought, though.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to
I'm
get ahead of it.
watching crude here and just wondering what's sort of holding it down here. Cannot find anything as far as news goes. But cracked its high 70.75, and then sellers came in and took over.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it left a gap, and once that gap was closed, it's back inside the range from Tuesday and inside value. So you got a value area special situation play going in gold in crude right now.
Crude, yeah. Well, we are 70%
I can
short here.
see
on
a
the total.
bounce around 69.9 and 70 even for a long on crude.
It's very close to
Ooh.
the low 69.84.
Wow.
Because we have the 200
Very-
EMA on the 15-minute time frame, and I can see crude likes to bounce around this level while it have legs up. So it's either it's going to flush down or bounce around it. So a cheap long would be around this area,
Order
so
filled.
69.9 or below. And if it doesn't hold, a short for a continuation can be considered. But I don't know a lot about crude. I know D is the
Very-
queen. Oh, she would be a better advice.
Yeah, very low volume in crude. What are this is the 1000 tick chart since the overnight. What is this? Very low volume. I cannot make a decision.
Wow.
I used to trade crude oil earlier, but the 1000 tick chart never looks like this at this time of day. So
You know, Mo, speaking of Saudi Arabia, one of the news articles I'm seeing here, Iraq plans to slash gas flaring. So as the end of 24 comes to a halt, Iraq, which is OPEC's second largest oil producer after Saudi Arabia, is capturing around 67% of the gas. They're looking to eliminate the practice of burning off associated gas at the oil fields. So I don't know this would probably have a reverse effect on what we're seeing.
yeah,
So, this is the only thing I can see coming off the news here regarding our crude.
yeah, I don't see any impact. If there is an impact, you will see some volume in the movement. There is no volume, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Crude oil since 2 years, it's 1 year it was moving within tight range of $5 or $10.
JD, you may have your wish.
Here we go.
Potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Just put in a new high.
So
Just a couple tickies. 2 points. 2.5
So
points.
that means it's better to buy it or sell it.
That's a short play
Sell
right
it.
there. Sell it.
Oh,
We took out the IB high and we came back inside of it. There's no confirmation of it yet. But if you wait for confirmation, it usually costs you in trade location.
We still have 20 minutes.
Yes, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is why I'm looking for a long now. Let's try again, buyers. Looking for a strong
selling
green
coming in right
candle
there.
now. Let's see.
Gold
They will
just
have the
doesn't want
follow-through.
to dump. Crazy. It's beautiful
pinned.
to watch as well.
It's pinned on the chat. It's pinned in the chart.
Yeah.
Decent volume on that little pullback in the NQ.
Yeah, the last candle was pretty almost 2K contracts.
It is expected. IB high. Yeah.
Order filled.
So let's try again. I would like to see the buyers try to visit that
Good call,
high
JD.
one more time. Let's see if
Mo,
we
you're
close.
looking to get long right here, Mo. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want to see a close above 86 for this candle. With a stop, again, no, not again. The stop will be 67, 68. Yeah, the same, our old stop.
Same trade, basically.
Let's take this.
Same trade.
Yeah, nothing yet. The close, I don't like the close. The close is below the moving average, which means wait. Let's take this into Hogue. So we have a little flexibility in taking some profit and
Well, while we are waiting on our next trade to develop, what do you say we take a look at some payouts from Monday?
Money.
Yeah, Mo, if you get in, let me know. Even though just let us know if anything changes.
just make sure that the stop will be at 68. Okay, I will call the entry point.
Sounds good.
You got it.
We'll get through this. We'll get through this real quick. Here are Monday's
Let's go!
live funded trader payouts. Some decent numbers. Randy with 15,385, Andy A 15 grand, Ho 11,500, Manavendra 10,111, and Faye, our resident gold trader, another $10,000 in payouts for Faye. Faye is having an incredible year. Been in that live funded account for over 80 days. Has taken probably $100,000 in payouts in the last 4 months. So
Faye's a gold trader, right?
Faye trades gold, nothing but gold.
Yeah, very nice.
Bet you Faye's got another payout coming here with today's gold.
Mm-hmm.
It's raining gold for him.
Hallelujah.
Nothing, Hogue, nothing.
Yeah,
No signal.
that red bar was pretty ugly, wasn't it?
It was a strong move, yeah.
But still waiting. We're still waiting.
Will we have a very strong push on gold right here, right now? That's the question. Looks like it want to break the range so hard. Let's see.
Mm-mm.
JD, I think we're losing you to the blur.
Oh no, I'll be right back.
It's
Hey,
beginning.
this coming over Cicero. Coming over my local news here. Lost Barbie car. Daughter's Christmas gift. Driving home from Cicero, Ridgeland and 35th. Truck bed opened up and it fell out.
Oh no!
Yeah. I'm hoping somewhere somebody picked it up, returns it. My daughter is so sad. So somewhere in Cicero, Berwyn area, yes, there is a Barbie car.
To all the fine people in Cicero, Illinois,
if you find a Barbie car,
look for that Barbie car and return it, please.
Oh, that's too bad.
You know what they say about Barbie cars in Cicero?
What do they say about it, Johnny?
Barbie cars are Barbie cars.
Barbie cars are Barbie car.
85 long stop at Saudi Arabia country code 966. 966 stop.
All right, we're long 2.
House account long 2. What's our entry price, Hogue?
Entry $983.
Nice. Long 2, so take one at 22,008.
22,008.
First target 22,008.
Hey, in the chat, we've put out that $5,000 payout club link. Traders who've made $5,000 in payouts or more can come to the Topstep TV to join the payout club. Now, every day we're going to be posting this link. Right now, we can only ship traders to the USA, but if you're looking to expand, we are looking to expand in the future. So if you have paid yourself out more than $5,000, doesn't have to all be in one sum, you are eligible for the payout club. Link is posted in the top of the chat.
Thank you, Eddie. If you are in the 5K club, make sure you get your hat. Fill out the form.
Hat and the
form
pin.
is pinned to the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And a cool box.
So crude bounced out of 70 even. So let's see if it holds, but there's really no volume. It's not moving. So I don't know if it's usual for crude, but it's not moving at all.
Our NASDAQ trade
Gold
just basically
pushing.
hanging around entry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
CUIA around 68. Is that correct, Hogue?
Yes, sir.
66.
66 and a quarter.
66. Got it.
Come on, sellers, don't do it again. Stop giving us strong grid candles.
With steel buyers. Steel buyers.
Yes, yeah. To be honest, when you see the sellers, yeah, they give strong push, but no follow through. No follow through after the push down.
No.
Every time the buyers find some place to take it up higher. And that I call seller failing. So this is what I want to keep seeing. I want to see sellers try and fail. Once they try and succeeded, we will be out of this trade.
The thing I like about this long is... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, please. Or I mean, Jerome, please.
The S&P is breaking, and we'll see if it closes above the high of the opening range. So it's 60, 86 and a half. So it would be the first time we close above it. So that's technically a bullish signal, but that could be a fake out as well. But so far we had like a move down, a sort of liquidity grab instance.
Order filled.
Step in from the buyers with huge volume. We had
Order filled.
an ABCDE sort of movement, and now we're having like the last leg, the last wave. And if it is, yeah, that's going to be a huge move up. So I believe this is a beautiful long. I mean, in terms of probability and risk reward, this is a very, very nice entry.
Yeah.
That, high in gold?
Measured move
Really?
target. The measured move target is at 39, 22,039. But let's
Still
see.
have the
if this
potential
is-
failed upside auction. That's the one thing that worries me.
Yeah.
Got about 10 minutes till we get a confirmation on that.
Yeah, at that
Gold is
time
the
maybe
trade
we
of the
can.
day.
That time we might either be exiting or trailing our stop.
Hmm.
Just keep bouncing around our entry price. Entry price
Mhm.
21,983, just above it right now.
Which is good. Which is good.
Getting some fuel.
Which is good.
Also,
Again,
new
yes,
high.
the sellers are failing.
Come on,
Let's
let's
do
go.
it, NQ.
We're breaking on the S&P. Can S&P break the previous high? That's okay. It just broke the previous high, which
A
was
tick.
at 87 and a quarter. Exactly. So let's see
Yes,
if we
yes,
can
let's
have a
go.
follow
Let's go.
through.
Let's go.
Come
Let's
on,
go.
tighten buyers.
NQ. Turn on the machine on. Turn the machine on.
Exactly.
Everyone out and push.
Everybody out and push.
Let's
Exactly.
go. Let's go, Andre. Let's go.
Let's go.
Right.
Nice. This is what we want to see. Sellers try and fail.
And buyers in as well.
Yeah, buyers
Steel
are not
buyers.
convincing. Yeah, they are not convincing, to be honest. They are
For
just
me,
want
they
to
are
do-
when I watch the S&P.
Mm.
S&P is bullish. I mean, of course, one seller can break it all, but
Just took out the IB high in the S&P.
Yeah, Russell. RTY pushing new highs again here.
Gold just grinding
Russell.
to the upside.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
let's
Even
see.
Dow would have been a good play this morning if he had the patience.
Say that again, Eddie.
Even Dow would have been a good
Dow.
play
Oh,
if he had
yeah,
the patience
yeah, yeah.
here. Took a little dip, cleared out the sellers, and buyers coming back in again off that coffee break.
I haven't even looked at a Dow chart yet today.
Okay, nice. I like it when the sellers try and immediately failed. They try here and the market turn back again. We want to see a green candle. So that means they are keep failing. We are in the right track. Slowly but surely, we'll go to the high. If they keep
You've got
doing
the tilt.
that.
Tilt's still ticking a little bit higher. 77% long in the ES, 70% long in the NQ. So slowly building up some steam here.
Once
How
they
many
are
longs in
80, we are
gold?
taking our profit. All of them.
All right.
Crack-a-lacking buyers.
Order filled.
Still just
How
chopping
many
around
in
here.
gold? How many in gold? Let's see here. Gold, tilt. 50-50. I mean, no. Oh, 62% long
62%
in gold.
long. Yep.
62.
Still 70. Still 77 in the ES, 70 in the NQ. So decent amount of long positions in the equities right now.
I can see gold pushing higher, even more. And we have to see around 56.5. There can be a short opportunity. But if it's really bullish, we'll break through it. So
Okay. Sellers are trying.
Yep.
Buyers are not here. Not showing.
Okay, so we have the pullback on the S&P on the high of the opening range. Let's see if we can have buyers
Order filled.
step in right here.
Tilt's pairing off just a little bit. NQ tilt.
That
dropped
can be a
to
technical
64.
pullback.
Yep.
64, okay. Some people taking profits, perhaps. Let's see.
Let's see. What's our average long price? Average long price 21,984 right here. So maybe we did see a little profit taking, that little pop.
We need
People
steel
just playing
buyers.
the range.
Yeah, wait for the buyers until it becomes 70% right now, 75% long. They will buy at the high. Let's see. Now we have 4 minutes left.
Yes.
For the initial balance.
Yeah.
Yep. We got a flip also on the 5-minute time frame, so that's really good. Really good. Sorry.
Buyers have control still. Yeah, it looks like a range. Ranging right now. So this is why let's take some profit at the 0975. 0975.
Oh, 975, just above current high. Or what's our current high? 10?
No, current
11.
high is
2011.
I have it.
22.011.
MQ 1225.
Slowly grinding. Tilt's starting to build up again. We're back to 72% long in the NQ.
Yep.
We did
S&P
get a
looking
little buy-in on that
up
pullback.
firmly.
ES almost 80%, 78% long. ES tilt right now.
Yeah, it's
holding
wrong
above the
to
IB
exit
high.
here. Yeah, but it's
87
wrong to
quarter IB
exit
high.
here.
You want?
No, it's wrong to exit here. No,
Wrong to
it's
exit
wrong. Yeah, it's not even our half of risk to reward.
127 on the 127 on
Here we
the
go.
bid.
Here we go. Nice little
Here we
pop
go.
there.
996.
Yeah. Trailing
go,
stop
JD.
to 79. Trailing stop to 79. Trailing stop to 79.
All
If it
right.
failed up here, you don't want to see market 79 in one candle.
I'm 10%ing our one lot here. We're gonna get
Fine.
it. We're gonna get it.
Fine.
We're going to get it.
We're out of one.
Perfect.
Peeling them off. House count. Taking some profits.
We got that? Check it
Back
down.
positive on the day, too.
Let's
Got
go.
it, guys.
Yep.
So S&P closed the previous candle above the opening
I told
range
my
and
friend.
now is pushing right
Yes.
after the
Stop
pullback
off.
we've had. So
Wow.
pushful.
Stop of the
Tilt.
Stop of the remaining at 95, Hog.
Yes,
95.
83% long. NASDAQ, 74% long. So we are leaning here on the tilt.
Looks like we're going to open that next 30-minute bar on the S&P above the IB high, which is positive for longs.
Mhm.
Looks
Yep.
like,
But
looks
not-
like
And
we're
it's
not
a
going
new-
to. We're not going to keep that failed upside auction in the Nasdaq possibly as well.
Yep.
1 minute.
Conflict.
Oh, there it is. Just
Already.
closed.
10 o'clock on the dot
Algo's
here.
volume coming in.
Yep.
Yeah, stop 95, Hog. Stop 95. You still have one.
Yep.
Correct?
Still there.
House count's got a runner.
95.
Moving the stop up.
Let's go.
Nice work.
There's been some questions here in the
Yeah.
chat regarding the tilt. Now, the tilt, it displays the aggregated trader sentiment for all Topstep sim traders. So that's what we're gathering the information on when we are looking at the tilt.
Yep. if you're not using the Topstep X platform and you're getting the tilt from the stream, there's a disclaimer up there right now saying that it's 15 minutes delayed if you're just watching it on the YouTube stream. If you want the live tilt, you need to get on the Topstep X platform.
Yeah. And just remember, this data is for
Order
entertainment purposes only.
Order
Should not be
filled.
used for buy and sell indicator. So just a heads up on that.
Looks like
Yeah,
house
without-
account just got stopped out. Is that right? House count flat, Hogue?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Very good.
This
guys.
is
Great.
the maximum
Good.
that you can get. This is the maximum that you can get from this market.
Mhm.
It's like it's very heavy trading. It's just
Very rangy.
yeah. How long
Yep.
it took us for this trade? 5 minutes, 10, 15 minutes maybe.
That's pretty long for you, isn't it, Mo? What's your average hold time? Do you know off the top of your head?
Order filled.
10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Jerome, are you seeing anything? Counting a trade? What looks
Right.
good?
I mean,
Gold.
the long was the trade I would be seeing. Gold is still in the range I'm looking for, so between 49.7 and 56.5. So far, not really anything. Crude, what did crude do? Bounced to 70.24. And it really bounced from the 200 EMA almost. Beautiful. And now it's rejecting from the 7 EMA. I don't know how it moves, so I don't know how it likes to move between the EMAs.
Mhm.
Buyers
What's
in
Dow
INQ
doing?
looking for 22,038. I see this is a target for buyers, and this is the measured move from this low, make this high, pull back, and this is the measured move from this low, 22,038. It can be extended to this area, the supply area, 72 and 8150.
All right. I'm going to take 2 minutes here. I'm just going to grab some coffee, and I will
thing,
be
Hogue.
right back.
Save
Don't
your seat.
let anything happen while I'm gone.
No. Taking a TV timeout.
We'll be on our best behavior, Hogue. Don't worry about it.
Hey, JD, there's been some questions here in chat again here. How do I get the tilt? If you got Topstep Topstep X, look for the square with the plus sign in it. It's going to say add components. There's a lot of cool things in there that you can add to your screen. And that's one of them that's on there. So
Yep.
check it out. It's a square white box with the plus sign.
There are some default
Thank you,
options
JD.
down there. Right when you open up Topstep X for the first time, there's some default settings in there. You'll see your positions, orders, trades, quotes, and the tilt down at the bottom of your screen.
Nice stuff.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
I saw a question from my friend Muhammad here. Muhammad said how to use a 2000 or 1000 NQ. As I said, if it is a low volume market, holiday, half day, trading day, market is not moving very quickly, it's better to go to higher time frame. If the market is moving normally, you can go with 1000 tick chart. And again, it's you need to see, do you see any sense in the 2000, or let's say this is a 2000. Yeah, I see a clean movement, very clean movement. So I will do this. If I go to the 1000 tick chart, look what I'm seeing. It's not clean. You can see this one. This movement is killing. This movement is also killing.
Order filled.
This movement is killing. You know, a lot of ranges, whenever you see a lot of ranges, move to higher time frame.
Good advice. We got the tilt in the ES, 82% long right now.
Unless you are like Dolby, you know, like ranges. So no, stay in that one. If you want to trend the range, just stay in the time frame that shows a lot of ranges.
Another question regarding crude inventories. When are they coming out? Well, we've got those coming out tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time. Those will be our crude oil inventories. So nothing
Order
today, but tomorrow,
tomorrow?
10 a.m. Central. Yeah. On a Friday, too. Well,
Yeah.
we got 2 days out.
I think it's first time. It's
I wonder if they changed
not
that. I
first
thought it was
time. It rarely comes in Friday.
That's what I'm showing.
Yeah, I see
Oh,
it
they're
now
showing-
too. I think they rescheduled it earlier in the week. I thought it was going to be
Today at noon?
petroleum status today and then natural gas tomorrow, but they're both tomorrow.
I've got financial juice saying 12 o'clock here. Oh,
Yeah,
come
tomorrow.
on.
Yeah, or initially,
I see it.
I'm looking at the schedule. When I put the schedule together for the weekly kickoff, so on Sunday, petroleum status report was scheduled for today, but they have since rescheduled it for tomorrow. So both reports coming out tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, yeah.
It's good to be the
thank
king,
you,
right?
trading.
It's good to be the king. You do what you want.
Trading Shing John said, Muhammad, you missed the short because you cannot read the market.
What?
You should have
Do we long
positioned
gold
yourself in
here?
a short on the open of the markets. Thank you for advice, but if you are saying that, that means everybody in the world should be short, and that's
New highs
isn't
in
the
Russell.
market.
I think we had a good call in gold talking about topping it off here.
So gold pulled back and it's bouncing from.
Peeled back nicely there.
It's 26.50 here.
Is this a buying opportunity in gold? That's the question.
Order filled.
I like the long around 44.7, the line I had here. I was waiting to see the reaction at 55, 56. We had a pullback. And the fact that the market is reacting here tells me buyer wants to step in, which was previously a resistance that we broke, that could perhaps get transformed into strong support right now. And so far, it's working. So let's see if it follows through.
The gold.
Yes, sir.
Order filled.
Yeah, I see the gold in the 500 tick chart, but as I said, I'm not sure about the entry setup in this. Now it is pulling back to the moving average. Did a nice trap below this low. Strong green candle is a buy with a stop below it. But again, I never tested this. I never tested this in gold. So I'm not sure if the entry setup would survive. But it looks bullish for me now. This is actually what I was waiting for. Do you remember when I said, this is the move, wait for a pullback? A pullback just came here now. So that's the pullback. This is a try for the buyers. They are trying. If this close bullish, so simply this is the entry. That's the target. To be like this. Just wait for the close of strong green candle. I'm not taking this because I don't trade gold. But if it makes sense for you and your strategy, this is my view. I could be wrong. Not wrong,
I do like
actually.
it.
I will
I
be
do
right.
like the long side and gold right here too.
I am right, even if it is loses. Why? Because my stop is here. So I will enter here, I will exit here. There's no right or wrong. This is my entry, my exit, either here or either there. So it doesn't mean that I'm wrong or right. That means I'm following my plan. Don't take the trading, oh, you are wrong, you are right. No, nobody is right, nobody is wrong. Nobody knows where the market is going. The wrong and right, are you following your plan and entry setup or not? It's not about the result of the trade.
Yeah. And everyone's got a different process too. So great It was a great rant, Mo. Nobody's wrong. Nobody's right. Stick to your game plan and tell us how it goes.
Somebody
Alright.
said, explain that to your wife. I completely agree.
All right, so we're going there today.
Come up
I see
here?
what's going on.
Where is my friend who said you missed that short? Did I?
Hindsight Capital.
Did I
Here we
miss
go.
that short? Let's go to.
Oh, you have access to
2000
gold on the house
tick chart.
account, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we got pretty close to the IB high on that pushback. That can be a pretty decent opportunity. Why is that? Here it is. That can be a pretty decent opportunity for a potential long.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty close.
Yeah. Let's see the second try for the buyers.
Mhm.
So that is the first try for buyers in gold. Still not very strong, convincing candle. It's first try. Don't try the first one. Let's try the second one.
What would be the stop if we enter?
In my time
If you wanna
frame,
go long.
it's tough. Yeah,
Because depending
648.
on the
But
stop,
again,
Yeah.
648 is the stop. But again, it is a test of the high of that range. You see? So
Mhm.
if you exit here, maybe you are exiting at an entry point. This is why I'm saying let's wait for the second try. Hopefully we test that one and wait for a strong green candle, and we enter again with a better stop at 2646.
Good strategy.
I like that
Because we don't
stop.
want,
It's back
yeah,
below the initial
we don't want
balance
to
high.
see we don't want to see the price within the range again.
Yes.
Look at the tilt in the
So
equities.
let's
We got
wait.
83% long in the ES, 80% long in the NQ right now. Buyers stepping into equities. Tapping on the ceiling and new regular trading hours highs in both.
The S&Ps, it's all
NASDAQ.
buyers now.
All buyers. Back above initial balance high in the NASDAQ also. Longs are getting paid for the
Yes,
moment.
they are.
Let me take this moment to speak about the supply, and if we have time, about the supply and demand area. How I determine the supply and demand area in my chart. If we have time, or unless you have a trade in gold.
Well, we are seeing our friend Russell still making new highs here. 22.92.10. Bada bing, bada boom.
S&Ps are just
So
going.
82% long S&Ps there, Johnny.
Yeah.
That's in the tilt. 82% in the money, too. That's a very high percentage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it left single prints above the initial balance high. That's going to be a long. We're late to the party now, though.
no, we are not. Let's wait for the pullback and we'll take it. Yeah, at this price we are late to the party, of course.
Yes. Yes. Agreed. We may have missed our pullback in gold.
There is still dip and deviled eggs available.
So regarding the demand and supply area, I use the moving averages to tell me where is the demand and supply area. Usually you can let me hide drawing and hide indicator. Let me hide everything, hide all. So simply, the supply and demand area is the area where the market start turning. For example, in this area, so this is a supply area, and when market come back, this also is a supply area. We're looking from left to right. Okay, and then we have a demand area first in here, this area, and then we have it here, and then we have it here. Another supply area is here. So it is where the market start turning to the other side. It will be very difficult to track on all these swings. This is why I'm using my moving averages that I use to determine who has control. So it is simply whenever you see the 21 EMA crossing the smoothing line of the 21 EMA, the blue one crossing the orange one, that intersection here is a supply area. And this one, we have it here. That intersection is a demand area. Again here, that was a demand area. Unfortunately, we was trying to take it long here, but we couldn't. Market missed us with one point, and sometimes it do that. That was a supply area, which we took actually as a short. It didn't work. We took our stop loss. And the interesting thing that whenever the supply or demand area is not working, it usually work with the other side. So it was a supply area. If it is not working, it will work as a demand area later on. So now we are staring at this supply area up top here, okay, to sell the market at. But until then, market controlled by buyers, which we would like to jump within at least before the market reach the 38 level, which is the measured move of the movement of the buyers. 22.38. We'd like to jump in once we have a signal, or let's say a setup, entry setup. What about the gold? Interesting to see what will happen with this 500 tick chart. Nothing.
I don't know. Tony's saying gold giving us another chance. I don't know, Tony.
I don't see any movement.
No.
Settling support so far. So if it holds, still bullish. If it doesn't, we could consider a short. I mean, I used to trade gold, and gold likes to range, and when gold breaks ranges, usually, of course, nothing is perfect, but usually it likes to continuate the breaking. So if gold breaks this line, let's go to GC, 49.7, 49.50-ish. If it pulls back around 47, 46, it could bounce, but around 45, yeah, it could. But I can see it retrace the whole move and perhaps end the day red, or the PM session being red. Because we have an exhaustion of buyers as well, right? We had 12, 13 points move up, very aggressive move with a 6 points pull and a bounce. So now we are in the area, the zone in which buyers and sellers wanna know who keeps control, right? Who keeps the control? Right now, nobody has the control. I mean, buyers have like the torch, but it's moving hands, right? So we want to have a sort of signal, a technical analysis sort of metric that could tell us, okay, we could consider long in this area. It could
very good.
Like consolidate for half an hour and bounce. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it.
Excellent. We got a little more housekeeping to do. You guys want to see some funded trader hot streaks real quick?
No, JD. Wait, JD. Wait. Don't show anything.
Not showing anything.
Where is the likes? Less than 1,000 likes. Is this not unacceptable? Unacceptable. You will not see anything before 1,000 like.
No
Please.
more treats until we get some likes. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh my!
And I just like it.
56.
Coach Ray from the Mindset Hunters coming in just a few minutes also. So we're going to be doing a VIP pin update with Coach Ray from the Mindset Hunters, head coach of the Mindset Hunters. All right,
you.
while those likes
100
come
more.
pouring in, here are
Already
your
1,000.
trader. Are we there? Do we hit it?
950, so that's acceptable.
Come on,
Oh,
come on,
1,000.
come on.
Yeah.
Close enough for
Real close. I'm showing 1K.
horseshoes. 1K. I
10%.
1K now.
Speaking of close
10%,
enough, Dow is going to be making another new
Thank
high
you
here.
very much.
Another surge. Watch this Dow.
Yes, Mu'tasim. Yes,
Good job,
Mu'tasim.
Mo.
Yes.
We can always count on Mo to
Go
get
ahead.
to 1,000 likes. All right. Here are your funded trader hot streaks. We've got Ali still sticking around. Made about $2 on Monday. These reflect Monday's trading day. So Ali still at the top. 65 days worth 5,337. Gardeliz and Torero both at 30 days. 11,328 for Gardeliz and 8,034 for Torero. Age 28 days worth 2,242, and Ganesh at 26 days worth close to $6,000. Nice job to all of these traders. Well done, folks. Funded trader hot streaks.
Thank you, JD.
You got it. All right. I've been slowly putting these things together in the background too. If I was quiet for a few minutes, like little stretches of a few minutes where you didn't hear me, I was putting together these overlays. We're a little short-handed in the back today.
Yeah. Entry setup
A
is
little bit.
You're
cooking
doing great.
in M&Q.
Thank you,
Entry
Gabriel.
setup is cooking in M&Q.
Tell you real quick, we got a little timeout. Props to Gabriel for working at OT to get this show up and running today.
Oh, yeah.
Way to go,
For sure.
Gabe.
Again, in the equities, 70% long. In the NQ, 76% long. In the ES, it seems like every little dip, you see some buyers stepping in.
Dippity do.
But these are wooden
Watch this
buyers.
Dow.
Wood buyers.
Wooden buyers.
Pinocchio. Yes, Pinocchio trading
Order
today.
filled.
Wants to be a real trader someday. Yeah, watching Dow. Dow knocking on the door here. Eyes open here. Just a little heads up.
Say again, Eddie. What's that?
No, just a heads up here. Coming up here, want to make sure we let people know. We got Nick for a Tick going to be joining us, and also Deanna today going to be joining us. So
Very nice.
here's the magic gong. And don't run away. We got a great show going on here today.
Yeah, Nick for a Tick is going to be joined by Coach Jay and Power Players. You got another hour of me for the shoulder tap and lunchbox trading, which is taking the place of group coaching. Group coaching is now lunchbox trading. Seeing some pairing off in the equities right now.
I'm looking at the gold as well, waiting for this flush below 48 up to 47 maybe. We want to see some flush here. And then only if the market give us a strong green candle after the flush, that's the entry setup to go long.
An
All right, I
entry
got my
here
finger
would
on the
be-
trigger.
We'll need 3 points as stop. That would
Careful
be,
with that. We got London closing here in about 5 minutes.
Right.
Thank you. Good reminder, Eddie. 5 minutes of the London close.
Pedro, Al Hilal, of course. Al Hilal, of course. You want to be happy? Go for Al Hilal.
Right.
Holding the box on
Nothing.
GC so far.
Yeah.
Nice pullback in equities. Coming back to VWAP again.
Yeah.
S&P is still holding above that IB high, but barely.
Supply area now, or demand area, is 946 in Q. 946 in NQ. But this.
So for this gold trade, do we still like a pullback to 48 to enter a long? Or are we just playing the bottom of this range if we were to do something?
I like
a shot here would be a preempted entry. So let's say it would be a roughly 60 to 70% chance of losing, but the risk reward would be a 1-4-2 at least. So let's say we risk 3 points to get 6 points. But if it pulls back 3 points, it gets to the entry of Mohammed, which is a great entry as well. So if we enter here, do we put the stop 3 points lower or 6 points lower? And we add 3 points lower if we go there.
I like
yeah, if we enter here, it's a preempted entry, but so far it's holding. So
it is
a one lot could not hurt. I don't know.
Volume's really.
I like your idea of placing the stop somewhere around below 47, 26.47 even.
Yes.
Really seen volume drying up here too.
I would put 3 points. But what was your entry point, Mohammed, you were looking for?
In the gold?
Yes, sir. Please.
There's no entry point. I was waiting. I will wait for the market to show me a strong green candle. I need to go 48.8. If we see 48.8 or lower, then I will wait for a green candle. So I would like to see a confirmation for buyers. Because if you think buy is here, the target should be at the high, correct?
Oh yeah, exactly. 6 points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how about you miss some points just to see confirmation so you can make sure this is your stop. Now, I'm not sure where is the stop. I could be wrong placing the stop.
Yeah, but if you have the idea and it doesn't pull back, you have the right zone, the right entry, you're just waiting for a pullback that's never happening. So it's about managing risk and balance and of profits, right?
Good.
If the stop was 10 points lower, the zone, I would say, yeah, of course, let's wait for that. But since it's 3 points lower, if we strongly believe in the bounce, I mean, in the long, we could enter here. But yeah, it's risky. I repeat it. It's a preemptive entry. It's not advised. So we have to consider it as well. But I'm 1000% with Mohammed. In any case, it's greater to wait for your stop loss being your entry. You will win a lot of money.
Exactly.
There you have it.
The point here. Yeah, let's get back again to the original idea. We have
order fill
range this area. We agree that was a long time range. We have a nice trap below this, and then that was the breakout. Okay, we should wait for the market to retest the breakout area of that range. Until now, gold didn't do it. So if I buy here and I place my stop 10 points, as you said here, it could do the retest and I'm out of the trade, and then the market will go. So I would like to see first a flush or stops, whoever was FOMO of this market going higher. You just buy here and buy here. All of them, they cannot afford to have stop away. So the market will kill them, and then the market will turn. I want to see that flush, strong green candle. Then I don't mind if the market take my stop again. Fine. At least they did it once. I'm not there twice. If you get my
Right.
point.
Fair enough.
Got it. Thank you, Mo. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:30 Central Time. London is closed. I did see a comment in the chat that said London's closed for Boxing Day. That's not true, is it?
Times flew fast today. Wow.
All right, we've got Coach Ray in the back. Let's get ready for our VIP dropping. I see Coach Ray is ready to go. Let's do it. There he is, Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters. We're going to keep everybody on for this. Everybody, give a shout out to Coach Ray. Coach Ray, what's going on? Hope you had a wonderful holiday. Got some good stuff for Christmas.
Yeah, excellent holidays. Thanks for asking. Hopefully everyone as well had an excellent holiday last couple of days.
Yes, for sure. Welcome back. Nice couple days off. Hope you enjoyed your time, got some rest. What is going on going into the end of the year for the Mindset Hunters? This is probably the last time we're going to meet before.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually been kind of hunkering down. We had kind of a session with some of the folks who are still yet to reach their XFAs, and we kind of had I would call more of a strategic session.
Yep.
Okay, we kind of sat down and said, okay, well, we have with the remaining days that we have, what is our game plan, and how are we going to achieve that XFA? So that's kind of been the focus of the Mindset Hunters, is trying to secure as many XFAs of the remaining that have yet to reach that goal there. So shout out to Links, shout out to Pockets out there working really hard to secure those XFAs.
Excellent. Yeah, that's great advice. We are coming up to the end of this VIP experience. January 17th is your cutoff date. If you are in the VIP, if you're on a VIP team right now, and you've still yet to achieve funded status, you have until January 17th. That will be your final trading session to get into that funded level account. All right, let's take a look at the Mindset Hunters top 5, if we could, real quick. We got Fang. We talked about Fang last week. Got into this XFA, was up a bit, and sort of paired off a little bit. Still up around $200 though. Ashley, a little better. Ashley actually gained back a couple $100. Ashley was down about $1,300 at one point last week. Yeah, chipping away at that at those losses, making a nice recovery. And then we got 3 traders in fresh trading combines. Blakely up $773, Victoria up $240, and Eric up $30. These guys are fighting their hearts out to get into those funded level accounts. We want to see every trader in the VIP experience get into the XFA before that January 17th cutoff date. We don't want to see anybody left behind in this program. So if you're still in there and you got a reset left, use it wisely. Get in there and trade the process. Listen to what Muhammad says. Process over profits.
Absolutely.
So what do we want to say to the rest of the Mindset Hunters out there right now? We're listening, watching.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we're at the how do you say, the final stretch here.
Home stretch,
right?
Yep.
Especially for those to secure a combine. We know what we need to do. Have a process and a strategy. Now it's time to kind of wait for the right time, wait for the right pitch. It starts to kind of secure doubles, right? We've been kind of focused on singles up till now, but now we have this kind of time horizon that we're kind of working to, right? So we need to focus a little bit more on doubles so we can kind of secure our trades. But we don't want to secure home runs. Home runs are going to get us into situations where we're probably going to have to use our resets maybe a little bit more often than we would like, right? Because for every home run, we always have to kind of interpret that there's a possibility the reverse can happen to us as well.
Yep. If you're always swinging for the fences, your probabilities of a strikeout just keep increasing, right?
Absolutely.
So, playing small ball, championships. Let's get there, guys.
Yes.
That or you get thrown out of third.
Yeah. At least you score a couple of runs, right? Possibly, right?
Good point, Og.
Yep.
Good point. Good point.
Yep.
All right, Coach Ray, thanks for joining us today. That's our VIP drop-in. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
Wonderful New Year. Probably, I'm not sure if we're going to get to see you again next week, but
yeah, I'll be around. I'll be around.
Okay, cool.
I'll be around.
So maybe we will check in with you next week. If we don't see you, have a wonderful New Year, and we'll catch you in the next year. Coach Ray and all the Mindset Hunters out there, have a wonderful day. Thank you, sir.
Always good to see you, Ray.
Likewise. Happy New Year, my friend, if I don't see you earlier.
And to you.
All right.
Right.
There you have it. Coach Ray from the Mindset Hunters. Ray is great. Yeah. A lot of love for Ray in the chat. Well, we got that pullback in gold right down to 48.
We have the flush now. So now
47.90 was the low.
So,
Did anybody take a long?
if you bought it,
Did anybody get in?
if you already bought it, so you are not sure what is your stop. So now we are making
46.
that stop. So yeah, so it could touch 46 and go. It's not visual yet. That's what I mean. Yes, we know we don't want the price to get back to the range again, but who knows where is the range? Somebody could do it at 45. Somebody will do it at this high. It could be anywhere. I want to see the stop visualize in front of me right now. Once I see this pivot, then it's my entry setup. Now I am sure this is the stop. Not sure, but I mean for my entry. I can determine that's my stop. The market should go lower than this. Now you can enjoy the ride. If the market goes higher, the market goes back to the range, you are out.
You can enjoy the ride. I like that.
Yeah, but if you don't know where is your stop, you will never enjoy the ride, because you don't know. Is it enough? Is it going too far? Because you don't know where is the exact stop.
Uber trading. Russell making a new high. Just barely.
What's the rationale between
S&P's
500
back
and
to the highs.
2,000?
Yeah. And Q's
Nasdaq
tapping on the
back
ceiling
up
of
near
new
the
highs.
Gold holding that IB high. Crude range bound at $70.
Hey, I want to clear up some confusion in the chat right now. We mentioned January 17th. That is the cutoff day for the VIP traders. It has nothing to, if you're in a trading combine, but you're not in the VIP experience, it has nothing to do with you. So don't worry about January 17th. So those traders that are in a VIP account right now have until January 17th to pass that trading combine. That is
The current VIP, yeah.
The cutoff date. And then we're going to start a whole new VIP experience. So that's what we dropped the forms for.
Teams.
We're going to have 10 teams, 10 new teams coming at the end of January. So when you
Outrageous.
see those forms drop, keep filling them out. That's how you get in.
Hey, while we got everybody's attention. Oh, hey, did you know that our phone lines are open? Phone lines are open now. We're taking the 15th caller. You can call our trader support team should you need help. Bookmark this number. I'm going to put it in here. It's 1-888-407-1611. That's 1-888-407-1611. Peter Francis Geraci. No, that is our support number. Sorry, that's our support number. I'm going to put it in the chat. Mark it, my brothers and sisters.
And if you don't know who Peter Francis Geraci is, did not grow up in the 80s and 90s.
Hey, and Cicero, baby.
And Cicero.
I like that, Eddie. We're taking the 10th caller right now on WTST.
WTST, Chicago.
Eddie, what was your favorite Christmas present?
You know what? My wife just told me just a little while ago while I was going potty. She's like, I got you something, but it didn't make it here for Christmas. And I'm like, a puppy? She's like, no. Kitty? No. Hamster? No. You're pregnant. God forbid.
A hamster.
She got me the new iPhone, like the newest one.
Oh,
nice.
I'm like, yeah, I'm
Nice.
like ecstatic. Today is a good day. So I'm looking forward to that because I've got like, I've been carrying a rotor phone around with me for the longest time. And can't take pictures with a rotary phone. No, you can't. So I'm gonna be hip and up to date.
Nice.
Technical trader in the chat is going the opposite direction here. He wants to know if there are any holiday regrets out there. What did you do to embarrass yourself over the holiday? Share that with him.
It's a good question. I didn't do anything though. I was a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Is this
Folks
story
at
in
the
common?
holiday parties maybe acted up a little bit, but no, we were pretty mellow over here.
Yeah, pretty chill here too.
You said you had boyfriends and girlfriends, John. You had everybody over, right?
Yeah,
Whole family.
yeah. My,
That's cool. That's
son's
cool.
girlfriend and my daughter's boyfriend, and it was a very nice time.
That sounds good. Trading this garbage, I can't agree more. Yeah, look at the markets doing nothing. It's
Keep ticking higher in equities.
S&P is
just went to
about
another
to
new
check
high.
settlement.
yeah. Gold
NASDAQ
is trying
about
to give us
check
that signal. Gold is trying to give us that
Order
signal.
filled.
So we might be the entry point could be at 50.6 and stop is 247.8. If we see this strong green candle. Not yet. It is strong, but the close is below the moving average, so nothing yet. And NQ keeps going higher. NQ will reach that 38. We'll reach that major. Be careful up here. Be careful.
Gold gave us a really nice little spot down there, right just a few ticks above the IB high. That was a great risk limiter right there.
Yeah, that's
the zone
what we were talking
is
about.
holding well.
How you doing, Jerome?
Doing great. Watching GC holding the zone. And equities pushing. Thank you. How are you doing? Did you
doing
set up your
great,
phone or not yet?
I'm going to do that. I just want to thank you for sort of kicking me in the butt on gold.
All good.
Yeah, that was
Now
a
I'm
really
making a
good
new
one.
high.
If it works this way.
It worked. Yeah, it worked for me.
That would not have been a setup I would have been looking for in gold, Jerome. That was a really good eye there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dow screaming north. A nice high here right now. 76% long NASDAQ, 75% long ES in the tilt. TILT, tilt.
Just got an update from our risk team. We have some live traders doing fairly well in the markets today. Scott K up $8,000. Joseph L up $6,300. Yusuf,
Really cool.
who's becoming a popular name around here, up $7,400. So nice numbers coming out of those live funded accounts so far today.
Very sweet. Is Faye up with gold? gold trader.
Hmm. Can't see it,
38.
but I'm going with yes.
Great band.
Yeah, I believe as well.
Yes.
Yeah, equities back to ripping to the upside here. Both of them traded back to settlement, even on the day now.
Do we want to enter right here on gold? It's still a very, very good entry for the setup, if the setup is still valid.
Let's see.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. But it is stop.
Well,
Stop is still 46, right?
Yeah, it's 3 and 3.4 points, so it's very decent. Very decent stuff.
I mean that recent swing low down to 47.90. You put your stop below that. 47.40 is the IB high.
Yeah, okay.
We got session VWAP
did you
coming
say-
in right there as well at 47.40.
So invalidation is definitely below there. I think we can go down to 46 on the risk.
I think
46 can be good.
45.3. 45.3.
We're looking at 40
45.
points.
Mm.
40 ticks on risk on that.
Looking for new highs though, Hogue.
What's the size as well?
With 40 ticks of risk, I'd probably just trade one.
For
I'm
60.
a little risk averse in my old age.
Oh, we got 14 minutes left here.
Well, Rich
Yeah, the
Layton
stop-
thinks gold feels like it's lost some momentum here. That's something new. Chew
Yes.
on.
Yeah, stop is great. Stop is great. I like the stop. If we enter here, I like the stop.
The 45.30
46.
stop? Or 46?
45.3.
45.3.
Because it's the low of the 4-hour candle, so
Yeah.
there's a very, very,
even the
very
range.
high chance that if we revisit this level, we go lower, and if we don't, that's the shot we took. So I like it.
All right.
And I draw the range also for the gold. If this is the range, this is the original range. Market goes higher and lower, tip down, goes up to this extension, next extension. So I don't want to see the price inside the original range, which is 45.3, 45.2. That would be enough. Looking for the high. So you're risking 40 or 42 points to make.
So you guys
58
like the
points.
long here with the stop around 45.
Yeah, maybe you can take one here and add some at 47.5.
Oh, I like that idea too.
Got a
Yeah.
bid in at
You-
48.90 right now.
Here you go.
Yeah. 48.90. Add one at in the middle of the stop loss, 47.4. With the same stop, 45.3. Target will be 655, 2655. And again, it's my view on this time frame. Maybe Jerome has different level.
All right.
For
so
target?
I've got the CYA at 26.45.40. We are long at 48.90. And where do you say the target is? New highs?
So what's the
New highs would be
entry?
the play.
The entry is 20.
You just broke up there, Hogue. What? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, 26.48.90 is where the entry is.
26.48.90.
Right. We got the stop down
48.90.
at 40.
So we got a 3.5 stop, correct?
Yeah, 3.5 point stop. Perfect.
Yes.
Nice entry too, Hogue.
We can try a 1-4-2. So target would be would pick my line at 56.5. So if we want to play a sort of perfect 1-4-2, it would be 56.5.
I've got it already at 26.56.
Perfect.
Here you go.
Yeah, play it safe. Play it safe. 55.3. So you don't know if the high will be broken or not, unless you will trail it at that point.
So, all right, well,
At that point, I mean, it's
we'll split the difference.
Yeah.
We'll go 55.
Let's go.
Let's go. That's the TV.
Come on.
Let's go.
As long as gold breaks
this is
the
very
range
slow.
of
So
the upside, we'll have a lot
manage
of
your
volume.
expectation.
Yeah, it's very slow.
Manage your expectation. Very slow. You know, this could be in the power hour.
Especially at this time of day.
But we
Well,
can
if you guys
expect some
want-
volumes until. Sorry, go ahead, Gabe.
No, it's okay, Jerome.
It's okay.
If things are slow and you guys want, I do have a couple things I can chat about real quick with if you want some entertainment.
Let's do it.
Sure.
I think we
Okay.
can all use a laugh.
Yep.
All
Gabe is
right,
gonna
perfect.
sing the
I
song.
need that.
I am not going to sing a song. I don't think you guys would want to hear that. I did plenty of singing over Christmas. And that was
Really?
enough as it was. Yeah, man, we had to, we FaceTime my grandma and we sang her
Oh, sweet.
Christmas jingle just to cheer her up.
Oh,
She's
very
in
nice.
God
rehab
bless
with,
her.
with a little injury, but
Aw.
all right. So first things first, there is a controversial energy drink that's making a comeback 40 years later. Now, granted, this is before my time, so I don't know if anybody else can attest to this drink even existing.
Jolt.
But Jolt. Jolt was introduced first in the 80s, well before Red Bull and Monster, and was considered the first modern energy drink. Its caffeine content was pretty high for the era, around 72 milligrams, just about double of a normal, can of Coke, essentially. But the new drink will fall somewhere in the middle, containing about 200 milligrams of caffeine, so almost triple or a little bit close to triple the caffeine content as it originally did. It also features some new ingredients, including nootropics for focus, B vitamins, and a metabolism booster that's a non-stimulant. So interested. I'm not sure where this will release per se, but any of you guys actually recognize Jolt?
Yes, I
Oh,
remember
yeah.
Jolt
Yeah.
quite well.
Jolt, remember Water Joe? It was
Water
like
Joe,
caffeine
yeah.
water. That was, I mean, Jolt and Water Joe was a lot on the trading floor. That was our go-to, and coffee, obviously.
I was never big on the Jolt, but even
There
if it
is
comes back,
there is
I'm-
used to be a American Dry or America Dry or something like that.
Canada
Canadian Dry.
Dry.
As an old
Canada Dry.
Canada
Yeah.
Dry. Just
Canada
a
Dry.
continental.
Canada Dry.
Yeah.
Still there? Is it still there? Because we don't see
Oh,
it
yeah.
anymore here in Saudi.
Oh yeah,
I had some Canada
What the
Dry
hell?
ginger ale and bourbon over the
Ginger ale.
holiday.
very popular.
We don't see it anymore
Oh.
in Saudi Arabia since long time. I thought it's closed or something. Yeah, we only see Coke and Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Well, speaking of other colas, so obviously we all know Inauguration Day is coming up here in January. Trump will be
boy.
taking the office here in the States. Did you know that he has a Diet Coke button on his Oval Office desk?
Is
He
that
just
for
has
real?
an
You mean like
on-call,
a
just
tab?
somebody delivering him Diet Cokes all day long. So I got to ask, if you guys could choose, and I want to hear from chat too, if you could choose one thing to have brought to you and a button for if you were president, what would it be? What would it be?
Be nice about this. Let's keep it R-rated.
Yikes.
Come again?
No, PG-13. G-rated.
Jerome,
bet
how about
it's
you?
gonna be
What would you
burgers.
have?
A
Burgers?
loaded
Yeah.
question.
Not me, but I bet it's for burgers, but I don't know what I would have. It's a very nice question. I don't know.
Flippin' Tix wants the same thing I want. I'm going to decide. $1 million. I like that button. Or do you want $1 million? He's probably got that button too.
maybe tea for me.
I'm
If I
seeing
drink
some
tea
good
all day long,
suggestions.
Cigars.
Who put
T.
the
Muhammad?
pizza puff?
Here
Good
comes.
call.
A big fat
It will be
split.
tea for
There
me.
you go,
If I
Yorkshire.
drink tea all day long, I will not be. I usually drink tea before sleeping. You can imagine that. Sometimes I cannot sleep. I go drink some tea and then I can sleep.
What's your favorite tea,
It's
Mohammed?
amazing. The regular red tea,
Okay.
Red tea.
maybe early grey sometime.
Like you like chai, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my wife loves the chai tea.
Ooh, all right, guys, we're almost up on time here. We got about 2 minutes left. I guess we could go around the horn and do our appreciations. I'm going to put Jerome and Mohammed on the spot real quick. Coming off the holidays, going into the new year. Thankful for today. Jerome, let's start.
Thank you. As always, appreciative for breathing and living another day. Especially appreciative for these moments of last year, celebration moments with friends, families, and relatives. Whether you are alone or united, these are moments to reflect. So always appreciative. We don't have a lot of moments during the year to be able to reflect, and we can reflect anytime, right? But even myself, I take advantage of these moments to reflect more than usually. And it's most of the time rejuvenating. So appreciative for that. Appreciative for Topstep for having us again today with my brother Mohammed and all these amazing individuals. Appreciative for Hope to be back. Welcome back. And for the Topstep TV production team also in the back for putting us today on this show. There's a lot of work on the back we don't know about, and you guys are struggling, I believe. So thank you for that. And yeah, always appreciative.
Thank you so much, Jerome. Well said, and we appreciate you too. Thanks, buddy. Mohammed, how you feeling today? What are you thankful for today, Mohammed?
I'm thankful actually for today. I will make special thankful for God for giving us the brain to think. I mean, it could be, coming without saying. You don't feel it, but imagine that you cannot think, you cannot decide, you cannot make a decision. It's hard, and there's a lot of people, they would do anything in order to have that blessing, that ability to make a decision and go for it. I can make a decision, anything I want now, and I can pull the trigger, buy anything, sell anything. I can decide for myself, and making the ability to make a decision is something that you will never feel how it's important until you lose it. The ability to talk, the ability to choose, the ability to make mistake. Okay, it's something that you really have to think about. So I would like to direct thankful for that. Thankful to have the ability to make stupid things, just to see the result and learn from it.
And learn from it, exactly. I was going to throw that in there. To make a mistake and be able to learn from it. That's growing this building. Thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate that, and we appreciate you,
Wonderful,
all of you, so much. Hogue, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back with the morning recap with Hogue in just a minute. Then we're going to roll right into power players. We got Dolby, Coach Jay, and Nick for a Tick is back. He's going to be joining us in just a little bit. That's it for Fast Markets. Jerome and Mohammed, thank you for being here. Mr. Hoagland, always a pleasure sharing the stage with you. All right, folks, we are going to take a short break. Topstep TV, let's go.
it is time for the morning recap. I am Hogue. It is such a pleasure to be back with everybody. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday, a nice break, and an opportunity to rest up and be ready. We're going to get another opportunity next week to rest up and be ready for the new year. Very excited about the new year. Very excited to see all of you succeeding. And let's take a look. Right now, we're still holding that long that we took in gold along 26.48.90. The stop down at 26.45.40. We're looking for almost a 2-to-1 reward over risk on this trade. For the most part, we're just going to let this thing fly. If we do get some upside momentum, we may move our stop below the previous swing low. But we're just going to, for now, let this thing happen. As far as news today, there wasn't a lot. I mean, we did have jobless clams come out, and no, they didn't really do much. There was a little bit of knee-jerk reaction to the markets. The U.S. initial jobless claims was expected to rise from 220 to 223,000. Came out lower than that at 219,000. So the market's, of course, digesting that information. We do. We did have a 4 and 8 week bill auction at 10:30. We do have a 7-year auction at noon today, and that's going to be it as far as economic numbers for the day. Excuse me. All right, so here's our gold trade. Currently taking a little bit of heat on it, but we've got a decent stop. We got a decent profit target. We'll see how this plays out. As usual, the focus today was on the NASDAQ, as many of our traders are very into the NASDAQ. We took 3 trades in the house account today with the help of Mo and Jerome. The first one was a short at 68, probably looking at the market kind of in a downward trend to that point. We did take that trade. It was a small loss. We got out. Our stop was at 983, losing $353 per contract. And we just kind of waited for the next opportunity. Mo, I think, found the next opportunity for us with a small long. We took a long at 982.25. We trailed the stop up instead of really taking a profit, and I think we got our stop taken out, the trailing stop at 988, which was a profit of about $112, put our overall P&L at $241 in the negative. We did see another opportunity. Jerome and Mo found a long here right around 983, 21,983. That one we held on to for quite a while. This is a 3-minute chart. And we barely kind of took any heat on the trade. Once it got into our profit, we did have a 2-lot on this one. We took one of the profits at 22,008. Nice little profit on that one, and we did move our stop up at that point. Jerome moved the stop up. I thought it was kind of a tight stop, but it actually ended up probably being a good thing in the long haul. We moved the stop up for the second one, 21,995. Eventually, the market did come and hit that stop, but again, in profit. And between all 3 of those trades, we ended up the morning session up 491.50. And again, we still have that opportunity in gold. Now, we do talk about the initial balance and how often it can provide decent opportunities. The market opened. Where did it open? And we got to go pretty far back here. I'm going to go to the 30-minute chart to look at this for now. So the market opened the regular trading hours session largely inside range and value from yesterday. Now, that usually, as you guys all know, is going to tell me that probably this actually in range and value from 3 days ago. The market opened actually with a gap. The gap high from Tuesday's session was 26.35.80. The market opened with a gap. It made an attempt to close the gap, which it was unable to do. Gap rules, if we can't close that gap relatively early, we start looking for opportunities for longs, and those opportunities for longs have paid off a couple of times. If we've realized that we weren't going to close the gap and had an opportunity for a long near the IB low here, that would have been probably the best trade location for the day. That came in the 730 bar, 720 is the open, 730 bar put in the low of the session relatively early, but again, with gap rules, being unable to close the gap would have us looking for longs. We were able to take that long. Good for you. Good for you. We did not. We weren't really focusing on gold at that time, but we do have a new long. Now, there was another opportunity for a long at the initial balance high. The initial balance high was left. Buyers continued to push the market higher and higher. And now we've got our pullback to the initial balance high. That initial balance high, it left some single TPOs, some single prints. As long as those single prints remain, this may end up being a pretty supportive level, which is part of the reason I liked this gold trade. And, Mo and Jerome looked at it. They said, yeah, we like this. We agreed on the stop. So we're going to see how this plays out. ACH, folks, anything can happen. Even if we do get our stop hit on this, we're going to remain profitable on the day. At least for now, we'll see how the trades play out for the rest of the day. What about crude oil? Crude oil also using the initial balance for potential opportunity. This is the ES. We don't want that. We want crude oil. So, opening with a gap. Here's the gap from Monday to Tuesday. The market opened with a gap above Tuesday's session high. Tuesday's session high, $70.43. The market opened. We were looking at maybe getting a little bit expensive in the longer time frame. Sellers did come in. They took us lower. Once we broke the initial balance low right here, this was an opportunity for us to potentially look for a continuation move to the downside. The initial balance low broke to the downside, leaving single TPOs. This is a resistance area now. If the market gives you that opportunity in that resistance area, to the opposite of what we're seeing in gold today, because gold is looking for longs above the initial balance high, crude shorts below the initial balance low, seeing some continuation, value area acceptance play, and the fact that the market opened outside of the previous day's range and value, came back inside the range, showed signs of acceptance of value from Tuesday's session, the previous regular trading hour session. And, we weren't trading on Christmas yesterday. So this is Tuesday's session. We showed signs of acceptance. The move is to the other extreme of value from that previous session, which the market has achieved. We still have the gap down below as weaker structure down below this market. This market is in short time frame control. And I think all markets at this point are pretty much in short time frame control. Our bigger, stronger players, the institutional players, they're in the Hamptons, they're in Lake Geneva, they're in Palm Springs, whatever they're doing, who knows? I'm sure they're keeping one eye on the markets. I always promise, my family that when I'm off and it's the holidays that I don't look at markets. So I have to hide in the bathroom and check on my phone where the markets are, but I rarely am going to be actively trading at those times. So there is our morning recap. Exciting stuff coming up. We've got Dolby joined by Nick for a Tick and Coach Jay for the Power Players session coming up here very shortly. Nick for a Tick's had a little bit of a losing streak. Coach Jay is going to see what he can do to help help Nick for a Tick with that. Coach Jay put up, a really nice $4,300 winning day on Monday, a holiday week. A $4,300 profit on a Monday. That was a wonderful holiday. For Jay, we're very excited to have you with us as usual. Thanks for everybody being here. And be ready for Power Players coming up here. This is Topstep TV, real trades, real traders, real stuff. Let's go.
everybody. Welcome to Power Players, the post-Christmas edition. We got a bull, a bear, and I am in a metal bird flying back to the cabin. Gentlemen, how are we doing? How's your Thanksgiving, Coach Jay? It's not Thanksgiving?
Christmas.
Oh my God, Christmas. How's your
Thanksgiving was great. Christmas.
We're doing great.
I've had so much champagne the last 4 days.
That PJ taking you back in time, don't we?
It is. I actually am going back in time.
Well, I think the markets are going back in time as well with this slow grind trend day up for basically a fourth day in a row.
Yeah. Santa Rally starts on the 26th. That's what Peter Tuckman said.
And this is very well today.
This is kind of wild. I don't know what the initial kind of dump that we saw out of the open was, but I guess the bounce kind of makes sense when you think about the Santa Rally, but this is just, there's no pullbacks and it's moving so slow. I don't even know where to even get in potentially. We've basically retraced the FOMC dump at this point. We're just below it.
Yeah, I think most people would say you don't participate in kind of the last 2 weeks of the trading year. If you are here watching Topstep TV, appreciate your dedication. You are a hardcore Topstep TV fan. Hopefully everyone out there is trading safely and with good risk management. It is not the time of year you want to be blowing up accounts and spinning your wheels. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. So, Nick, what'd you do for Christmas?
We laid low. Obviously, we still have the newborn, so we weren't going to travel too much. We had my in-laws' family over yesterday. I smoked a 15-pound brisket, and we pretty much just hung out.
And you got excited for like a second.
I did for a second.
Yeah, so we just did that. Made some good food. Just hung out, watched the NFL games on Netflix, who didn't quite drop the ball as I thought they might, since that is at least the second game went out with any without any hiccups. First game, I noticed you couldn't really get live. You had to fast forward. It was kind of an issue, but didn't seem like it was too crazy. So I just hung out with my extended family, laid low, enjoyed a nice quiet Christmas. Probably the last one I'm ever going to have, where it's you don't have to travel with a toddler in theory. So it was actually pretty nice.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I still think it's Thanksgiving, apparently, and I still can't get it out of my head. I have no idea what's going on. My brain is officially broken, but it is okay because I can still draw boxes on charts. NQ here is incredibly bullish. I mean, we think that we're not going to get a bunch of volatility, but stretch the lows, and now we're all the way back up to the highs, top to bottom. Looks like 880 to almost 080. That's almost 200-point move today. So clearly there is some participation in the markets today. Do we like any positions or trade ideas right now?
If we pull back and hold settlement as a support, maybe taking that as a long. Settlement is down at 28.5. I am in short in gold in a combine. I locked myself out of my XFA for the day, took some losses trying to short NASDAQ earlier. But if the NASDAQ pulls back to settlement, which is at 28, and holds it as a support, I do like that for a potential long.
You said 28.5 in NASDAQ?
Yep, 28.5, which is settlement.
Nice. Robert Cooney is telling me to look at YM. YM is on an absolute tear right now as well. I have live data for the YM. So no house account trades can be placed there. I'm in the trading combine just so I can get access to charts. But if we do want to place any trades, we got to stick to the NASDAQ, very least. Coach Jay, you said you had a gold trade on. Did you flatten that yet? We were joking about
I'm still
fading the house account.
I'm still in it. It hasn't hit my target yet. My target is 45 evens. We're at 46.4 right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm short too. So I am going to put a stop in for one of them and then leave the other one at break even. Nice. Excuse me, voice is breaking up. But stop is in it for one of them at 74.4, and the other one's going to break even. And we'll target 45s for the full position.
Oh, that's a super solid trade. What got you into that gold trade? What was kind of your thesis for the short?
So we had that rally up today, really nice move. And when we started to come back down, this kind of push back above 2650, there wasn't really any volume in that trade. So just kind of fading that momentum, thinking about, we had buyers in here earlier. Do they start taking profits as price starts to come down? So just trying to catch some of that counter trend move. But it is counter trend. So, wanted to be tight with my stop losses. And it's why I'm taking profits. Ideally, I want to see this trade all the way back to 2635, but got to be realistic with expectations also.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with sitting in the green. You're in a great spot right there. Nick, for a tick, anything looking good in any of these markets here for a potential trade?
I mean, maybe there's a short here if we were to lose, as Jay was talking about, settlement and the overnight high here on ES. If we can hold below it, there may be one there. But the velocity of the way it's trading right now, it doesn't really make me want to short it. Back to the old adage of like, don't short a slow grind up.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought we might be a little more balanced coming into today, especially after that initial move down. So nothing I am like seeing and in love with just yet. I mean, NQ slowly teetering right around the previous day high, going back to Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk at all about rates and what's going on in bond land this morning?
No,
You did,
but if you are good
No.
at talking about that, then please do. I am not very good at bonds.
I'm not. I know Mr. Bonds himself is currently on paternity leave for the foreseeable future. So I don't know if we're going to get a great 10-year update, but yeah, the 10-year popping back above 4.6 this morning. And I don't know, little worrisome in bond land, it looks like, with yields being back up and us kind of trading at all-time highs again. So nothing that I'm like jumping out to trade off of that, but they just continue to kind of creep up. And I'm wondering what's going to happen next.
I mean, typically when the rates are creeping up, the market should not like that. However, both are rising, and that's sort of the conundrum that the market's trying to figure out. Is that right?
Yeah, especially when you look at like the Russell leading today with that news or with that information that rates are up 0.5%, whatever. So yeah, it's hard to make too much of it. As always, it's just like the market cares when it cares, and it really doesn't matter until it cares.
Right.
So I don't know. But waking up to that today was just kind of like head scratching. I guess, I mean, you kind of saw it a little bit last night, and then I guess London kind of sold us down a little bit, and then we sold down a little bit further, and now here we are. It doesn't matter. So, but we are losing the previous day high and coming into settlement on ES as well.
I don't hate that short there, Nick. And just risking making a new high.
Yeah, that's basically what you could do is kind of, I guess you could have short like around settlement or on the overnight high on ES, stop at a new high and, see if we kind of make this rotation back down towards the lower 90s, like 94s, 93s, which also could be your spot to buy it.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely put in a short. If both of you guys like that ES short, I mean, I can put in an order right now and we can just set a stop above. It'll be like an easy bracketed trade. But let me know if we like it. Or we could average in, whichever y'all prefer.
Nick, you were saying you want to get under settlement first, right?
That would, well, I guess I'm looking at it two different ways because you look at NQ already back inside of settlement and kind of, what was the overnight high? Didn't quite make it to the overnight high, and you saw sellers pretty much step on the gas a little bit there around the 80s, 75s. ES took out the overnight high, took out settlement, and has kind of just been the stronger of the two, it looks like, so far today. But most of tech is red as well.
I mean, I had what is this level? 22,075 in NASDAQ.
Yeah.
That was pretty interesting. Go to like a higher time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of start seeing the base of some candlesticks. So there could be, it's really, I think this is what got me into it, was this little 1 hour formation. And I think Nick Ferticki said this was what, like Christmas Eve highs, this little area. What is it, like December 25th? That was this morning, yeah. it's kind of like a support becomes resistance or resistance becomes support area. Now we are pulling back. Well, we're getting back down to settlement here to 22,028 and 3/4. And we think we were talking about a potential long there. But if we still like it, let me know. But
yes, sitting right there now.
Yep. Yes, as well. The charts look like incredibly similar.
Yep.
Between the two. And typically they don't look that identical, but you can almost go bar for bar with ES and NQ today. And all the pullbacks look very similar. The consolidations look similar. Even this pullback here looks similar. Ooh, got an update. House account is flat plus $140. The gold trade has been stopped out, which probably means Coach Jay is very happy right now.
It's looking good. I'm down to a one lot. There is 150 bid at 45 evens in gold. So we'll see whether or not we kind of sell through that. I'm trailing the stop on the last one. I'm pretty tight on this. Stop is 30 ticks in the profit. And if we continue to sell through that, I moved my exit, my take profit order, because if the market wants to continue to sell, I want to try to be in that. But I'm going to trail as tightly as possible, especially with that order sitting at 45s.
Nice, good looking order. We could probably just leave his chart up for a little bit since he's the only one currently in a trade. Nick for a tick, do you have any plans, goals, objectives, missions for 2025 when it comes to your trading?
Yeah, a few things. I want to stop trading every day. That's one of my goals as it is. Like, I don't want to be staring at charts. And part of that is, in a weird way, I feel like I have focused. I mean, it's good things and bad things. Like, I've focused a lot on my Topstep accounts, doing the show, just other things I've been trying to work on. And it's like I've gotten very much away of trading my personal account, which used to keep me a lot like off screens and off charts for a while, because I was trading micros on a longer time frame and not worrying about 4-hour moves at times moving against me or for me or whatever. You just don't have to spend as much time there. So for me, I'm trying to get back in a mindset where if I'm trading intraday, it's one setup, one opportunity, and kind of just getting out. If it works, great. If it doesn't, so be it. And set stop, set profit target. That is between, New York open, New York close. And then on my personal accounts, trying to find those 4-hour swings or entries in a way where I can let it ride for a couple days, a couple sessions at the very least, and be taking profit along the way so that I can actually hold them overnight and really trying to, do that. And in a weird way, that'll keep me out of bad trades. That'll keep me out of over trading if I can get back into that mindset. That is how I used to trade. And I feel like, in a weird way, like doing the show, being so interactive, like talking to Jay almost every day behind the scenes, just about random things. It's just like you get such in this, like, I have to be in the markets, I have to be trading. And I'm trying to spend a little less time, like, actively staring at charts. If I can find that one good opportunity or good trade a day, I think that's going to do very well for me. Because I feel like since the newborn, in a weird way, like, I've been getting to screens a little later some days, and then I feel like I'm weirdly trying to chase an opportunity or chase a trade. So if I can either have an idea set up, stops already preset, all of these things, and just let it kind of come to me, that is kind of how I want to execute. I want to be less reactionary in 2025, more set plans, set stops, and set take profits for each session as I'm kind of coming into the charts and looking where would I want to enter versus watching price action on a shorter time frame, a little less, and more like, no, I'm going to let my trading play out. And the logic would be on Sunday night when I was doing slow markets and when I was doing my show, the plan was there. The plan was here on if we get above 630s, you should not be even attempting a short, because this is going to go to 6100s. If anyone was watching my show, I basically said verbatim that type of opportunity, that above 630, 640s, this is going to tag 6100 this week. So there's your longer time frame trade that I could have taken with micros and just let it play out all week and done nothing else, to be honest. So that's what I want to do, Dolby.
Less
How about
is
you,
more.
Jay?
Yeah, Jay, what do you got?
That's great. So a goal for me for 2025 is to be in a live account with Topstep. The plan for that is everything that Nick just said, right? Having a goal, but then how do you get there? For me, it's zooming out a little bit, right? Where if I review my trades for the year, the ones that work out really well, there was a level defined probably before, the night before. For example, today in the NASDAQ, there was a short that I was looking at from, what was that price? 2210, basically 22,010. There was a short that we defined. I think I put it in the Coach J chat on Tuesday. Looking at this level for a potential to the long side and then taking a short from there. So identifying those levels based on volume, right? The same analysis that I have, and then just executing in a shorter time frame is the plan. And then from that point, I think, executing that plan, there shouldn't be much more to do outside of that. So I think that's what I'll bring to Topstep TV in 2025, right? Identifying levels. If the market isn't trading around one of those levels, I probably don't have a trade idea, which keeps us out of a lot of the mess that we can get caught up in.
Yeah, what do you think has been like holding you back from getting into a live account?
Just patience and execution. Trying to get there too fast. I know Dakota and we talked about it last year. It was trying to rush that process, which doesn't work, right? We talk to traders all the time about being patient, and as easy as it is to tell someone else to do that, we have to take our own advice, right? So being patient, allowing that process to kind of play out, and just going from there.
That's awesome. I think everyone's really looking forward to 2025. It's kind of a chance to hit the reset button on trading, hopefully develop some new habits, hobbies.
I'm out of that gold trade.
Out of the gold trade. So everybody is flat, no house, no trades on screen. That 22,028 level in NASDAQ is already worth about 20 points, which is fantastic.
So that
did not take
Dolby is exactly what I'm talking about, right? We called out that level 15 minutes ago. Take that trade.
Yep. It's always yeah. Do you guys ever find yourself drawing lines on charts and then not taking trades anywhere near the lines that you drew?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that.
Absolutely.
I think we've all done that before. We spend all this time in the morning setting up, our charts, getting our levels for the day, and then we're just placing trades in the middle of the range, 30 points away from our most relevant level. Nick Vertick, you said yes. Do you want to kind of explain what happens there? At least for you?
For me, there's a breakdown somewhere mentally that occurs. Not necessarily FOMO is not the right word. It's just like
it's definitely not.
It goes back to kind of what I was saying. It's just like when you're itching for a trade, you'll find a trade, and that's where it's like if I'm not in the mindset of no, the setup is to take it here and only here, and it's almost like if I'm trading it intraday or I'm trading it in my Topstep Live account, it needs to be filled or canceled at the end of the session, kind of thing, and then kind of reevaluate the next session. And I am sometimes such a not range trader. I don't even know how to describe it at this point, but it's like if I miss the opportunity for like a reversal or that breakout or just something that I saw in real time, if I just kind of hesitated and didn't enter, and then it's like I just feel like, well, we're not exactly close to the other setup that I've been looking for or I'm wanting, so let me just fire one off. Get a trade in on the day and kind of go from there. At least feel like I took an opportunity so far. And that is the problem. And that's where you can get yourself in trouble. And that is what got me in trouble today and hitting Club DLL this morning in my live account.
Uh-oh. That's not a club you want to be in.
No, I was trying to short not the pre-market, but that initial move up. Ended up scratching it for like a little loss and then tried to catch the knife a little too early on the dump. So basically had a short bias shortly after the open, wasn't patient with it, took it off, then it dumped. And then I'm trying to knife catch longs and was obviously too early for what was the right, the end of the next very good trade of the day. So part of it is just like when you have a plan, you need to stick to it and you need to really stick to it versus having a plan and, then just kind of getting impatient about it, folding it, and then completely throwing the plan away 5 minutes later.
Yeah,
So
definitely. Yeah, I've been there. Coach,
it's just those things that you need to kind of work through with yourself. We talked about managing risk on Sunday night, and in a weird way, this is I think I said, like, you need to be able to manage yourself and your own emotions first. That's where that kind of happens.
yeah, Coach Jay, what are your thoughts on drawing lines on charts and then not following any of the lines on the charts that you drew?
There's usually some type of there's a reason for not taking it, right? Whether we are so tied to wanting to be right that if we trade on, sometimes we'll put too much risk behind it, and then that over leverage causes a different, thought process, right? Where, hey, I know to a high probability that this is going to work out 80% of the time because of my back testing. But if I over leverage and take it, and it's one of that 20% of the time where it doesn't happen, that could cause some hesitation, right? Because it's like, oh man, if this doesn't work, I might lose an account, right? Or I might lose more than what I planned for. I think I haven't seen traders struggle really with taking trades when they are sized correctly, right? If you take the trade size where you're comfortable losing it, then it's just like, yeah, you know what, I'll put it on, and it's just I think sometimes also it can be, and Nick was saying, we're doing these shows, we're doing classes and things like that. Just over analysis, right? Nick, sometimes you just have to turn your brain off and just not think. And I've been doing that recently, actually. We spent a lot of time in Discord with the chat there, and there's in the Coach J chat, I spent a lot of the time there. I've had to, if I'm in active trader mode, just shut it off, right? I don't even look at Discord for the first 30 minutes of the markets if that's going to be where I'm actively trading. And then I'll go in afterwards and talk to people about their day and answer questions and things like that. But it's focusing on, hey, I'm playing the game. I think I used an example the other day. We're on Topstep TV trading, and sometimes there's questions that come in through the chat. That's like asking Mahomes what he sees in the defense when he's taking a snap during the Super Bowl. He's not going to answer your question at that time, right? He's just going to execute. Yeah. And then in a post-game interview, then you might talk about it. But just quieting out the noise and just executing on what we see and then talking about it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm going to ask this question to chat, because some people are kind of bringing up what I'm thinking. It's like, oh, no trust in your setup, maybe something like that.
Order filled.
Chat, how many of you, when you do see your setup, are excited to see your setup, or do you get nervous when you see your setup? So if you have an opinion on that, chat, please pop it in there. And I think it's an interesting question, because sometimes when you really want something so bad and you see your setup, you put some pressure on yourself to take the trade. And so sometimes, and I've been through this before, is like, you see your setup, you don't take it, and then you take a garbage trade or a garbage setup because it's not yours, so you don't have any ownership or emotional liability because, oh, I did something outside of my plan, then it's not my fault. But if my plan fails, that is my fault. So
interesting.
Did you guys ever experience a shift in that? Do we still get nervous when we see our setups? Do we get excited when we see our setups?
I'm pretty cool, calm, and collective no matter what. When it kind of comes to it, for me, it still just goes down to hesitation on the wrong trades. It's like you said, there's confidence in what I'm seeing. It's coming to my setup, and then I hesitate and don't take it immediately for some reason. I couldn't tell you what it is, because I have no problem hitting Club DLL in a day. But for some reason, I still will hesitate on certain trades. I don't exactly know why. It has nothing to do with confidence in the setup, because if I'm taking it, I usually feel like if I'm taking a setup, I feel more confident in that. But then for some reason, if I don't take it, that breaks down, and then it's the emotional entry into, like you said, a trade in the middle of the range for no reason, because you saw your setup, you saw it kind of work out, and then you're like, crap, I didn't take it. Now I need to take a trade.
Yeah. What about you, Jay?
Ask that question one more time, Dolby, because I was just thinking about a couple of things.
Yeah, no, not a problem. And so the kind of the question is, do you get excited when you see your setup, or do you get nervous when you see it? And has that changed at all in the last couple months, last year, anything like that?
Gotcha. I don't know that there's I don't know that it's excitement because it's usually the same thing every time. It's a volume event that happens and then the market trades around there. I don't know that it's nervousness either. I think it's just overanalyzing, right? I think it's overanalyzing when it gets there, right? Trying to convince yourself when it happens of a reason to take it instead of just clicking the button. And yeah, that's improved. That's improved a lot, just being on Topstep TV, right? Where it's we can't hesitate too much, especially if we're calling out a house account trade, right? It's like, hey, press the button, or we're not going to take it. And there was definitely some frustration. I rewatched pretty much every segment that I've been on Topstep TV, and there's been times where we call out a trade, and I go watch the segment, later that evening, and I'm just like, well, you said it, but you didn't have the confidence in order to take it. I have messages from Hogue that says, hey, you know what? When you say something, call it out, or when you see something, call it out. But I think there's still that over analysis. The way my brain works is I reverse engineer everything. So I try to find a reason for everything. And again, as a trader, you have to turn that off sometimes and say, hey, this is what I saw. Now is the time to execute, not the time to think. But I think I like what you said, Dolby, about taking the trades. It's easier to take the trades that aren't in your plan because it doesn't invalidate your plan, right? It's easier to just be like, oh, well, I put this on and the market did something that I didn't expect it to do, because we hold our plans kind of tightly, right? Where it's just like, I did so much work in order to do this. I don't want the market to reject that idea. So that's a really great question. What about you? What do you think?
I feel like since I've spent more time on Topstep TV, I've gotten more confident in seeing my favorite setups and taking those trades. But I wonder if it's just because being on air, you get so much more experience and sort of, it depends on the trader. Some traders get empowered by trading in front of other people. Some just completely shrivel and want nothing to do with it. But I find it kind of empowering. It's like, and there's a good accountability from the community to be like, hey, I see this range, and then maybe chat sees the range, and it's like, I want to get in and take these trades. And now I feel like I get excited when I see a 5-minute range because, listening to, you, Nick Furtick, all of our other excellent guests, I do want to get excited for the setup. A little bit of it is like fake it until you make it. And so that could be part of it as well. You can just, trick your brain. It's like, hey, you should love your 5-minute range setup, or whatever your range setup is. And you can just trick yourself and just like, hey, I do love this. I love this. I love the setup so much, and I'm going to keep on taking it. And then if you take it enough, especially on air, I think it gets cemented into your brain that, hey, this is a good thing. You can get a positive event out of it. Or if it doesn't go your way and you do that in front of thousands of people and, you don't get completely chastised by chat, then you can get some confidence and be like, yeah, this is still a good trade no matter what, and I would take it again. But also, I'm not in a trading combine right now. So would my psychology change if I was in a trading combine and I had to really, really, really manage risk, keep it tight, and do all of that? I think I would do a lot better now. But it's just an interesting thing with trading and like setups, and how our brain wants to, maybe not our brain, but our ego wants to protect us from feeling pain. And so we can take those crappy trades outside of the setup because we're just trying to protect our little plan. But it's one of the more frustrating things to do is go back, look at your journal or your OBS tapes or the YouTube stream and be like, hey, I called this thing and I didn't take the trade. And I think that's one of my least favorite things ever is traders talking about how good their setup is and then not taking it. Because if it was that good, then you should have taken it. And it happens.
Speaking of which,
a lot.
We're under settlement right now in the S&Ps.
And it's funny, you said, Dolby, you were talking about ego too. I weirdly have, there's an ego thing to me mentally. Like I took the long off kind of the 885 spot in a personal account in NQ this morning. I covered it for like 40 points, but I feel I'm more upset about the daily loss limit in my Topstep live account than I am the green trade for like over $3,000 in my personal account. There's a weird thing. It's part of the being the community. It's part of this doing the show. I care more about that for some reason. So in a weird way, I press trade some weeks. I feel like in that because I'm competitive, because the community and everything else. It's just a weird thing. I don't know why that exists and why I feel that way, but it does. And here we are rolling back inside initial balance on NQ, and I guess that was the best trades, or sometimes the trades you don't take. That was the best trade that we all did not take. Up there, the high.
Yeah, that settlement bounce was good for 20
NQ
points.
Even gave you the reoffer opportunity at the 50s.
Yep. Yeah,
it pierced below. It came back, retested it, and there was the reoffer from sellers. So there was a decent opportunity there. Even if you didn't get 70s, you had a chance to get 50s on the second attempt, which probably was a safer spot, because shortly above that, you'd probably be like, "Hey, we're wrong. We don't have to wait to make a new high."
Right. I mean,
so
there
if we are looking
there. Go ahead,
It's a little
Jay.
spicy now.
If we're looking for a trade here, I do like a short at 22.12s, and the stop would be 20 points, 22.32. If we get a bounce up there, we're probably not going to get that bounce.
Was there
oh no,
was
we're
there
just selling
news,
now.
anything driving this? I haven't seen anything
I
yet.
doubt it.
I know.
Highly
This
doubt
is
it.
just
I mean, low
20-point melt.
liquidity, tight range. I mean, we're at top of megaphone, and we got up to that. What is that? Like 22.75 area and NQ that we were kind of talking about. And honestly, with not enough participation in the market, bulls kind of have to ask themselves, who else is leading the charge higher? And
Right.
if they turn around and there's no one there, and everyone else is heading for the door, then everyone has to sell. There's only one way to get out, only one door for buyers and sellers, and so you can kind of get that big flush at the downside. And that was a good move. And honestly, NQ's had really good movement today. And the ranges, if you're like a range trader, the 1 minute range has been very, very good for NASDAQ. There's not a lot of wicks. Like, I can just draw a bunch of these, and you can just see all these nice, like, tight boxes right here. And these are all, at least to me, offer really good opportunity to place trades. You can just so easily set your risk. And the upside in NQ obviously is always extremely good. But even the most recent 1 minute range we had, like, no wicks. Like, you could just set a 10-point stop and you'd be totally fine. It's very unusual for NASDAQ. They got to find opportunities if we're going to trade.
Hey, just a reminder, we got a auction, got a bond auction here. Thank you, Dan. Coming up in about 10 minutes. So heads up.
And Eddie, while you're here, do you have the on this day?
On this day? Of course I do. Here's the magic gong. Let's get it started here. On this day, way back, all the way to 1908. On this day, December 26, 1908, Jack Johnson becomes the first African-American to win the world heavyweight title as he knocks out Canadian Tommy Burns in the 14th round of the championship about near Sydney, Australia. And my condolences to Australia. Crocodile Dundee passing, I think, last week. 90 years old. My goodness. So, God bless Crocodile Dundee. Johnson also held the heavyweight title until 1915. The boxers met at Rushcutters Bay, just on the outskirts of Sydney, December 26, 1908. 20,000 spectators cheering on the fight, and Jack Johnson becoming the heavyweight championship of the world. Boxer is still remembered to this day as the greatest defensive boxer in heavyweight history. Born in Galveston, Texas, 1878. And I took another step forward. I know that since gold was one of our trade topics today, back in 1908, gold was $20.67 an ounce back in 1908. So that's what I've got here for On This Day. Back to you, Dolby Time.
Thank you so much. I wonder if gold got more expensive or if the dollar got cheaper. But
baffle many
the
on that
Bitcoiners.
one. Now,
yes, the Bitcoiners. That's right.
1908
Also,
Bitcoin was What was Bitcoin in 1908?
Just a
I
pipe
think
dream,
that's when
Eddie.
you check to see if it was real gold. You bit into the coin.
You bit, yeah, you bit it.
Yeah, you always see that on TV.
If you like what you're
1908, I think Bitcoin was in just a idea in a lithium mine from somebody.
Also, if you do want to join us on Topstep TV, we can drop the casting call form into chat. That would be great. We are looking for numerous things. We are looking for people who want to come on and trade with us, people who want to share their story. If you've had recent success, if you think we're nice and just want to hang out, please fill out the casting call. I will personally review every single one. Every single one.
Yeah.
I do that. That is part of my duties. So, casting call link should be in there momentarily. And if you're watching us right now, you should probably just be on TV at some point in time with us, because that means you all absolutely love this show and you love trading.
I highly recommend it, guys. It's just a good way to start making some trading buddies for life. Obviously, with like Dolby here, Coach Jay, Dakota, just like guys I never would have met and kind of picked their brain and hung out with if it wasn't for this show. So I'm very thankful for that. And it's a really cool opportunity to meet some cool people that are very like-minded like you. So send Dolby your story /feed pics.
That's right. Wait, whoa. Wait, what was that last? No, that's
Don't worry about it.
Talk on X for the feet pics, I believe. I believe that's where they are going.
I do love that started this summer with just the fact that I was wearing Crocs, and that kind of turned into a fun little joke.
Wish we had like a like Hall of Fame or something for all the memes that we've had the last year. There's been some good ones. We've retired some as well. Pulled pork, RIP.
I just got short one in the NASDAQ.
Ooh, nice.
We talked about taking the trades that you see. So didn't get the exact price I was looking for. I wanted 12s. I'm in at 5, so pretty bad entry there. But my stop is above 33.
Okay.
Nice. What's funny?
I did just bounce off of. Go ahead, Dolby.
No. What would you say? Because we did bounce off of something, but I think it's something else. What'd you say? What are you going to say?
We bounced off of a regular trading hour VWAP, so that
interesting.
Yeah,
Jay,
what
also
did we bounce
bounced
off in your eyes?
What do you got, Nick? What did we bounce off of?
I got the 1 minute opening range mid for Coach Shay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have something completely different. If you draw a Fibonacci with everything removed, other than 0, 50, and 100. So if you go from the very bottom candlestick today at 8 a.m. to the very top, the midpoint is 21,972.
Interesting.
So
we just ripped
3 different traders.
Doesn't sound great for my short.
Well, actually, it might be okay. Who knows? Doesn't really mean all that much for the midpoint bounce. Honestly, I think we're.
That means everything in my trading, Dolby.
That means everything. Oh, it does.
If you've ever heard me talk about trading, 50% of any range that you could find is probably the most important level that you could find. And like Nick just said, I'm going to pull up the 3 minute range. 3 minute opening range is exactly where we just bounced.
That's so funny. Yep. Look at that.
Right around that 50%.
3 traders all had the same level, all for a different reason. If that is not the definition of trading, I do not know what is.
I'm trying to think of a way to spin that. You can always find a reason to be long the market right there.
100%.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I like the midpoint bounce. I think it's definitely worth, if you're a range trader, I think it's worth having. At least paying attention.
Jay and I keep making the joke. The 1 minute opening range in NQ, as stupid as it sounds, there seems to always be something somewhere it can bounce, either the top, the mid, the low. It returns there, and then someone turns the button back on to buy it or sell it again.
Did you guys get to that point by like journaling and just like, oh, hey, I noticed this thing? It's like something that keeps on kind of like scratching your brain, and like eventually you just write it down. It becomes the fold of your trading system.
Used the 5 minute on ES and NQ for a long time, and I still do on ES. And it just kind of seemed like on NQ, it was bouncing at like other spots inside the range and kind of rejecting. So I was like, let me shrink it down to the 1 minute. And weirdly enough, it seemed to have more touches on the 1 minute for the NASDAQ. Like I said, there's zero data because I have not actually crunched the numbers. It's purely a visual identification that Jay and I keep observing things happening. And a lot of it is hindsight, but there does seem to provide an opportunity. And sometimes it is like a rebid off the top, like 2 minutes after the open, that can be the stupidest, fastest signal on like, this is a trend to the upside, or there's going to be a breakout of this, overnight little consolidation we may have been in the pre-market.
Yeah, that's so funny. Jay, how about you? Do you just like slowly accumulate just little ideas like that and just journal them, review?
Yeah, I mean, at some point we're always students, right? So you hear people talk about opening ranges, and before we even traded on charts, traders in the pits were trading the opening ranges as well. So just when you mark out the same exact thing every day, you'll see patterns in it. And yeah, we see the market bounce at those prices for some reason. Why? By the time we know why, it's probably too late. But the fact that it happens is probably more important than why it happens. So just taking it from there. And that's why I'll say it all the time. Yeah, I'm still short. I want to see some selling below 21, 22, 22,000s, and they're just really not doing it. Going to hold it because I don't see buyers really stepping in here either. And, this 22,000 is going to be a major level of contention, just being a whole number.
Round numbers.
But if we can get some selling below it, I see 100 points to the downside.
Oh yeah, just go back to range to range trade.
Yep. Yeah, back to 900s.
Yeah, even still, like the risk reward is so juicy that it's too tempting to not take. I think that's actually something that's really changed in my mind. Is like, instead of viewing trades as like, oh, 100% this has to work, I'm getting more excited about what's the opportunity associated with this trade. And like, if I can risk 10 to make 50, then, oh man, is that exciting? That's super exciting. And that's worth getting excited about. Oh,
shout out to chat. We got a 10-year auction coming up here, so I'm going to flatten that.
Oh, nice. Chat, keep an eye on that 10-year auction. Nick for a tick, Coach Jay, it's been a pleasure. A little speed run session here. Coming up next, shoulder tap with Ben and JD. And then we're going to be doing some lunchtime trading at 12:30 p.m. Central. Welcome back from Thanksgiving. Also, welcome back from Christmas. I'm going to try to get off this plane, get my mind right. Maybe some lunch will make my brain work again. But some good trading this week so far, hopefully, at least today. It's been a nice range. Hopefully, chat, you got some of it. But we're going to move on to the next segment, which is shoulder tap.
Order filled.
We got 10 seconds. Wonder if they can hear us on YouTube. Yep, they can hear us. All right. 3, 2, 1, Ben, here we go. Good afternoon, friends and traders. We kept it quiet in the green room just in case you could hear us. Hot mic, we got it. I'm looking at you, chat. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. It is Thursday, holiday hangover day. Ben, the risk manager. What's going on? How was your Christmas? Did you guys do anything?
Hey, JD, it was really good. I got to see a lot of family. It was racing around all over the place, but got to see a lot of family I wanted to see. It was a very merry Christmas overall. I was very thankful for the time, and glad to be back in the saddle. What about you? How was your Christmas?
Very nice, very nice. It was actually pretty quiet. My wife is out of town. She's in Tucson, Arizona, and she's coming back today. So she was visiting family. I stuck around home. I have my family in Chicago. She went to see her family in Tucson. Usually I go with her. It was like the first year in 5 that I didn't go to Arizona with her for Christmas. So,
Order filled.
but she's coming home today. Looking forward to that. I'm sure my dog will be very excited to see her also. Other than that, yeah, it was a wonderful, chill couple days off. We're going to do it all again next week too for New Year's. We're taking a couple days off the stream, and yeah, it's going to be another holiday week. Speaking of which, I never gave the announcement on this. We're going to do a weekly kickoff email this Sunday, but it's going to be super abbreviated. The team that usually helps me out putting content together is all on vacation, so just throwing it out there so everybody knows. There will be a weekly kickoff email this week, but it's going to be super short and to the point.
Yeah, we've had a lot of top steppers out on some much needed vacation, and actually a lot of our live traders have taken some time off as well, particularly today and on Christmas Eve. Pretty light volume as far as the participation from our live traders, and in the broader market, not many people putting on trades or trading at all, which is a good thing. It's important to take time off. There were some standouts, but overall kind of the same theme that we've been seeing, JD, since about the beginning of last week. Volatility picked up, and a lot of people, trading the markets, or if you were just buying the dip and selling at the end of the day, that worked. That was a strategy that was working very well for many days in a row, weeks in a row, and then when you see volatility introduced, can really turn you on your head and get vertigo and don't quite know what's going on. So I want to talk a little bit about that, but we've seen a lot more red on the boards over the last week and a half than previously, and that's definitely, I think, reflective of those changing market conditions. But
when you say previously, do you mean previously around this time of year, or just in the previous few weeks leading up to the end of the year?
Yeah, just the beginning of the month, December. I would even go further back. We've been on a relatively steady march higher in equities, at least for a good amount of time. And so when you have all of a sudden that big pickup in volatility, I think we had a 3 ATR move intraday in the equities. I want to say it was Wednesday of last week. That's pretty radical, and there were people buying the dip all the way down on that day in particular. So who ended up getting blown out, which is tough. Trading the markets is difficult. It's not something to be taken lightly. And just when you feel like you've got the recipe, it's going to change all the ingredients on you. So something to be aware of, and definitely use caution in your trading as you try to diagnose what the new environment is, or at least wait for things to settle down. But there have been some standouts, and I'll give you a quick rundown on the live P&Ls from today. Quite a few daily loss limits again. We've seen a good amount of that over the last week and a half, but house account up just shy of $500, which is good. It's like Scott K's up 8,600, Joseph L up 6,200, Yusuf up 9,100, Omar up 5,100, and Jonathan K up 6,500. So, as always, we have a large number of live traders in our program, and so there's always going to be those outliers, those people that I've seen more recently, JD, that it's the traders who are putting on a winning trade and walking away. A lot of traders who are putting on 4, 5, 6 trades in a day or more. When they're trying to pick tops and bottoms or trade intraday, that's proving difficult. And so we've seen a number of people who are up $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in the morning, ending up hitting their daily loss limit later in the day. So the most successful people, the people who are surviving and thriving in this environment right now, are taking the money and running. So when they're up money, they walk away. So just kind of a quick
that is
insight there.
That is the bottleneck with the bottleneck with the buy and hold strategy or the buy and walk away strategy is you're not there to manage the position when you're up $6,000. You're not sitting there to move your stop around.
Right.
Unless you're, I can't speak for these traders, but if you're just buying on the open and waiting for the auto liquidator at the end of the day, I don't know. It's a tricky strategy.
Yeah, well, especially again with that volatility, and that's something a lot of our traders, some of whom, whether they're live funded traders or not, may have only been trading for a year or two, and so there's a certain level of even if you've been successful, that you just quite haven't experienced, actually walked through. You may have studied markets, but you haven't actually experienced and traded through some of those more volatile events, and can be really disorienting. So just do your best. Size down is always it's the advice that I've been giving basically in every conversation I've had with live traders over the last week and a half, and one in particular that we'll highlight here. But I think we can move on and maybe use an example to talk about these changing conditions. We can talk about Joshua M. We've got the trading card for him.
There it is, Joshua M.
Caution that some of these numbers have actually been amended. This is a card that we put together at the very end of last week, but Joshua's done some trading since then. So average daily P&L and some of these numbers are slightly adjusted, but I'll be sure to highlight where those are different. The average daily P&L currently is $2,691. That change is a result of a $38,000 winning day on Christmas Eve of all days. So again, we just have the law of large numbers playing out before us. Yeah, and to do that on an abbreviated day, typically, I would say that half days like that, right around major holidays like Christmas, are pretty muted in the way of volatility one way or the other. They're usually pretty flat. They look like a flatline heart monitor or something, but we did get some momentum, a little bit of momentum, I would say, in the equities, and Joshua was able to capitalize on that with some size and took down $38,000 on Christmas Eve. So that's really impressive that he was able to do so. Obviously, when you have those outsized winning days, JD, it's going to skew the numbers a little bit, but most of what we have written down here is still applicable. He's a high flying trader. He's comfortable with hitting that day, being backstopped by that $3,000 daily loss limit, and he wants to put up $30,000, $40,000 or more in a single day. So far, he's been net positive doing so on a total of including today 23 trading days. So that's impressive that he's done so. I am suspicious of the longevity. We've seen a lot of traders try to use that scale of account management and do so for varying degrees of success, but generally not longer than a few months. So that's the focus here. And really what I want to highlight is that, when you have these outsized days, you need to make sure you're locking in the majority of them. That is the best thing that I can say about Joshua, JD. He's been very, very receptive to the outreach from the risk team here at Topstep. When we reach out to him, say, hey, you're up $30,000-$40,000. We want you to lock in, half or more of that. Typically he's getting flat on those positions right away, which is fantastic. It's very helpful to have when you're in a big trade like that, to literally have, someone else on your team, risk manager or otherwise, tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, let's work on getting out of this position. Let's work on maximizing the profit here rather than, daydreaming about what it can go to potentially, because the greed can definitely take over when you're up $10, $20, $30,000. So he's been receptive to that. And that's the best thing about this trader and this trading so far. He has the stomach to sit through, positive 20,000 to get to positive 30 or positive 40. And then the clairvoyance to say, okay, the risk team's reaching out. I really need to just go ahead and stop it here. Love that he's been doing that. It's a big reason he's been successful. And, so far, unless we see a large number of daily loss limits in a row, exceeding these, because right now he's not destroying the big winning days with subsequent daily loss limits. If that begins to happen, obviously we need to, maybe change the strategy or adjust. And there's nothing wrong with scaling down. One of our other traders we'll talk about here in a minute if we have time, does that very well. So particularly with the volatility in the markets, there's nothing wrong with scaling back a little bit. If you're used to trading 2 contracts, trading 1 or moving to micros, you're still going to have those moves, but you're going to have wider stops and you're less likely to get stopped out. So Joshua overall is doing great. Anything you want to add here, JD, from what you're seeing on this trading card?
I mean, I don't want to dog this guy at all because he's up quite a bit in his live funded account. And I'm going to say that it's 99% due to the risk team here at Topstep. I think if this trader was in an actual brokerage account, let me ask you this, Ben. If this trader had $100,000 in an actual brokerage account without a daily loss limit, how long ago do you think he would have blown out of this account?
I mean, especially without that daily loss limit and some of the other risk parameters, it could happen in a single day. I mean, we've seen moves like that, and that's, there's been a lot of conversation around the benefits of a live account or trading prop at all. Doing so with, I think they're fundamentally different, JD, because doing so with your own $100,000, your own money in that brokerage account, you're going to think about that and feel very differently about that than you would trading with, the prop firm's capital. And that's how we want it. That's the opportunity that Topstep provides. It gives you the ability to detach from that money a little bit more. Not to say that the emotions aren't still a factor, but you can absolutely, manage and work with our firm to grow that account rather than just, being, the lone ranger behind the desk trying to manage your own money. It's very difficult to do. Even at prop, it's difficult to do as well. But it's one of the massive benefits is it's someone else's money and you have a full team and infrastructure behind you to help you, maximize the potential of that account.
Yep. I see 4 winning days out of 22 and still up significant amount in this live funded account. Shout out to the risk management team for keeping this trader in the money. That's all I'm going to say about Joshua.
Yeah, he's doing great. Let's move on to, I think we got a little bit of time left if we can pull up the trading card for Muhammad.
There he is.
Now Muhammad is doing a great job of exactly what I wanted to highlight here. When I think last week, JD, I looked it up before I came on. I'm pretty sure the VIX was on Monday of last week. The VIX was at 14, and on Wednesday it was at 28. So it doubled in a matter of 2 days, and that sort of spike in volatility can really give traders whiplash. Muhammad does a great job of scaling his trading up and down size-wise based on what he's seeing and what levels of success he's having. So I love his willingness to switch over to micros. If you look at toggle between the performance on the two, you see after some losing days in the NQ, he might go to the MNQ. But the willingness to use those smaller size products and widen your stop and continue trading the same strategy could work potentially. There's a lot of ways to to skin that cat, but I would encourage all of our users to talk about research and try to implement some rules and some guidelines in your trading around what to do when volatility rears its ugly head, because it can create a lot of opportunity, but it can also, really rip your account up if you're not rolling with it. So looking at things like the VIX, things like, there's tons of different indicators, whether you're looking at ATR or, using Keltner channels to view ATR, Bollinger Bands, just something to gauge, what is kind of calm seas and what's really, really choppy waters. That'll help, decide when to scale up and scale down. And I think Muhammad's doing a great job of that. Average daily P&L of $191 is fantastic. That's smooth and steady. Really love what this trader's doing, and has been taking payouts consistently. Really conservative for the most part. But the only really concerning piece here, JD, on December 13th, there was a daily loss hit. It looks like an inflection point on these trade reports where since December 13th, there's been much more volatility in the P&L of this actual account. And so that is a little bit concerning. Still net positive over that period of time, which is good. But you want to be cognizant of those moves in your account balance because you don't want to hit that maximum loss limit. You want to be able to grow the account. So just word of caution to be aware of. But overall, Muhammad's doing a great job in this account.
I'm looking at his trade report now. This trader had an excellent run going back to November 4th, first day in this life on an account. Yeah, and you're right. Expanded volatility, low liquidity, low volume in the last couple of weeks going into the end of the year. Yeah, and anything's possible in these markets right now. But this trader, I like this trade report. I'm looking at it. He's making all the right moves. His hold times are spectacular. He's not trading huge. He's got maybe 1 or 2 days where he expands his trade volume. Probably just trying to chop some wood and make it back a little bit. But for the most part, I like what I'm looking at with this trader. And I want to clear something up in the chat that I heard. Bornthor says, JD, risk team is great, but saying that that last year we were talking about Joshua, saying that 99% of the reason he's doing good is because the risk team is wild. Bornthor, I know I say some stuff, but honestly, without a doubt, if you're trading in a traditional brokerage account with a broker, you don't have a risk team that's cutting you off with a daily loss limit every day, that's telling you to stop trading, that's calling you on the phone and having a conversation with you. All right. This trader had 4 winning days out of the last 22 and hit the daily loss limit on all 18 of those losing days. If he didn't have somebody like Ben on the phone with him, telling him to lock in profits and setting a daily loss limit for him, how long do you think he would have lasted in a traditional brokerage account with $100,000? Tell me. Put it in the chat. I'm going to put it to you guys.
One other quick point about that, JD. I think it's important to recognize, obviously the trader's putting the trades on, seeing the markets, and Joshua has a great ability to put on those home run trades. But it's twofold. One is the daily loss limit. Being in this account and being backstopped by that gives you more swings at the plate, gives you the opportunity to actually even be around and have those home run days. And then the other component is what magnitude is that home run? How big is it? And that's where we step in and try to work. Some traders are not receptive to it at all. Some are kind of go down kicking and screaming. When we tell them we want them to lock in $40,000, which may sound crazy to some, but again, that's the headspace that you can find yourself in when you're sitting in a trade that's that size. So that's where we come in. We want you to lock in those profits. So we do play a big role in locking in the size of those trades because we see oftentimes we don't catch it. Someone might be up $10,000 or $15,000 and quick move in the market, and they're at the daily loss limit. So we see the opposite happen over and over again. So when we do step in and help a trader lock in a $30,000 or $40,000 day, that's a big win for everyone, and we're really proud of the work we do.
Excellent job, Ben. I'm sure everybody else appreciates it also. One more thing to clear up. Troop says, why would you assume a brokerage account doesn't allow you to set a daily loss limit? Well, Troops, I happen to have a personal brokerage account, and I'm sure a lot of the people in the chat do also, so I could speak from experience there. All right, guys, it's 12:30 p.m. in the Central Time. Chicago time, 12:30. We're done with the shoulder tap for now. thank you for being here, Ben, on Holiday Hangover Day here at Topstep on Topstep TV. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your input. Appreciate the
thanks for
Risk
having me.
team. Yeah. Risk team's doing a bang-up job. Killer. As always, these guys are great. This is why you come to Topstep if you're in a Live Funded account. You have access to this Risk team every single day. And they'll keep your live account funded for as long as they possibly can. Which you can't say for brokerage. Anyway. All right. That's my rant. We're moving on, guys. We got the lunchbox trading coming up next. Hogan and I will be here. We're going to take a short break. Thanks again, Ben. Topstep TV. Let's go. Welcome back, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. Sorry about the quick. The short time out there, but here we are. It's Lunchbox trading time. You got me. You got Hogue. We got you guys. You got the form in the chat. You got a question for me or Hogue? Click in the link in the top of the chat and enter your question, and we will answer it live here on Topstep TV. We're also going to be looking at trades. We had a house count trade on in the gold not too long ago. We got ticked out on it. Oh man, sometimes
it happens.
And now we're sitting right around new highs again. What was the price we got ticked out on that trade, Og?
Our stop was at 26.45.40. There's that little red arrow right there.
Right,
that's where we got.
There.
That's where we got stopped out on that.
That was no joke. Bottom ticked on our stop, and then we're running and testing highs right now. This is trading, folks. This is real trading. We're not here to beat around the bush. We talked about that stop for a good 20 minutes during fast markets this morning. We were talking about that trade all morning. We're waiting for a pullback to get in. We were looking for an area of invalidation on the trade where the trade would no longer be good. And that was, our worst case scenario area. And it went right to that spot and turned around. So
what we may have missed on that, JD, was overnight session VWAP is right there.
There it is.
All roads. That yellow line right there. Overnight session VWAP.
I was going to say Gabe switch to my charts, but I'm running the show here, so I'm going to switch to my charts real quick. And yep, there it is. The VWAP right there.
Yep.
Stopped out. The blue line. That's VWAP. Stopped out right on VWAP.
Yeah, and I do have a feeling that, had we still been in that segment and, we had the opportunity to take the long back down there near where we got stopped out, I think that would have been a really nice opportunity because the market, it sat there for a little while and then it rallied back above the IB high, came back to VWAP, put in a higher low. That to me was a much better opportunity for us to take that long. That would have paid us handsomely.
Yep, we'd be in the money very nicely right now. What was our profit target? Was 56, right? We didn't quite get there.
Yeah, it was 56, just right up there. Right up against the day session.
If we were in that, we likely would have used your 10% rule on the way up there, wouldn't we? You got real.
Yeah, I probably would have. I mean, that was a nice profit. That was just under 2 to 1. If we'd got close, I probably would have taken
it. As Royal Trade says, hindsight will always find a reason. It just so happens we 100%. Own Hindsight Capital, folks. You were talking to the captains of Hindsight Capital. The money's in Chiefs. All right. What are we looking at this afternoon, Hogue? We got a couple questions.
Right.
We don't got any questions. Let me pull up the form.
Yeah, we do actually. Well, there's a couple at the bottom there that they're very related, about, getting over the hump and accepting losses, getting through combines and getting to XFA and getting psyched out about it. This is a very popular question. But it's, it's one that I think bears an answer in repeating often because everybody seems to have this to them at some point in their trading career and maybe even in any given trading day. It's a different feeling going from just some random sim account into the trading combine. There's actual skin in the game and it changes your decision-making process. Going from the trading combine to an XFA or a funded account, that whole process repeats itself. It's you feel like there's more opportunity, but there's also more risk and it gets in your brain and it changes your decision-making process. I can bring out the balance beams again if you want, JD.
Let's do it. We haven't seen the balance beams in a couple weeks. I think it's time to go over this lesson once again. Going into the new year, this is the nuance between your practice account, your trading combine, your XFA, and your live account. Here it is. Hoag's going to lay it out for you.
So, thanks, JD. You know, if you have a balance beam that's right on along the floor like this, you know, most people, as long as they're able-bodied people, would be able to dance across this without really worrying about falling off. You really wouldn't have to think that much about it. It would be a very easy process just to walk from one end to the other and back again and back and forth because, you know, if there's a mistake, you just step off, you step right back on. There's very little risk of injury when the balance beam is laying on the floor like this. That is a practice account. You know, a practice account you can just reset. If you have a bad day or you have a bad trade, you can just wash it away and jump back on that little balance beam. We're getting into the trading combine. That balance beam is now 2 feet off the floor. It's the same process going from one end to the other. The difference is the amount of risk if you're going to fall off. Now, you know, 2 feet, you may not injure yourself, but it does offer the opportunity to create injury. So, as Dakota says, as many people say here, focusing on the process of getting from one end to the other is what you have to focus on, and not the fear of falling off and injuring yourself. If you can focus on the process of going from one end to the other, the way you did in the sim account or with a balance beam on the floor like this, is what's going to keep you from falling off and getting injured. Getting into a fund account, an XFA account or a funded account, that balance beam is now 4 feet off the floor. The process of going from one end to the other is the same, but 1 foot in front of the other. Focus on process, not profit. But the risk is also greater because now you have the opportunity for injury should you fall off. If I fell off this thing, I could pretty much guarantee injury. So I really have to focus on the process of walking from one end to the other and turning around would be a lot of fun. I think that would be interesting. And then coming all the way back. But it's the fact that you have greater risk that makes it more difficult. It's just that fear of injury that creates that difficult decision-making process. Just the fact that there's greater risk changes the decision-making process. I hope that helps.
Just don't look down, folks. Just don't look down. Close your eyes and cross the beam.
Absolutely.
Right, we see anything lining up here? I'm still looking at gold. You looking at anything else in particular? We're drifting sideways in equities right now.
Yeah.
It's real chop suey right now.
Gold pretty much closes its regular trading hours at 12:30 Central Time. So for all intents and purposes, gold is kind of off the table unless there's some sort of news that drives price in one direction or another after the 12:30 close. That happens a lot on FOMC days. Equities pretty much kind of sideways. This is the 3-minute chart in the NASDAQ. This is the 30 in the S&Ps. Let's see if we're seeing anything there. Here's the 3-minute. Not seeing anything really, any side in tilt. It just seems like things have pretty much gone sideways. We are holding above the overnight session VWAP in the S&Ps. That has been supportive since we kind of broke below it and then came back above it. IB high has been supportive. Here's IB high in the S&Ps, 60.87 quarter. Once we broke above it, we came back to it, found support, came back to it, found support again. Put up a lower high here, so we're starting to create a Dolby Dorito that could be interesting for the end of the day session today. Not really seeing anything that I'm really kind of hot on jumping into in any of these markets. Crude oil, we opened above range.
People talking about a cattle move. People are talking about a cattle move in share right now.
Really?
I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at a cattle chart in years, honestly. But Hoop says he missed the cattle move, and Calzone says it was a good cattle move today. Good cattle moves are rare. But there it is.
Very trending. Very trending. I can hear the
It
cattle
is a
now.
buyer's delight. To clear a few things up too, with gold, gold futures when the contract was first introduced at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, was it introduced at the Merc or the Port? I don't remember, but closing hours
was at the Merc, and then it moved to New York,
and then it moved to the but closing time for futures contracts was always 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So your settlement price is based off of a 12:30 Central Time, and gold will continue to trade for another 4 hours after that until the end of the Globex session, I should say. Not Globex session, but until the end of the day, until the restart of the new Globex session. So, your settlement price in gold is always going to be significantly different than the last price traded. So, adjust your strategies around that. Last price and settlement price are not the same in any market. They're two completely different things. That's all I got to say about gold. All right. Around to the NQ.
Sorry about that.
Looks like our daily levels have been adjusted a little bit. So we're trading between 049 and 981. That is our range in the NQ right now. Not much to talk about trade-wise. What do you say we grab another question, Hogue?
Absolutely.
Ooh, Shubham. He's got a Series 3 question for you, Hogue. Who initiates or writes a futures contract first, the buyer or the seller?
Good question.
Very interesting question.
Very good question. So this kind of relates a lot to kind of open interest. Okay.
Yes.
So Shubham, when we think about a contract, there has to be two parties to the contract that agree to something, and there has to be an end date to the contract. When a contract is created, if a new buyer buys one from a new seller, a new long and a new short trade, that creates the contract. So there's no writer or initiator. It's an agreement. The contract is an agreement. There are other things that, however, can happen. If a long position sells one to a new long position, there is no new contract created. All that does is transfer the risk of that contract to the new buyer. Same with the seller. If a person holding a short position buys one from somebody creating a short position from themselves, it doesn't create a new contract. All that does is transfer the risk of that short to the new seller. And then, of course, if an old buyer and an old seller trade with each other to liquidate, that liquidates one contract. So to answer your question, Shubham, it's not whether if anybody writes or creates the contract, it's a mutual agreement. And then also one person that is a person in that mutual agreement can transfer that risk to another trader. Like, again, if it's a long and I sell my contract to you, Shubham, which is creating a new long for you, all I did was transfer the risk of that contract from me to you, and it doesn't create a new contract. Very good question, an important question, especially where it relates to open interest. Great question.
Yes, exactly. That was a perfect explanation, Hogue. Thank you so much for that. And there are no limits to the number of contracts that can be created in a futures market. As long as there's a willing buyer and a willing seller, they can get together and negotiate a contract. That's the beauty of the futures markets. So no limits on open interest. A little different than the option markets when it comes to actually writing a contract. I figure that's where you're coming from with that. But yeah, an option seller writing a contract is a little different than a buyer and a seller in a futures market coming together to create a contract.
And it's interesting, JD and everybody, this is part of the Series 3 as well. There can be more contracts in a for futures contract. Like there can be more contracts in a futures month, like in soybeans, than actual live soybeans out there. You don't have to have the actual to create these futures contracts. So you can have, 1 billion contracts in open interest when there's only 900 million in actual soybeans alive. So you can actually have more contracts in futures than you can have actual commodity, because 99% of futures contracts are liquidated before expiration and before delivery.
Only bona fide hedgers are actually making and taking delivery of futures contracts. The rest of us are speculators in the market. We're day traders. We provide liquidity. So exactly what Hogue said, most contracts expire, and delivery is only taken by a handful of producers, and delivery is made by, consumers and producers make and take delivery.
Yes.
Not people like us.
Even most of them liquidate their futures positions before before delivery. If you think about it, if I grow corn and I'm seeing while I'm planting the corn that I can sell August corn at $4, and I think that's a really good price. I can sell futures at $4, and if the price at that time, if I estimate my acreage and the number of bushels that I'm actually going to harvest correctly, then if I sell futures at $4 in January, and when it comes time to deliver the grain to the elevator down the street, and I'm only getting $3, well, I've essentially sold my corn for $4, so I can liquidate the futures position, make that dollar in futures, and then sell my grain up the street for $3. In essence, I've sold my grain for $4 because I used futures, and that's a good hedge.
That's a good hedge. That is the definition of a hedge. And farmers know their hedges better than anybody else.
Oh, yes.
They know what that crop's going to be like the day they plant those seeds. I've talked to them before. They're very skilled at what they do. They've been doing it their entire lives.
Yep. I know.
Always take the farmer's word for it.
I get 40, 50 bushels an acre out of this.
Yeah. I mean, a typical soybean is what? 110 bushels per acre, right around there. And they can tell you up to the bushel what they're getting per acre when they plant, just based on the way the soil feels in their hands. These guys are masters. So,
and the variable to that, of course, is going to be the weather, but they are really good at it.
They've been doing it for generations. It's a skill. All right, 12:55. Hogue, want to take one more real quick?
Sure.
All right. Going down to the bottom here. How do I get over the hump of losing and accepting losses? I can pass combines and get into XFAs, but psych myself because I'm focused on payouts and can't seem to control emotions to be consistent. Seeing the green before you plant the bean. That's basically what this guy is talking about, right? You gotta.
That is.
Like if you're playing baseball.
That is a brand new trading and farming colloquialism that you just created there. You're seeing the green before you planted the bean. That is fantastic. Did you just make that up, or did you hear that from somewhere?
pretty sure, I'm 98% sure I just made it up. It's possible I heard it somewhere 25 years ago, but I just spit it out. I'll tell you that much.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. That's a mic drop right there.
Seeing the green before you plant the bean. All right, I'm writing it down. Also, and then I meant to say something along the lines of you got to see the ball into your mitt before you can make the next play. But yeah, seeing the green before you plant the bean. It's written.
It's
down.
what we were talking about at the beginning. If you can pass combines, you get into the XFA and psych yourself out because you're focused on payout. What's your focus? One, you were probably focusing on the process to get through the trading combine. You get into the XFA. Now you're focused on payout. And that's what's going to create that emotion. If you focus on process, then as long as things don't change too much in the markets, you should be able to use that same process when you get into the XFA to remain consistent and profitable. One of the best traders I ever knew, they said, Steve, how did you make so much money? How did you do what you did? And he said, well, that's the wrong question, Hogue. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, when I first started, I was a one lot, just trying to figure out how to make money, trading one lots, just a scalper, just over and over. But my focus wasn't about making money. My focus was about making good trading decisions. And the better my trading decisions got, the more money I started to make. If I focus on the money, I'm not focusing on making good trading decisions. So what you want to do is you want to focus on becoming a very good trading decision maker, and the money is a byproduct of that. So become a really good trading decision maker and continue to make good trading decisions, focusing on process, focusing on your strategies, focusing on your path in trading, and don't worry about the money. When you become a good trader, the money's just going to come. The money's just going to come. Money is a byproduct of making good trading decisions, period. I hope that helps.
You nailed it, Hogue, as always. Make good trade decisions, and good things will eventually happen. You're going to become a millionaire overnight?
No.
Not likely. But
hardest way to make easy money.
The hardest way to make easy money. Perfect. Perfect. There's your answer, folks. All right, we're going to take a short break.
Before you plant the bean.
Don't. See green before you plant the bean. Yeah, we're going to get some t-shirts. All right, folks, we got Eddie and Alyssa coming up with Top Quiz. We got 2 days Top Quiz coming up. We promised last week, and we're coming through with that promise. Stick around today and tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central Time. We're going to be doing Top Quiz. And then we're coming right back with Back to the Futures. We got Dolby, Deanna, and Coach Jay. Deanna, host of the London Open. And Coach Jay, you saw him. He's taking a little break right now, but he's going to be right back with us for Back to the Futures. Stick around, folks. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back. Topstep TV. Let's go.
right, you know what time it is? It is.
It's time for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz.
Yes, it is. It is time for Top Quiz. And just to let you know, no mercy on these questions. None whatsoever. You'd be lucky to get one right. And we've got the fantastic, amazing, lovely Alyssa with us today. Hello, Alyssa. How are you today?
Hi, Eddie. I'm doing well. How are you? How was your Christmas?
Christmas was a blink of the eye, especially when you're got a bottle in front of you. And you pass out and they roll you into the corner under the tree. And they go about, no, that wasn't me. Christmas was wonderful for the family. How about you? How was Christmas?
It was really good. I got to come home, see the family. So working out of the parents' house today, and then we'll head out for Canada actually this weekend. So it's been busy.
Does Canada know this? Does Canada know?
I have not alerted them yet.
All right. All right, Top Quiz, ladies and gentlemen. If you have never played this game before, welcome aboard. Top 5 get an entry. If you get top 5 with the highest points, we'll get an entry into our VIP. Everyone else who gets 3 or more will be put into a raffle nicely. No pushing, no shoving. And then we'll draw, I think, 20 winners out of that. So we've got our players here still logging in. We're going to get ready here because time is of the essence. And we got Gabe pulling the cords and pushing buttons. I think we're ready to go. We ready to go, Gabe?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get it done. We got about 300. I'll give everybody about 10, 15 more seconds, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So Hurry your asses up.
Hurry your asses up. That is, yes, that's going to be our question tomorrow. What did Gabe say today? Oh, we got a lot.
Get your bums in here before we close it. All right. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, we're locking it up. Let's go.
Goodness, good thing you're not working at NASA.
I know, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Thursday, December 26, 2024. 3, 2, 1. Here's our first question. Ian Fleming, creator of James Bond, is the author of what? Oh, this is something I don't have. Are these the right questions? Oh my goodness. Okay. Wrong question. These are new to me. I cannot see the question as it is.
I think I was asking about spilling the tea, which I think is sharing gossip.
Okay. All right. I checked on these questions before. There you go, sharing gossip. Maybe you'll be reading the questions and I will be answering them. Oh boy. All right.
I can go ahead and read them, Eddie, if you want. I'm working on fixing that screen right now in the meantime.
Bro, Kahootsy, Fish and Ticks, Lord Woodslinger, and Boomer Brian. Top 5 here. Good job. Yes, that I was. Oh boy, so much for that. Well, congratulations, top 5. And we've got Gabe going to straighten something out, hopefully.
By the way, it looks like Tim used the questions that I had submitted to him while you were out over that week. So I believe the questions you were looking at that you provided are for tomorrow's top quiz.
Oh,
what I'm seeing in the background here.
All right. So then you read the questions and I will play along. What is the largest type of bear? I got that one.
Good. All right, cool.
Grizzly, panda, polar, black bear. Oh, I think I know this.
I believe it's a polar bear, right?
I am with you on that one. I am going to say polar bear also. They're so cute, and they like to drink Coca-Cola, as Jack mentioned. And 200 people say yes, polar bears. Polar bears. I'd like to give one a big hug and just hug one. ZJ, JL, Nexus, and the Tilt. We got a new top 5 on this one. Congratulations. Food that can never go bad. Life's cooking. It's bad to start with.
Oh no. Eddie.
Rice, blueberries, honey, candy. I think I know this one.
I feel like it
I
has
think
to be rice.
I'm going to say honey for my
I thought that honey could get like toxic or something.
honey. There is. They have found honey in the in Egypt, in the tombs of Egypt, and not to say if they tried it, but they looked at it and said, "Hey, this is still good. I'm going to put this on my toast."
I was going to say, who's trying it to make sure it didn't go bad?
Kahootsy still holding the first spot. JL still there. ZJ, name Nick and Rockframe joining the top 5. Congratulations. All right. All right. Which state is the shortest one-way commute to work? Oh my goodness, South Dakota, Louisiana, Delaware, or Vermont?
I have no idea.
I'll take a guess. I'll say Delaware.
I'll take South Dakota.
You get South Dakota, I got Delaware. Wonder if they make Tupperware in Delaware. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like is that the right answer? Correct. Oh, it's a. You are correct, South Dakota. All right.
Whoa.
Very good, South Dakota. Huh. All right, podium and our top 5. In third place, King EF. Second place, Lazy Lion out of nowhere. Good job. And our first place winner today, congratulations, Name Nick. Good job. We got Saved by the Bell and G, 4th and 5th position. U5 will get automatic entries into our VIP, and we will be drawing another 20. And come back here, Power Hour. We will have those drawn and ready. And then we'll let you know if you are one of those winners. And Alyssa, thank you very much for being with us here today. I think we got Bonnie coming in tomorrow. If I don't see you, have a wonderful New Year's. And just be careful in Canada. If you do need to get bailed out, just give me a call. I'll wire you some Canadian dollars. Right.
You're on my speed dial, Eddie. Thank you so much. Have a great New Year's as well.
Thank you. Take care. All right. That was Top Quiz. And coming up here, we do have the, what do we got? Who do we have next, Gabe?
We have Deanna and Coach Jay joining us.
Oh, that's
Coach
right.
Jay
There's
returning.
Coach Jay jumping in. There's Deanna. All right, fantastic. We're going to take a little break here right now. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Futures. We got Coach Jay doing round 2. We got Deanna for round 1 with is that an updo? Is that what they call it, Deanna?
It's a messy bun. I think that it's called.
Bun.
Yeah, a lot of sleep in it.
I like that.
That's how you make it.
A messy bun. It sounds like a fun pastry. Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Boxing Day. Well, I thought it was Thanksgiving if you watched the 11 o'clock show.
I did. Yes.
Great.
Yeah, we had a pretty quiet Christmas, and today is Boxing Day in the UK. And again, another quiet one, just sleeping and resting. We seem to have picked up some colds, so Santa has brought us some colds for Christmas, which is not that fun. But yeah, we had a chilled one with the fur kids, and yeah, it's nice to relax a little bit, and then also get some social with you guys. So this is my life.
Could be worse. What's the historical significance behind Boxing Day for all of us Americans over here?
Yeah, so it's an interesting one. So back in the day, we're talking 200 years ago or something, when people still had staff and servants. On Boxing Day, the gentry would be packing up their food from Christmas Day and giving it to the staff. So it's called the Boxing Day, and nothing's open, everything's closed, you can't buy anything. All the shops are closed, banks are closed, people are off work, so it's like a proper day off over here.
Wow. So you can get you can still get a boxing meal if you go to McDonald's and ask for a Happy Meal, right?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, they
Maybe
put
if
it
you
in
work
a
that?
little prize. Yeah. Get a Happy Meal. There you go.
Yeah. That's in a box. Yeah.
Deanna, you've been trading for a couple of years, maybe a couple more than that. We're in the end of the year here. Have you been placing any trades, or are you just window shopping for deals?
So I only did one. I only did one Nikkei trade last night, and that was on my XFA on my last remaining one in Ninja. So that was again pretty stress free, 1.2K. So yeah, it was just I couldn't sleep, and I woke up from a nap, and I thought to myself, well, let's see what Nikkei is doing, and there was a nice setup. We had a value rejection, and because it's the end of the year, you do have this Christmas rally thing. I didn't think it was going to be that that fruitful or massive, but it was worth taking, and that's the only trade I did. This is probably a second trade I did in the last 2 weeks. So I've really kind of just wound down for the year. And, if I see something obvious, I will take it. But otherwise, I'm going to wait for January to roll.
It sounds like what most people are doing. Volume is indicative of that as well. Coach Shea, has anything changed in the last 2.5 hours since we've last seen you?
I got stopped out of that short that I was in. I still like the trade, but we're pretty range bound right now. So I'm no. So we took a NASDAQ trade. I took a NASDAQ trade right before we got off. I cut it because we had a bill auction, and then I put it back on in the 20s and got stopped out in the 40s. And then if I'm looking at the price action now, we've been in a range since then. So I'm going to stay patient for now. I still like a move out of this range. I don't really care which side it's to. I was kind of leaning towards the short side before, but I will take a break out of this range in either direction. So I'm on the high of the range 22.40 and the lows 21.995. So any kind of momentum out of that range, I'll take a trade. But if not, I'm going to stay patient.
Sounds good. There's going to be a lot of patience going on, a lot of sitting on hands, and a lot of incredible hosting work for the Topstep TV on-air staff as we try to ask very interesting questions while the market kind of meanders back and forth into the end of the year. It's not always like that. I believe, what was it? Last Christmas Eve, we had some fireworks. Maybe something happens into the end of the year. But for the most part, we should be prepared for lots of ranges, megaphones, and all of those other fun patterns that drive us absolutely insane. D, what would you typically do into the end of the year as a trader? Say last month, last 2 weeks. What was kind of your game plan?
I used to go on a break. I used to just wind it down on the 15th and then just kind of leave and not come back until mid-January. That was my thing. With COVID, that kind of changed a little bit because we got so much more liquidity. But I still don't really like trading as much as I normally do towards the end of the year because, if you've done any work, throughout the year, the last thing you want to be doing is sitting there watching paint dry. Tomorrow we're on the reversal challenge. That's going to be interesting. so
definitely do it.
Lower your expectations, get a shot of tequila, and let's go.
There you go.
Oh, I don't know. I cannot think of alcohol right now. I'm not thinking of it.
Why, Toby? How was your Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was great. My marriage day was great. Christmas Eve was good. Christmas Day was good. Going back out tonight again.
You've just been celebrating all month.
There you go.
Honestly, I'm tired of champagne. I never thought I would ever say that, but I really don't want to see any champagne. But it's not my choice. So, anyways, what do we do with these markets? Is there any good trades right now? I mean, RTY looks kind of interesting.
I was just going to say that RTY kind of pushing up towards this 2300, just major psych level. We saw a rejection off of there earlier. What would you be looking at in the Russell, Dolby?
I mean, we're so range bound. I think shorts would probably be interesting just because they'd be cheap. Like I say, 2300, big round number. We kind of are at the tops of a lot of kind of wiki price action up here. We do have higher lows. So maybe this ends up punching through, but if I had to take a trade, I'd most likely say short just because it's a cheap trade. Also, a couple little points of interest above that. I would say 2305 is kind of interesting, and even 2311 just because we had a low there. What day was this? This was November 19th. This is a 4-hour chart. So maybe we get some sort of resistance up there, and this will move back down for just a short-term scalp. But the RTY does look like an interesting market so far. Also, a nice little consolidation up here. Deanna, did you trade any RTY?
I was going to say, you guys see the crude.
I placed a couple of trades in RTY, but it's not, I'm not really a core equities trader. Out of all the equities, I prefer to trade DAX and sometimes ES. RTY, maybe I've done 10 trades in there, but it is an interesting product. I mean, it does move. So if you're looking, for anyone who's looking for any sort of a alternative to our friend, the NASDAQ, look at RTY. It's definitely a pretty decent range. Let's just take a look at some of the options levels that we may have around here.
I'd like to know what happened to crude here. Crude just tripped over the rug.
Yeah.
Made a new low.
Yeah.
Big wick.
Crude is doing this weird thing. I mean, there was some news earlier, but I would have thought that would go up, not down. However, today it is Thursday, isn't it?
It is.
Well,
It's Thursday. Yeah. So
we've got the numbers coming out tomorrow. The
yeah,
EIA.
but CME has bi-weekly crude oil options that expire on Tuesday and Thursday. So
okay.
I'm guessing this is what we're seeing. This is a new thing. These bi-weekly crude oil options only started in July this year. Up until then, it was like the regular third Friday of the month expiry. And then they decided, for whatever reason, let's introduce these bi-weekly options that might give people an opportunity to position themselves a little bit better in light of all the geopolitical mess that we've had this year. And I think this is what we're seeing. We're seeing the options expiring and people maybe unwinding some positions into the end of the day, and this is why it's a bit spiky and generally in a downtrend, which is something that happens on Thursdays in general. So if you're looking for reversals in crude oil, Thursday is probably not the day for that, just purely statistically speaking. And with the introduction of the new biweekly options, that's actually gotten even more pronounced now. So yeah, I would guess it has nothing to do with the news, but rather than options activity.
Thank you.
Do you have a question on crude? Do you trade those crude options at all? I'm just thinking about crude. You're talking about bi-weekly options.
Yeah.
Crude has been in a range, and ranging markets are a option seller's dream.
Yeah. I don't really do that much options trading myself. Usually when I start to get involved in options is mainly if I can't really use a sensible stop loss because like the volatility is so crazy, and then I might turn to options, but it's not my core way of trading crude oil. However, I'll be honest, I have been thinking about it, and exactly for that reason, because it's been in such a range, and intraday trading is a nightmare on crude oil all this year. Like that used to be my bread and butter, and that's definitely not the case anymore. So if I'm going to trade anything, I would look at RBOB instead. So that's gasoline futures. It has a better range. You know, when you look at the ranges, we're looking at 319 ticks on RBOB versus the average daily range on crude oil at, hold on, I just lost it, at 104. That's just a pathetic range intraday. And, you know, for intraday trading, you really need to have a significant span of ticks that you can take in a day without having to snipe it from like tops and bottoms. And, you know, getting involved in the middles is always a nightmare because you're just going to get stuck in a 30 tick range and you'll be sat in a trade for 3 hours pulling your hair out, just watching your you know, questioning your life choices in general. So crude oil, it has been a pain. And last year it was okay, just about, because we still had about 150, 170 ticks range. And this year it's just dried up completely. So I have been thinking about how can I further, you know, use the experience that I have, because I've been trading it for 12 years and I know how it moves. It's just that for intraday, this is not the right market state, the right conditions for actually day trading it. So yeah, I might actually explore that more in 2025. But when it comes to intraday trading, I will only be using crude oil as sort of like a confluence for levels in RBOB and nothing more.
You've really liked the RBOB. I've seen you mention that a couple times. I would say it's kind of like a, I don't know, maybe like a, I wouldn't even say a hipster market because it's so like off the beaten path. Is it something that some traders should look at if they're looking to get into energies?
So if you're thinking that in the live account you can trade like massive size on it, that's probably not the instrument for you because it's so thin. So you look at RBOB, it kind of reminds me of Nikkei. It's very patchy and it barely has like 1 to 6 contracts per. Right, it's like, you know, nothing, 4 contracts, 5, 1, nothing, 2 contracts. So if you're looking to execute like a 5 lot or something, and mind you, RBOB is pretty cheap. It's $4.20. It's not $10 like most of the other energies markets. You know, you're looking at waiting for the market to find a counterparty to your trade. So you might be entering a trade and then it's kind of like sitting there. Just with your arms crossed, waiting for it to actually do that. So if you're thinking of trading with size in a live environment, probably not the best choice. But if you're looking at executing 1 or 2 contracts, that's fine. And if if you're looking at trading it in an XFA or in a combine, this doesn't really matter, right? Because you're not going to be going to the live market. And for me, it's been literally kind of like using a time machine and going to circa 2022 to trade crude oil, because that's the kind of ranges that we had on crude oil. 400 ticks, $4 ranges, right? And RBOB enables us to have that. It's still those are amazing days. I mean, you get a partially good setup, enter, and you either know immediately whether you were right or wrong, right? But these days, it's like you execute a trade and it's like, is my internet on? You know? So RBOB moves a lot faster. So I like it. And I have actually been looking at natural gas as well. So I might be adding that to my arsenal because it's an energy market. You know, it's right up my alley and it moves well. It's been trending pretty nicely. So let's hope that continues.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. I'm going to go back to Coach Jay. Since we're talking about like kind of alternative markets, a couple months ago, Coach Jay, we were looking at copper, platinum, in addition to maybe even gold and silver. Have those markets quieted down at all, or are they just not as cool as they used to be? But copper, I thought, was kind of picking up some steam in Topstep.
Copper was. Platinum definitely slowed down a little bit. Platinum was a lot more interesting when it was, trading above 1,000, which we had earlier in the year. Definitely slowed down a lot. I think gold and kind of Bitcoin stole the show. I'll scan every once in a while. Copper will. Yeah, exactly. Copper will pop up on a scan every once in a while that it's moving, but I haven't traded platinum in I think over a month for that reason. But like Dee was saying, nat gas has consistently in the top 3 percentage movers of the day for the past month. Either to the upside or the downside, nat gas is a mover. So really good markets.
Talk about that, Jay, real quick. You say when you scan the markets, you just said, hey, nat gas is 3% mover every single day. What's your process for even like identifying all these markets? I see like this quote board off to the right on your screen. I mean, did you manually put in every single one of those?
I did. Yeah. So just went through and kind of added every market that we have on Topstep X. If you do this, make sure you save your layout, because the first time I did it, I did not save the layout and I was not happy about having to go back and do it again. But Coach Paul and I look at this quote board at the beginning of every At the Buzzer segment, and we go over the top percentage movers for the day. A lot of times what will happen is we'll take notes on the market that's consistently there. And I've been, I made some bets with Coach Paul last week, and I said, you know what, I bet that tomorrow nat gas is going to be in the top 1%. And it is, right? If we look at it today, nat gas to the downside is our biggest percentage mover. So if I pull up the nat gas chart, the one thing you have to pay attention to with nat gas is sometimes that percentage move is a gap, especially on a Sunday, right? Yeah. Sunday open, you could have a 3% gap in nat gas. But if we look at today, here's last night's open, this 30-minute candle. Most of that price action happened when we could trade it. So, great markets trade. If we look at last Sunday, we had a 3% gap up, and then, we kind of chopped around for a little while, but it's a great chart. I know Coach talks about the seasonality of this trade, it being wintertime in the States with cold weather. And I think I've heard us be called the, the Saudi Arabia of nat gas? Is that for the U.S. where we right? So it's the time to trade it. It's the time to trade it. Is it always like this? I don't think so. Am I trading it in the summer? No. Probably not. But taking advantage of this while other markets may be chopping around could be an opportunity.
Yeah, those gaps are that's the reason why it's called the Widowmaker, right? Because people who used to swing nat gas, if you're on the wrong side of that, it just rips your face off, and you're like, ouch.
Jay, would you recommend to like a newer trader putting up a quote board like that, or is that too much information for someone who's new?
I think it could be too much information if you try to trade everything on the quote board, right? Because then you could start chasing rabbits, and it's hard to catch one. So I think for me, I have the quote board up when I'm looking at the NASDAQ and it's moving to the right only, then I'll go and look for a setup somewhere else. But it can be too much if you try to trade everything. Now, what I would say is most of these on here, I probably ignore. A lot of the currencies, they're never in the top percentage movers. So I'm going to ignore those. But the same way we identify patterns on a chart, with us identifying these big percentage movers, you can find the market that's in a trend, right? W, you just said it. There's only so much money to go around.
Right.
So if we consistently see money going to one market all the time, then I can just follow the money. And try to take a piece of that trade there, but I'm definitely not trying to trade everything on this list every day.
Okay, cool. Now look at it. I'm like, I want to set it up, but also I know how much work it is to type in all of those things. So maybe one day I'll finally
Just do like 5 every day until you get to the whole list.
Oh, that's a good idea. Or I should just skip currencies. Never going to trade them anyways.
Right.
Let's see.
Whatever you do, don't be chasing wabbits. No.
Nope.
No.
Something you don't want to do.
Or waterfalls, for that matter.
There you go.
Don't chase either.
Yeah, it's a good song.
It is a great song. A little TLC reference.
Yep. With the alternative markets, one thing that I find quite helpful, you have these CBOE volatility indexes, and I do look at those nearly daily to see whether anything's changed, whether something's increased in volatility. So crude oil has its own OVX, and similarly, you have those sort of volatility indexes for platinum, for copper, almost for every single product, almost every single product. So let's say RBOB doesn't have it, but I mean, you can kind of use crude oil in the same way to basically see whether that part of the energies markets are moving. But yeah, for everything else, gold has one as well. You know, every time we have a big day, it jumps massively. It might be a good idea to track those in real time. I know that TradingView has got a CBOE volatility index feed that you can sign up to, and it's not even that expensive. So yeah, something to look at if for anyone who wants to look at the alternative markets. There are definitely times of the year when volatility picks up, like obviously platinum and gold. In and around Christmas, you know, everybody's buying jewelry and a whole bunch of stuff. So there's definitely that effect where a lot of jewelry shops might need more gold and platinum, which is why we typically see an increase in demand around this sort of time of the year. So, you know, just kind of common sense around when these alternative markets might be interesting. And like Coach Hoop said, you know, this is now winter. So naturally, there's a lot of heating going on because it's winter in a lot of parts of the world, especially in the US. And, you know, you will have natural gas demand going up or, you know, at least causing volatility. And I mean, if we look at the daily chart, it's pretty much gone up, up and up. And then, you know, every odd day, there's a bit of a pullback. And then, you know, Widowmaker gap. And then we keep going up. And there's definitely a seasonality effect.
Who are the main consumers of RBOB?
RBOB is usually like what it is. It's like a reconstituted blend of crude oil. So, you know, I think it has like many uses. I'm not really a fundamental analyst, but I would imagine that anybody who uses any sort of a refined product from crude oil, you can find, you know, uses for RBOB. It's just gasoline, isn't it? So I know that they use a different mixture. Yeah.
I just looked it up here. RBOB reformulated blend stock for oxygenating. Right. Blend a mix of petrochemicals intended to mix for ethanol to produce finished motor gasoline.
Yeah.
It's RBOB.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, it's a quite a catchy name, you know. Reformulated, what is it?
Reformulated
blend stock. Blended stock.
Yeah. Blended stock. Yeah. Yeah, so it's effectively a byproduct of crude oil. So, you know, vehicles, all of that stuff. I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm not a fundamentalist, but I would guess that would be, you know, maybe airline companies, anyone who's in the logistics industry. You know, I can imagine that there's a need for RBOB. There's actually a crack spread that uses heating oil, RBOB, and crude oil. And that was like entire careers done in trading on that. Actually, our risk manager, Brett, he was trading crack spreads. That's
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Trader. Yeah. That was his thing. Yeah.
We should just get Brett on and just have him talk about his life before Top Step. I think that'd be pretty interesting.
You should. I agree.
Do have an announcement here. Make sure you're following us at Topstep TV on Twitter /X, or as Eddie likes to call it, Twix. Help you keep up with what we're doing here. Any announcements, news, posts, funny stuff. It's where you send all your #PowerHour stuff. So please follow us at Topstep TV. Also, you can follow Coach Jay on X, and you can also follow Market Stalker D. And I post lots of fun content. Yes, there it is. Also, I respond to people on there as well. In addition to casting calls, also casting calls. If you want to be on Topstep TV, participates with us on air. We don't bite, and typically it's pretty fun.
I think we got a trade idea in the chat, Dolby. Wall Street Foxy says, house account should get long NQ and not talk about RBOB. So let's make a deal, Wall Street Foxy. If we take your trade idea and it doesn't work out, you have to come on Topstep TV in the beginning of 2025. So give us a stop, an entry, and an exit. And if it doesn't work out, you'll come on Topstep TV and trade with us.
There you go.
And if it does work out, then you come on Topstep TV and trade with us too, because then you can tell us exactly what you were looking for that strategy.
Yeah. So what? What's your thesis here, Wall Street Foxy? What do you just market long right now? Because longs at 22,000 evens, I think we're actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
A really nice
lower
range lower the range, right? Plus you get the big round number, so that's kind of a cheap trade.
I mean, there's a range trade, 22,000. If we get up to these call levels at 22.06.2, that might be an interesting short. But, let's just consider that the markets are slowing down, that it is, half holiday around the world, that we do have a lot of levels around literally this area between 22,062 and 22,000. Are we really expecting like a mad momentum move now? Is it really a good idea to be looking for trades in the middle of the range when we have a range bound market? I don't know.
Yep. It would be, as a range trader, it would be an expensive long. It is funny though that sometimes, not all losers are exactly treated equally, because if you're taking a losing trade when you probably shouldn't be in the market anyways, it doesn't quite feel the same, even if the P&L is the same. It's like a little bit extra added layer of guilt. It's like, I should be in bed right now. Should not be trading.
Yeah. I mean, the outcome of the trades really matters depending on whether you followed your plan and whether you're working within the situational awareness of what's going on. And if you're not doing that, there's this guilt. It's like, why did I do that? There's always like the thing niggling in the back of your mind. But if you do a good trade, and if it's a planned out trade and it still doesn't work out, you can just pitch it to the lower day of probabilities. We have probabilities. We have 77% of time crude oil reverses for, euro close. But then you have the other sort of 23% where that doesn't happen. So rather than going, oh my God, I'm just, really depressed that I lost the trade. No, you can just go, actually, this was the other lot of probabilities. This was a day when the 28% is playing out. So if you kind of remove yourself emotionally from the outcome of the trade and just focus on the quality of the setup, I think that becomes a lot easier. That's why we all say trade, process over profits. That's what we mean when we say that.
Mm-hmm.
Look for quality trades, not just looking for trades, but looking for understanding first. At least that's my take on it.
I think that's a great take. I just remember back in the day, it's like, I shouldn't be doing this right now. Like it's like if you trade after you've had a couple of drinks the night before, and just like the losing trade just stings a little bit more.
Yeah,
it's like I'm not supposed to be.
Yeah,
doing
you're doing
right
stupid
now.
things, and you're doing them anyway.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. We're top of range here, 22,000 41 in the NASDAQ, kind of figuring out what it wants to do. How ambitious is the NASDAQ feeling, or really any participants at this point? I have to say, I would probably be leaning long if I had to be placing any trades, just because it's a NASDAQ.
We got to stop for that trade from Wall Street Foxy 21,990. I like where that is.
Oh, yeah,
it's,
that's right.
below that range. Then the question is, do you just mark it in here?
Had a good entry though. No.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right. Yeah, you can't. Highs of the range, I can't enter here.
If you're like a momentum trader, this is like the fun part about being on Topstep TV and like placing trades for somebody else. Is like as a range trader, I see this as a short or no trade. But a momentum trader could see this and be like thrilled. They could be over the moon and think that this is.
But there's no momentum.
There's no momentum. Hypothetically speaking, if there was, really enjoy
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, any other day of the year, absolutely. But I don't know. We have some calls. Like I said, we have a gamma wall up at 22,050. I'm not really that keen on going long here. And because it's NASDAQ, not too keen short either.
So,
it means that there's a
like
lot of calls there. So, yeah. So basically, you have market makers that look at the options activity, and then when they reach one of these like big levels where there's a lot of interest, if those levels are broken, then they need to scramble to adjust inventory. But even if we get up to that level, they still need to do something to make sure that their risk exposure is still on the right side. So typically you will see a lot of people getting involved in and around those. And with the new options and, now we have 0DTE options. They are now 50% of ES volume. There's a lot of effect on the price action. So if you're not really aware of that, that's the big change since COVID, right? In the last sort of 4 or 5 years, the markets have definitely shifted a little bit. So if you're not aware of those options levels, you're definitely disadvantaged, I would say.
So let's say, like hypothetically speaking, here NASDAQ gets very inspired and shoots through 22,055. What is the significance of that, and what can we anticipate as futures traders? Let's say we go to 22,080.
So the next level of interest that I can see here is gamma exposure level 1, which is at 22,100. We don't really have anything in between. So if we do indeed break 22,055, there's room. So it kind of gives you a risk reward as well. Like, where can they stop now that we've broken a major level? It's literally like any other level. It's just is backed up in the actual options data that these days drives a lot of the market activity. So yeah, that would be, same thing. Major level gets broken, you expect to go to the next level of interest. And in the options, that would be 22,100. To the downside, if we break to the downside, we don't really have much up until 21,900. So that would be, a better risk reward profile for this particular trade. However, until we break either side, like Jay said, he's looking for a break out of this range. I would totally be down to do something like that if you can get it. But for now, this is just pinging in a range. And if, Dolby, you probably love this because it's been stuck in the same sort of 50, 60 handle range for hours. And,
cool.
This is your jam. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. I mentioned earlier, I think in the 11 o'clock segment, just how good the 1 minute ranges were in NASDAQ and just how few wicks there were in some of these 1 minute ranges. And it really provided a lot of cheap trades for range traders. And you just don't see it all that often. I think you can kind of just chalk it up to low liquidity, low volatility, holidays, whatever you want to say, but it really has made some cool opportunities for very kind of shorter time from trades. Even this, look at this 1 minute range right now in the NASDAQ. I mean, this is super solid, right? Because you can just set a stop if you want to get long, 22,031, set a stop at like 25s or 20s. That's like 10, 15 points of risk. And there's just no wicks really coming down or threatening anywhere. There's like couple here, couple there, but it's not been the norm today. So if you're a range trader on shorter time frames, you've probably enjoyed this rare price action from NASDAQ because typically it wants to run stops all day and make everybody miserable.
One of the bigger orders I've seen today in the Nasdaq just popped up. 2245. There's 120 about offered at 2245 there, right at the high of that range. Let's see if the market decides to take that out or if we run away from it.
I think it just moved it down to 40. They're actually moving it down, Jay. You said you
they
started at 45, 46s, and now it's down to 43s. Now it's down to 42s. We're watching this.
That's not
in real
one of those
time.
algos. That's somebody
41?
moving that order that wants to get filled. Yeah.
So we've actually
There you
just,
go,
and it
filled.
just got filled just like that. Wow, that was cool, Jay. So if you don't have level 2 data, you're not going to be able to see this on Topstep X. But Jay basically just spotted 100 lot at 20,045s, and we literally just watched it get walked down one point at a time until it got filled at right around 41. So that was a very good call. Very good call.
See if we get any follow through on that. Someone took that order. So Douglas PC asked, was it an algo? That wasn't an algo. Usually we'll see those algos kind of 10 points on either side in the NASDAQ. This one, they kind of left the order there. And when they did get filled and the market went lower, then they kind of chased price. So it looked like somebody who wanted to sell 100 lots and couldn't get a fill. So they had to find where they could.
Where do they? Okay, so who was on the other side of that? Because all we see is single single digits on the bid side. So how did they gobble up 100? Who came in and did that? Someone else.
Yeah, someone who wanted to market buy those, and that's why I'm saying let's see if we get the continuation because someone had to fill that other side of the order, right? And we see it get filled. They got filled at 2240. So if they fill that and continue to buy some of the smaller size that's here, then we'll see that continuation push because there isn't a big seller to get through anymore.
Huh. Well, that was cool. That was very cool. Thanks for calling that out there. Yep. Got to get that level 2 data for Topstep X. You can get that in your dashboard. I believe it's $39 a month. Jay, do you like your ladder? Your level 2?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's the way I was taught how to trade. Where the group I learned how to trade from was called Ahead of the Charts, and I think I talked about this before, but one of the classes that he would do was we would read the DOM and time in sales, and then try to draw what we would expect the chart to do after reading the order flow. Obviously, we're not suggesting anybody to trade like that, but based on how you see the orders get filled, setting expectations for how the market should move.
We've come to 2 o'clock. That means the segment is now over. Dana, it was awesome to see you. I hope you feel better and have a wonderful Boxing Day. Hogue is coming up next with the afternoon recap, and then we're going to welcome James D on for Power Hour. He is a fan favorite, certainly one of mine. James has been holding strong with 71% winning days in his Express funded account and 4 winning days last week. He actually just posted his Topstep X sort of like P&L calendar thing on X. Actually, you can follow him there. And it looks pretty damn good. Coach Jay, it was a pleasure seeing you again as well. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow, Coach Jay.
Am I on tomorrow?
I
Gotta
don't
check
know.
my calendar.
All right. Coach Jay may or may not be on tomorrow. You have to tune in. You have to tune in to find out to see if he's going to be here. Or you can follow him on X. But that's all we got. We are on to Afternoon Recap with Hogue.
All right. Welcome to the afternoon recap. We'll just do a brief recap here before Power Hour. Hopefully, you're having a good trading day and a nice boxing day if you're from overseas there. Well, this is the 5 minute in the S&Ps, and once the S&Ps established the initial balance, it started holding VWAPs. This yellow line is the overnight VWAP. This pink line, if you can see that here, is the regular trading hour VWAP based off of the first 5 minute bar on the open at 8:30. So the market really just kind of holding those as support, continuing to hold above the initial balance high. 1, 2, and 3 checks of the initial balance high. 2, 3 checks of the VWAPs holding as the market continues to push higher. It'd be interesting to see if we can take out the session highs here in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ. Here's the NASDAQ. We had decent trading here this morning in the NASDAQ in the house account. We reviewed those during the morning recap, but first with a small loss, then a small win, and then a decent win. At one point, we were up about $493. We did take a long in gold that we got bottom ticked down. I'll be showing you that very shortly here. But again, once the market had kind of established the initial balance, here's the initial balance high. And this is the 5 minute chart, right? No, that is not the IB high. What happened here? Hang on a second here. 9:30. So the IB high was pretty much that first bar right about there. So once the market went above the IB high, it did take looks back down below the IB high in the NASDAQ. However, again, the market really working to hold those VWAPs. The yellow line, again, is the overnight session VWAP. The pink line, the session only VWAP. And the market really tested down to it, tested down through it, tested back to it here. 3 really good tests on that VWAP, and the market continuing to now push above the initial balance high. Take a look at crude oil. So I'm going to start with the daily because the market is extremely range bound in multiple time frames, medium time frame and short time frame. Take a look at what the market did today. So the market opened above range from yesterday. Well, actually, yesterday is Tuesday. There's been no trading yesterday, of course. The market opened above it, closed the gap, found acceptance inside range and value from Tuesday's session, pushed all the way through value, then came back and continued to push down through a weakness in structure down below, which was the gap from Monday to Tuesday before really kind of closing the session. So we do have a gap close here. The next downside target would be the naked point of control down here at 69.04 from Monday's session. But again, the market very range bound, very short time frame controlled. What happens when the market is range bound and in short time frame control? When the market gets close to the upper extreme, retail, weaker hands, shorter time frame traders all are trying to preempt a breakout move, a big move away from the current balance. They end up getting too long at the top, too short at the bottom, and that's what creates this rotation that we see in range bound days and range bound periods of time. This range really goes back to the ending of October is where this range really started, and we're still inside of it. Even highs, even lows, very range bound. And, that can be really like nice trading if you can recognize that the market is range bound, fade the extremes until proven wrong. What proves that wrong? Momentum. We break out and we see volume increase, open interest increase, then the move to the upside would be more likely to continue. But so often these breakouts fail. Take a look at gold now, and we'll get moving on. So gold, a really nice, nice trade today. From where I sit, let's take a look at the 5-minute chart. Range high from yesterday. The market opens. Where is that open? Where is that open? Right about here. The market opens with a gap. Tries to close the gap. Fails to close the gap. We're looking for longs in that regard. The market bottoms, puts in the IB low. We get a rally, takes out the IB high, tries to hold the IB high. This was our long in that gold move, in that gold. And we have the market. Well, this I was looking more at a 3-minute chart. So this looks a little bit like with the overnight session VWAP putting in that low right there. It's something we probably could have considered when taking this long and placing our stop, because as we all know, all roads lead to VWAP. The long here at 26.48. The stop was 26.45.40. Got it almost to the tick. Back above the initial balance. Sellers tried one more time to knock this thing lower. Where did it trade back down to on this 3-minute chart? Overnight session VWAP. Looks like to the tick. Then the market continued back above the initial balance, continuing to the move to the upside, before eventually closing, for all intents and purposes, at 12:30, relatively range bound ever since that. So I hope you enjoyed this afternoon recap. It's always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for joining me. And we are looking forward to the rest of the session here, the Power Hour. James D is going to be here. He's 71% winning trades in his Express funded account. 4 winning days last week. He's going to be joined by JD and Dolby. Enjoy the rest of the day and have a great evening, and looking forward to seeing you back again tomorrow. But don't forget, stick around for Power Hour. This is going to be a fun one. Trade well, everyone.
Welcome back, friends and traders. You know what time it is. It's Power Hour time. We got James D, Canada's finest son, but he's in Orlando right now, back in the home country, the motherland of Florida. What's up, Dolby? What's up, James? What are we looking at today? This afternoon, it's kind of choppy right now. Scouting any trades? Did you make any trades?
Yeah, I got my eyes on the NASDAQ right now. That 5-minute bar is crazy.
That was a big one. One of the bigger ones we've seen recently.
I just took a scalp off the very low of that 5-minute bar. My expectation is sorry, Dolby, I cut you off. How are you doing, man?
No, I'm doing great. I'm enjoying my time on Topstep TV with relatively slow markets, but the conversation thus far has been fun. I think we could probably find a trade or two, get this house account going.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
apologize for the squeaking. My dog is going bananas on some of her Christmas gifts in the background. I just told her to stop, and I think she might stop.
Yeah, I gave Gus some catnip, or it was chamomile tea. I'm not sure, but they both smell similar. So
Dolby, have you ever tried putting if you make like catnip tea, so boil water and then put catnip in it and then put it into a humidifier and just spray it at your cats? They go crazy for it.
It's like having a house bong.
Yeah.
My cats, oh my goodness. They're already too needy as is. I can't have them be more needy. But I do like that idea, and it's probably worth a shot because it sounds hilarious.
So I'm long 1 MNQ right now from 20